Chapter 1. Konoha's training ground is rarely crowded with people, no matter how few people are old, or even many Konoha's big people, all around this training ground, pointing and looking at it. Chenfeng, are you serious? Sarutobi Hiruzen, 20-year-old upright and young, smiled bitterly and said helplessly. Stop talking nonsense, no matter what, I must win. His face was like a jade crown, his sword eyebrows were furrowed, and Chenfeng looked serious. Don't release the water, even if you release the water, I won't release it. Be careful not to die. With a cry, Chenfeng slammed on his feet, and the ground was torn apart, and he rushed over with an indomitable momentum. Chenfeng, you. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned and wanted to say something, but Chenfeng interrupted. Wind-style vacuum jade. While rushing, the palm of the hand was still nodding, but after a few breaths, the nodding of the hand was completely knotted, and then he took a breath, and then, like a bullet, Fenjiu hit the past one after another. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a step back and said, Chenfeng, stop making trouble. This is the task that Master Second Generation gave me. No matter what you do, regardless of whether Master Second Generation agrees or not, I won't let you. But Master Second Hokage agreed. And if you don't try your best, don't blame me. A loud shout interrupted Sarutobi's words again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but make his face stiff, and then it turned into a volcano that erupted in an instant. The veins on his forehead burst up, and the temples on both sides jumped suddenly, as if he was about to furious. Okay. Are you serious? I have always been serious. Sarutobi snorted coldly, nodded in his hands, and then slapped towards the ground. Then don't blame me. Earth-style earth flow wall. Boom. 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 The vacuum jade kept hitting the wall of the earth flow like bullets, some of them dissipated after hitting a hole, and some of them pierced the wall of the earth flow directly, forcing Sarutobi behind him into a frenzy. Boom. With a loud noise, the battered earth flow wall was shattered, but in the smoke and dust, a figure suddenly rushed out. Chenfeng. Sarutobi was even more angry, clasping his hands together, ignoring Chenfeng, who was about to be close at hand, and shouted directly. Earth-style crack the soil and turn your hands. I slapped the ground suddenly, and the ground cracked, as if an earthquake, the ground shook the mountains. The onlookers all looked at the center of the crack in shock. At this time, the ability of the 20-year-old Sarutobi Hiruzen was definitely not inferior to that of many big family heads, or even worse. This is the ninja taught by Master Second Generation and Master First Generation together. He is only 20 years old, but he is a genius who uses all kinds of ninjutsu proficiently. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Faced with the enemy's attack without fear, calm, this move Earth style is enough to destroy Chenfeng's foothold. It seems that he is not lucky enough. Who let him snatch the disciple taught by Masters First Generation and Second Generation? This is self-inflicted and cannot live. Although he is also a disciple of Second Generation adults, Chenfeng is still not as good as Sarutobi. Huh, Sarutobi is my opponent, Chenfeng, you are still far away. There was a lot of discussion among the people around, among them there was a venomous character, but there was another person who did not waver at all. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama had a cold face and a solemn coercion. It's over. He sighed softly, and the surrounding ninjas suddenly felt the opportunity to flatter. Yes, Master Second Generation, it seems that Sarutobi really deserves to be a genius selected by Master First Generation and you together. One person immediately took the compliment, and there were others next to him who were eager to say something, but Senju Tobirama glanced over, and the cold eyes made everyone shut up. Idiot, I'm saying Chenfeng won. With a cold snort, everyone around was in an uproar, and then they looked at the center of the battle. Raise non. A shout full of determination, A shout full of determination. Qianfeng broke through the smoke and dust, with a determined look on his face, and there was a beautiful blue chakra ball in his hand. The chakra inside could not help but surround it, and it was beautiful and magnificent. What? Sarutobi's eyes were so wide that he was gaping. Boom! Raisnon blasted Sarutobi's body unabashedly, and then directly knocked him into the air. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing where he was. Qianfeng, whose legs were bruised after eating Sarutobi's earth-style forcibly, panted deeply, his eyes still staring in the direction where Sarutobi was shot. It seems to be a ferocious wolf. I won this battle, right? The words softly, but with incomparable decisiveness. Yes. Senju Tobirama said coldly, but the words were extremely affirmative. What? Qianfeng won? Sarutobi Hiruzen. Danzo's heart was shocked and could not be expressed. This is the first time he has won Sarutobi. I didn't expect this bet to be his first victory. Compared to victory, I am more afraid of his aura. Look at his legs, how many people can forcibly attack at the price of the enemy earth style. Many people were shocked, and some even had their legs trembling. Sarutobi got up tremblingly. Although he had reserved his hands, he was sure to cultivate for a period of time. Hey, are you so desperate to die? A wry smile, with a little complexity. However, Qianfeng ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen and turned his head to look at Senju Hashirama. Master second generation, since I won, then. I know. He was cold, looking serious to anyone, turned his head, and beckoned at a little girl, Tsunade. Yes. Second grandpa. Wearing yellow clothes, his childish face gave people an amazing feeling. Although he is not very old, he has a patchwork of appearances. In a few years, he will definitely be the master of disaster to the country and the people. I have seen the teacher. Tsunade lowly bowed to Qianfeng, making him red with excitement, cheering for joy. It is good. Tsunade's big beautiful eyes blinked, with a hint of weirdness. Do I have such a big attraction? This teacher is okay. No one knows that the reason why Qianfeng is so excited is not just because a lovely and beautiful loli has become his disciple, but also because of a voice that only Qianfeng can hear. I found an extremely good loli apprentice host. The system was officially unlocked, 1%, 20%, 100%. Hello, Beast Teacher system is here for you. Chapter 2. I found an extremely good loli apprentice host. The system was officially unlocked, 1%, 20%, 100%. Hello, Beast Teacher system is here for you. Qianfeng blinked, and he felt like he wanted to sigh up to the sky. Am I easy? The rebirth of Hokage is not the Uchiha clan who hangs the sky, or the Senjutsu clan who also hangs the sky. The weakest is the Hyuga clan. But why is Laozi a messy civilian ninja first, and I am the only one left to die? Thinking of this, Qianfeng couldn't help but want to cry. Compared with Sarutobi, who was born with the protagonist, Qianfeng's experience was almost apologetic to the name of the traveler. The civilian ninja is still a civilian ninja who has followed first generation and second generation very early, although the strength is still scumbag to death. Fortunately, as the first person to eat crabs, Qianfeng's relatives Tuanmi gave Qianfeng the identity of a second Hokage disciple, although he still couldn't catch up with Sarutobi Hiruzen of first generation second generation's common disciple. Other people's systems cheat are all turned on directly, so I have to find an apprentice first, and this name. How good is the name of other people's celestial system and invincible system, but why am I a beast teacher system? Well, the beast teacher system, to put it bluntly, is a system for cultivating loli as a loli mentor and then doing animal things. Well, I am a man who wants to develop loli, train loli, and then do that animal thing. ORZ, there is only ORZ at this time. Qianfeng sighed softly and looked at Tsunade with a timid look in front of him, and a screen appeared in front of him. Lowly, Tsunade. Age, 10 years old. Quality, S grade. Power potential, 10. Agile potential, 8. Ninjutsu potential, 9. Appearance potential, 10 plus. Comprehensive evaluation, host can accept such tender and delicious lowly is simply a gift from heaven, hurry up to burn incense and worship the Buddha and kneel to God. What a gift from heaven. It's clearly my hard work. Qianfeng looked resentful, and desperately asked second generation before he begged for a gambling fight. After a battle with Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was expected to become Tsunade's teacher, he won the ownership of this lowly with injury for injury. Qianfeng, you are really cruel. You did it too. You almost killed me just now. Sarutobi Hiruzen laughed bitterly, staggering step by step. This is the only thing I won't let you, Sarutobi. Qianfeng smiled softly, and secretly complained, the requirement for system activation is to accept a lowly above grade A, but only one Konoha a few qualified ones. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Well, this time you beat me once. Sarutobi shook his head and smiled bitterly. I haven't competed with you before. It was just because of the things you want. I disdain you, but now it is different. Tsunade Xiaoluo. I am sure to win the position of Tsunade's teacher. Qianfeng shook his head lightly when he heard the words, with a strong sense of confidence in his words. Host successfully accepted the S-level lowly Tsunade as a disciple, rewarding a Tsunade package and an S-level lottery. Raffle. Gift pack. Tsunade gift pack. Qianfeng wondered inwardly, open up. Tsunade gift pack. The Tsunade package is opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Tsunade-specific lowly pointing package, Strange Force Power, Medical Ninjutsu Encyclopedia, Summoning Scroll, Katsuyu, Tsunade Forbidden Art Record. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the host's Special Beast Instructor package, Strange Force Power, Medical Ninjutsu Daquan, Summoning Scroll, Katsuyu, Tsunade Forbidden Shushu. This is... Qianfeng frowned slightly, but Tsunade's heart sank in front of him. What's the matter? He was so determined to win my position as a teacher before, why is he frowning again? Did I do something wrong? Tsunade frowned, and said anxiously in his heart. Don't say anything about Miss Ben's words, where do you put that young lady's face? And the most important thing is Grandpa Second will kill Miss Ben. Tsundere little lowly is full of eagerness, face, and being beaten completely overwhelm little lowly's disguise, two bright and big eyes staring at Qianfeng's face that reveals a kind of heroic spirit. Qianfeng hesitated a little while looking at the two packages of lowly package and lowly tutor in the system package, and then chose the lowly package first. Use Strange Force Power. Failed to use, host, please use host special package. Well, use the Strange Force Power of the Mentor package. Suddenly, it seemed as if the heart of the blessings was reaching, a stream of clear water flowed in Qianfeng's mind. It was the full set of skills of Gui Liquan. He clenched his fists sharply, and the fists that he hadn't noticed seemed so powerful at this time. So, that's what it means. Qianfeng thought thoughtfully. With a light cough, Qianfeng straightened his body, looked at the tender little lowly in front of him kindly, and smiled, Tsunade, since he has come to my door, then as a teacher, it is naturally impossible not to have a meeting ceremony. Extract the strange power punch technique of the lowly package. Qianfeng said silently, and then under the gaze of Tsunade little lowly's sudden joy, he reached into his ninja bag and took out a not thick book. Is this? Lowly Tsunade gave a soft voice and took it. Strange Force Power. Reading the written words, the lowly sound of each word sounded so ethereal. Yes. Master, now, I will show you the unique technique that the teacher created for you. Weird Force Fist. Stay more than 30 meters away from me. Tsunade heard that, leaving Chenfeng suspiciously. Tobirama, Sarutobi, Danzo and others all looked at Chenfeng. They didn't understand what trick he was playing, and Sarutobi still had a hint of spit in his heart. How many years of friendship, what do you look like, don't I know? You are really fighting to be prestigious in front of new students. I'm optimistic. Chenfeng ignored other people's heart activities, raising his right fist high. Weird power punch. The cold voice of his heart made Chenfeng's fist suddenly stretched. The smooth sleeves were rushed by the violent vigor, and his fist shrank, and then slammed out, a short distance, carried on the fist. Fierce power, but there was a sharp breaking sound. Boom. With one punch, the entire training ground was completely destroyed and there was no trace of it. There were gravel everywhere, ruined walls everywhere, and the feet of Chenfeng, who was fighting in the center, sank deeply, creating a huge deep pit. What? Chenfeng is so strong. Who can hold a punch like this? This punch hits someone, that person must be broken to pieces. But when he fought Sarutobi before, he didn't have the slightest thing, this. Sarutobi was completely sluggish there. Chenfeng, you and I are fighting, but there are still hands. Danzo's eyes widened, and second generation's fingers stopped for an instant, completely unexpected. As for Tsunade, looking at this domineering punch, his heart was instantly filled with surprises. This is my favorite offense. This is the real fist. Lowly Tsunade completely changed his eyes when he looked at Chenfeng, clenched his little pink fist fiercely, waved it hard, and said firmly in his heart. This teacher, I'm sure. Chapter 3. Looking at Chenfeng, who stood in the center of the earth like an overlord, everyone was shocked for a while. Okay, so handsome. Little lowly Tsunade jumped straight up. Teacher, do you want to teach me such a powerful physique? It's so handsome. Tsunade's immature face flushed with excitement, and his heart beat a few times when he was shocked by the sudden surprise. Aren't you my disciple? I won't teach you to whom. Chenfeng strolled over, stroked Tsunade's little head, and smiled. The lubrication is like silk, which feels amazing. Tsunade couldn't help showing a cat-like expression, with a happy smile on his face, before suddenly reacting, it was still in the crowd. After shaking the little head twice, he broke free, and said angrily, I'm not a kid. Yes, yes. Chenfeng smiled. Chenfeng, what is this physical technique? Tobirama frowned and asked. Like Raisnan, I developed it myself and named it Weird Power. It is a technique that can burst out dozens of times its own power in an instant. Chenfeng said, focusing on Tsunade. It's specially prepared for Tsunade, don't worry, I know how to score. This is A-level ninjutsu, right? It's really an A-grade, but it's more about chakra's control. With Tsunade's ability, you can already learn now. The two people said in a few words, but they shocked the people around them even more. Level A. This is enough ninjutsu to belong to the forbidden skill level. Chenfeng, quietly, but has developed such a powerful ninjutsu. And this is specially prepared for Miss Tsunade, this. Teacher. Tsunade's small face was even more happy. Chenfeng. Sarutobi has a complicated face. Although he has a lot of A-level ninjutsu, he has not developed even one type of ninjutsu. What's more, this ninjutsu was completely developed for Tsunade alone. Danzo even couldn't help but think of what Chenfeng said at the beginning, I disdain you for the things you want. He played with Sarutobi before, did he really do his best? Danzo seemed to have doubts. He didn't know that Chenfeng had indeed used all his strength before, but that was all his strength before. Now Chenfeng has gone a step further, and his previous efforts are naturally not comparable. Well, since you developed it yourself, then I won't say much. By the way, the two people who are the same as Tsunade, you. Is that so? Chen hesitated. Orochimaru and Jiraiya are naturally very strong. If they are collected as disciple, they will definitely help them in the future. Ding dong. System prompt: accepting disciple other than lowly will reduce the host ability according to the disciple quality. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. I only developed these things for Tsunade, and others have no meaning to me. Chen immediately said to second generation, my requirements are very high, but not everyone can become my discipline. Of. Really, then that is the end of today. You go home too, take a good rest and recuperate. Second generation was silent for a moment, waved and said, yes. Teacher, let's see you tomorrow. Tsunade reluctantly waved his little hand to say goodbye. Well, see you tomorrow. Chen smiled, and his heart was unparalleled. Sure enough, lowly has the most love. Walking on the way home, Chen held his head high and walked swiftly, with a unique aura. One by one, he opened a host-specific tutor package, Medical Ninjutsu, Forbidden Technique. This lowly development system is still quite good. Chen secretly said in his heart, I can master all the abilities of Tsunade in the future, and it can teach Tsunade to become all the skills of Tsunade in the future. This is the shadow level of Honkyuakuo. It's so cheap. There are so many girls in Naruto, if you can collect all of them as disciples, then they are awesome, okay. Especially Chen was born early. Almost all girls are basically lowly. Oh, yes, there is a lottery. Chen clapped his hands. Raffle, lucky draw. Draw quickly. A turntable suddenly appeared, with numerous internal divisions, except for the pointer being a big S. Turn me. The S spins so fast that it is dazzling and annoying to look at. Stop. Chen hurriedly yelled, anyway, because he couldn't see anything in the countless grids, he just called to stop. The pointer slowly slowed down, as if braking, slowed down a little bit, and then finally stopped. Congratulations to host, get the Sounding Thunderfruit Vulnerability Free Edition. Chen smiled suddenly. It turned out to be the strongest natural thunderfruit, but the weak point version. Weakness-free version to avoid the weakness of weakness after contact with seawater. This is not more invincible. Chen immediately said, extract. Get me out. The fruit of the thunder automatically appeared in Chen ninja bag, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. This is more and more like Doraemon. Am I a fourth-dimensional ninja bag? I couldn't wait to take it out and eat it, but heard a youthful voice from behind. Master Chen please stay. N. Chen turned around when he heard the sound, a young man wearing a Konoha forehead protector, with beautiful eyes and a pale face. Master Chen please accept me as a disciple. Please. Seeing Chen turned his head, the young man knelt on his knees and kowtowed without hesitation. My lord, I have admired you for a long time, and I hope that the adults will accept me as a disciple. The corner of Chen mouth twitched. I like lowly, but I don't like gentai. Well, you get up first, I'm not so casually accepting disciples. Chen coughed slightly. In the end, he was still the discipline of the Senju family who preached love and peace, or Tsunade's teacher, plus the identity of a civilian ninja. Also pay attention. My lord. Please accept me incomparably. If you are not under your door, my wish will be very difficult to achieve. Oh? What's your wish? Chen didn't care. Now wars are everywhere, probably another war orphan. Oh, by the way, what's your name? The boy raised his head and yelled, my name is Kato-tan. Because Konoha's richest and noble girl is under your door, and I must chase her down, so please be sure to let me worship yours too. Snapped. Chen slapped Kato-duan's face with a slap, and slammed Kato-duan directly, and then kicked it relentlessly. Do you want to die once? Chapter 4. Qianfeng was merciless. There was no sense of disciple or the kindness of the teacher from the Senju clan. He flew directly and kicked it on his broken belly. Do you really want to die? The extremely cold words resembled the profound ice of 10,000 years, and his eyes were like a bottomless abyss, flashing with cold black light, like a demon god killed in hell. The white-faced Kato was kicked into the air. When he fell to the ground, he knelt on the ground, clutching his stomach, and spit out acid water. Broken, I know you. The air around Qianfeng, the temperature plummeted, and seemed to be solidifying. As the Kato clan of the declining ninja clan, I also know that you are eager to stand out. But don't even think about shooting against my people. You are seeking your own death. He walked forward 2 steps indifferently, the murderous intent became more and more intense, the cat lowered his body, and grabbed Kato's collar and lifted it up. Konoha's richest girl? The most noble girl? You know the market well. It's a pity. You have less self-knowledge. Qianfeng's murderous aura is aggressive and cold, as if some ancient strange beast awakened from its deep sleep, showing its minions, looking for its prey, the murderous aura from the surrounding air, the temperature plummeted, and it seemed to be solidified. The murderous aura was like thousands of white war horses marching forward in a mighty manner, causing the young man to collapse to the ground in fright and wet his pants. It's really ugly. Qianfeng chuckled disdainfully, looking at the broken eyes as if looking at a beaming clown. A girl like Tsunade is not something you can pursue with such a waste. Remember it in my heart. If there is another time I will leave you at the end and let you kill you after collecting the corpse of the Kato clan. The cold voice sounded like a jiao thunder in a clear sky, scaring Kato's broken body and shaking his body. His eyes were dizzy, his lips were shaking, and even his voice became stiff. Because his mind is far surpassed by the same class of children, he can hear clearly Qianfeng is serious. Even in the words, he thought about severing his life completely at this time. Get out of here, just to this extent, you still want to chase Tsunade. Qianfeng looked at the urinary smell below, even more disdainful in his heart. At this level, you still want to grab Tsunade with me? Of course, he did not say the sentence. Although there were no people on the street at this time, if others, especially second Hokage Senju Tobirama, knew that his granddaughter was being targeted by a disciple that looked like Loli, then, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Cough. Qianfeng slammed it hard and threw Kato Duan on the ground like trash, then snorted disdainfully, turned his head and left. An idiot who doesn't know how high the sky is. But Kato did not even wake up from Qianfeng's murderous aura. Kato shivered, his face crooked, his facial features distorted, he was gasping for pain, moaning helplessly, and could no longer hold back tears and P.S. Under Qianfeng's boundless murderous air, he was not completely scared to death and stupid, but he was so scared that he had forgotten everything, so that he didn't care at all even if the flow of people is less now, it is not without. Mama, Mama, why is this person going to the bathroom in the middle of the street, so shameless? This was a little girl wondering. What happened to this young man? Is it because the smoke of war made him scared? Coward. This was the disdain of a retired old ninja. Why don't you contact someone who can treat trauma? He is obviously not very sick. This is a woman's kind thoughts. People talked a lot, and finally woke up Kato Swan. This is. He seemed to have just reacted from Qianfeng's murderous aura, jumped up abruptly, and then looked strangely at the comments of the people around him. What happened? Afterwards, he finally set his sights on himself. What? With a loud howl that broke his throat, Kato snapped his grip on his clothes and ran away frantically, his face full of resentment and humiliation. Well, there shouldn't be any people who don't know the heights of the earth to disturb me at this time. Qianfeng, the instigator, returned home and immediately took out the thunder fruit. This is a purple fruit with a wonderful pattern, it doesn't look like a normal edible fruit. I don't know how rough the nerves of the first person in the world to eat the devil fruit is to eat this thing. Qianfeng shook his head, then he was taken aback, and shook his head again. Well, I guess someone like Luffy, Naruto, etc. is such a person. Then, no matter what, he opened his mouth wide and bit down. The juice was flowing, but Qianfeng didn't taste it at all and swallowed it, and then took one bite after another, 3 times and 5 times, and a devil fruit disappeared in a blink of an eye. Then, he suddenly picked up the cup next to it, and poured guts of water down. Fortunately, Lao Tzu's wit, since the taste is very cruel, so I don't taste it at all, just swallow it, and then drink a lot of water, so I don't have to bear that kind of brutality. After taking 2 deep breaths, Qianfeng began to face his body. Although I'm not very good at Raiden, but the nature element is very simple to simulate those attribute ninjutsu, but at this time you have to. He held a shuriken, narrowed his eyes, and plunged into his palm, then. Zi. The shuriken penetrated directly into the palm of his hand, but there was a piece of electric light left in his palm. If this thunder and lightning is used properly. Qianfeng's eyes narrowed with excitement. Although the ninja world does not have this kind of self-thundering method, there are a lot of lightning styles. If combined with his own fruits. That's interesting. It's not in vain that I tried my best to take the position of Tsunade's teacher. Well, although, even without these benefits, he would probably not let go of this superb loli. Chapter 5. Qianfeng got up very early today, black as ink, eyes like a morning star, nose hanging, aura and majestic, like a peerless sword with a slight edge. He cleaned up and walked towards Senju Mansion. The word teacher in the beast teacher system is not a decoration, he really went to be a teacher. The rewards of the system are roughly divided into 2 parts. After receiving a disciple, the beast teacher system will automatically calculate and classify the disciple based on its future achievements, its own potential, and its excellent appearance, and then reward Qianfeng based on this. To use Tsunade as an analogy, when Tsunade is accepted, the S-level lottery given by the system is the reward. And the strange force boxing, medical ninjutsu, and the like are more like teaching materials. Qianfeng can learn it easily, and then hand it over to Tsunade. It looks like an ordinary teacher, but on the other hand, it is a real beast. The basic conditions for accepting apprentices, gender female, comprehensive evaluation level B or above. And the so-called basic conditions for becoming a teacher. The corners of Qianfeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. 1 under 18 years old, not including 18 years old, 2. Get a blood. In other words, you must take away your female student's virginity when the student is a minor. This Nima is really a genuine beast teacher system. Of course, the rewards are also distinguished by levels. When they are out of the teacher, they have the strength that can match the peak of the original. Even if the student is 100% rewarded, if it exceeds the original, it is stronger, and vice versa. And the student has reached the age of 18, if Qianfeng did not get the first blood at all, then there will not only be no reward, but also punishment. Also more beastly, if there is more beastly behavior at the time of the teacher, there will be a certain degree of bonus. Yep. What is more beastly behavior? For example, do you want to make Loli's student belly bigger? With a lot of thoughts of ashamed of being a teacher in his head, Qianfeng walked into the Senju mansion step by step. The Senju clan is comparable to the Uchiha clan. At this time, it is the first clan of Konoha. The house is graceful and luxurious, and the maids and guards come and go, just like a big family. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Teacher, you are here. With an empty voice, Tsunade greeted her with a girl's unique enthusiasm. Well, let me see my elementary school student. Qianfeng touched Tsunade's little head, and pulled a strand of soft and fragrant hair. What do you think? I have read the book Strength Fist Techniques I gave you. Yet. Tsunade Ryu's small face stiffened, his head lowered inadvertently, and his beautiful big eyes grunted, "Well, yesterday, I..." Obviously, Tsundere, like Tsunade, how could he admit that after hearing that it was an A-level physical skill that he could learn, after studying it all night for a long time, there was not a trace of results. Especially what Qianfeng said that Tsunade can now learn. Tsundere Loli, who has been called a genius since he was a child, doesn't say that he has studied for a long time, but he has no results. Really, let the teacher first teach you the general situation of this weird fist today. Are there any vacant rooms? Take me over. Yes, yes. Guilakwan, in fact, it is a kind of chakra skill, which can be used to refine a lot of. Tsunade's small face was flushed. Right next to Tsunade, Qianfeng talked a little bit about the skills of Wei Liquan, but the two people's hearts were not put on it at all. Why did I bring the teacher to my room? Isn't this a bit? The bear doll on the left seems to be beckoning, a puppet dog on the ground seems to be laughing inexplicably, beside the only neatly organized table, one man and one loli seem to be a little careless. Why haven't these children's toys been put away? It's over, my image in the teacher's heart. Little loli, who is precocious, but has not yet matured his hobby, yelled in his heart. The two were very close. A writing desk was originally used for Tsunade's study. They squeezed the two of them together and naturally rubbed shoulders together. Tsunade Yudi was dizzy and panting slightly. Although it was caused by nervousness, in the heart of a teacher who was unruly, he changed his appearance. Sitting next to Tsunade, I only felt that a faint fragrance oozes from her body, making people drunk. This is the purest taste. Unexpectedly, there is such a feminine thing in Tsunade's boudoir, which is totally indistinguishable from what it will look like in the future. But Qianfeng thought madly. Innocent little loli plus cute female student plus warm girl boudoir equals super shame experience of rushing young girls. Unconsciously, in this weird atmosphere, more and more Qianfeng's brothers raised their heads proudly. The teacher who is not a good bird is really dirty inside, and he deserves the name of a beast. Boom. A knock on the door interrupted the thoughts of the cranky two people. With a creak, second Hokage's indifferent face made people quiet. As if with thick ice, Tobirama's majestic eyes stared directly at Qianfeng's eyes, and his silver-white hair moved with the wind, revealing murderous aura. Qianfeng. An atmosphere of terror swept away. Qianfeng was stunned in an instant. FK. Am I caught and RD? Chapter 6. Qianfeng is also the disciple of second Hokage anyway, and he naturally understands the strength of this teacher. Counting people like Haydn and Angle as a movie class, then second Hokage is definitely on the same level as Uchiha Itachi and Uzumaki Nagato, possessing strength beyond the ordinary movie class. Even to put it bluntly, Konoha is by no means as simple as a few well-known shadow ranks in later generations. There are shadow ranks in the Uchiha clan, Hyuga clan, and many other ninja clan. But second Hokage can suppress them all. Don't say that Qianfeng can't beat second generation, he can do it. He can still make up his mind to deceive his master and destroy his ancestors, but can he still take away Tsunade's blood? Is this Nima's situation wrong? My path to the beast teacher system has just begun. Qianfeng looked at his proud and independent spear regardless of occasion, a little bit of tears. Although his strength is not weak, he will not be killed by second generation because he has some thoughts about Tsunade, but even if he just dismissed Qianfeng as a teacher, it was enough to make him depressed. If one goes further and his lowly accusation name is publicized, then he can still lie. Am I talking about teaching other female students? Which parent would allow this kind of thing? This murderous look, it's over, this product is absolutely serious. Qianfeng shook his head bitterly. If you think about it, if your 10-year-old girl is targeted by the teacher who taught him, wouldn't she definitely want to kill her and hurry up? Qianfeng is also familiar with so many deeds of predecessors on the internet. Anyway, I have never heard of any parent who even smiled at such a teacher. By my way of teaching. By cute little Tsunade, pure little Hinata, and beautiful little Ino, the teacher will hate him forever. Chen Feng. The murderous voice of second generation sounded, which made Chen Feng's heart sink. It's over. What did you do? Ruined. The Kato clan, Uchiha clan, all those big clans come to me and ask me to punish you. This is something that can't be helped. Chen Feng said silently, and then suddenly reacted. Teacher, what are you talking about? Chen Feng's eyes widened and his face was puzzled. Senju Tobirama raised his eyebrows coldly. You have done a good job yourself, don't you know it yourself? Chen Feng blinked, and things don't seem to be right. He lowered his head silently, looking at the spear still rising proudly and firmly, then looked up at his teacher Senju Tobirama, looking confused. Senju Tobirama naturally noticed it too, frowning even tighter. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. You said that you wouldn't agree if you didn't agree to Kato Denki, why bother to abuse others like this? Originally those big families refused to accept it, and, at this time, you can still think of all the messy things. Senju Tobirama glanced viciously under Chen Feng and said with a cold snort, no matter when, your heart is so big, which woman took you away? He didn't find out that I was right about Tsunade. Instead, he came to me because of Kato Dan. Chen Feng blinked his eyes and lowered his head silently, student, deeply ashamed. That's right, even if it's the second generation with a sea of thoughts, I probably never thought I would be like the cute little loli. If someone else talks about it, maybe he will defend me, my student is not such a shameless person. Chen Feng lowered his head, and his covered eyes showed a sharp glow, with a brazen expression. But the problem is, I am such a shameless person. For the ninjas who spend all day in battle, there are a lot of perverted killing psychology, but what they want to do with loli, this is really nothing. What a waste of resources. I mean innocent. Even from a certain point of view, there may be some peers pursuing Tsunade, and second generation will celebrate it. After all, it has just come out of the Warring States period, and the concept is still very old. Population is a more important resource than anything else. After all, adding some directions is wrong. The gap between the thinking of second generation and the thinking of later generations is not generally large. Although it is estimated that it is really exposed, second generation will still stab it. But, would he think over there? After thinking about this, Chen Feng's waist straightened up. Ahem, sir, although I was a little bit cruel about this matter, I don't regret it. Chen Feng's righteous words, for such a Konoha scum, I have always seen one wipe out one, and I will never tolerate it. If he is not still young, I will kill him. Teacher, those big family representatives should be in your Hokage building, and the Kato clan should also be there. Go. I'm going to confront them. Chen Feng's eyes seemed to burst into flames. Not only does he not reflect on himself, he also framed me. Even a good person like me would not condone them. When second generation saw this, his brows wrinkled, and he didn't know that Chen Feng had seriously considered the possibility of deceiving his ancestors just now. It seems that there is something inside. Yes. Tsunade suddenly raised her little white hand and shouted happily, I want to go too. Second grandpa, teacher, I want to go too. What are you going to do? Stay at home honestly for me. Second generation snorted coldly. Second grandpa. No. Second generation is not someone who can compromise just because Tsunade is so cute. Cough. Chen Feng coughed lightly, bent down, and touched Tsunade's hair, and said gently, Tsunade, the teachers are going to do business, let's do it. Chen Feng said meaningfully, if Tsunade stays here obediently, the teacher will take Tsunade to see the goldfish later, okay. Goldfish. Tsunade looked blank, and then suddenly changed to a smile. Okay, okay. This naivete makes people feel an inexplicable sense of guilt. After all, I won't be merciful next. Chen clenched his fists, his eyes widened, and he roared in his heart. Look at how Laozi will take care of you. Do you know that I almost scared me to confess and be lenient just now? Fortunately, I finally resisted strictness and was not scared by second generation, otherwise. It's hard for me in my life to get the name of the bird beast teacher system. This hatred, Kato, I will remember you for a lifetime. If you don't kill you, I will give you your last name. Chapter 7. In the Hokage building, the family patriarch talked one by one. Now I finally caught the sick foot of Hokage's line. Patriarch Hyoga hummed coldly. Although my Kato clan is lonely, I can't be bullied by a small civilian ninja. Kato Taka, the current patriarch of the Kato clan, said coldly, turning his head to look at the man sitting in the middle, and bowed his head slightly. Thank you, Mr. Shincho, for supporting my Kato clan to take revenge. From then on, my Kato clan is the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Shincho picked up the teacup, waved his hand slightly, and said with a smile, we are all children of the Konoha clan, why should we divide each other? Patriarch Kato is out of sight. I'm more curious about him than this. Uchiha Matsuko looked at a piece of information in his hand, lost in thought. Name, Kyotaki Chenfeng. Age, 20. Grade, Jonin. Task experience, S, 3, A, 18, B, 30, C, 25, D, 41. Instructor, second generation. Teammates, Danzo, Sarutobi. Good at, none. Peculiarities, as a commoner, he developed the A-class ninjutsu Raise-Non on his own, and from the ordinary disciple to the second generation personal disciple, he also developed the strange force fist for the disciple Tsunade. Are you not good at it? Uchiha Maki's eyes narrowed slightly. Developed A-class ninjutsu alone, but turned out to be good at nothing, this guy. Suppressing civilian ninjas this time is a major event for all our family ninjas. All of us must gather together and put our strength together. Everyone has the same goal. Uchiha Shincho said with a smile. If you let me know who is holding us back, haha. Dare not dare. The patriarchs responded one after another, and even Hyoga Kazima just snorted and did not answer. With a creak, the door of the Hokage office was pushed open, and second generation and Chenfeng strode in. Huh, you guys are really leisurely, gathering in my office at this time, is it because the war ahead is so smooth? Second generation snorted coldly. There is no such thing, we are all busy, but this matter is related to the stability and peace of Konoha, so we old guys have to participate too. Uchiha Shincho said with a smile. Chenfeng blinked and said in his heart, it turns out that this smiling tiger came out. In this era that has been largely ignored, not only second generation and Sarutobi Danzo are strong, but there are also many strong people in the big family. Among them, the patriarch Uchiha Zhenxiang who leads the Uchiha clan is greatly remembered by Chenfeng. Characters in the heart. Not for anything else, just because when Uchiha Madara defected, Uchiha Zhenxiang was able to hold everyone in the Uchiha clan and let Uchiha Madara go away alone. This alone was enough to make him be remembered by Chenfeng. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Smiling Tiger, this is his nickname. Although the force is not weak, it is different from those of the Uchiha clan. He uses his scheming well, even if he is as strong as Banya, he will leave alone under his calculation. Common ninjas insult family ninjas happen from time to time. This time the prisoner Kushiki Chenfeng is a habitual offender. I only represent my Uchiha clan, and I hope Master second generation will punish this. Uchiha Shincho's eyes narrowed. Stand up. I hope that adults will oust the ninja school where civilian ninjas and family ninjas are jointly educated. I think that with our family ninjas, other civilian ninjas won't be needed. I, the Kato clan, agree with Masayo-sama's point of view. My Fengkie clan agrees with Master Zhengxiang's point of view. Yes. Those civilian ninjas have used so many resources, but they are still cannon fodder when they are trained. Hyagakazeji snorted coldly. Cannon fodder. Chen-feng smiled instantly. Zi. Lei Feng sounded, and immediately Chen-feng's figure moved, and his figure directly turned into a light and shadow, shooting away at an extremely astonishing speed. Just like a ghost, a few flashes appeared behind Hyagakazima. Hinata Kazuma's body tightened instantly, and just about to move, Chen-feng shot with a shuriken, pressing the nape of Kazuma's neck with lightning speed. I'm cannon fodder, so what are you? Are you ants? Or are you not even ants garbage? Although it was laughter, it was frosty. Lei body flicker technique. Hyagakazima was stunned. So fast. Second generation's eyes condensed, and his heart trembled even more. Such a swift and violent speed, completely surpasses all the instantaneous bodies of more than one level. Sure enough, there is something hidden. This is the reason for the good at nothing. Uchiha Masayoshi's eyes revolved with 3 hooks, because in front of him, he can lead to inexplicable ninjutsu at any time. No one knows what he is good at, so just said good at nothing. But in that shocking flash just now, it seems that his body has also changed. What is this? How did Uchiha Zhenxiang know that after Chen-feng ate the fruit of thunder, he immediately thought of instantaneous? Instantaneous body, to put it plainly, is the instant movement of material replacement. But with the help of matter, how can oneself mean that the matter comes quickly? Even though the time to get the thunder fruit is still short, Chen-feng can still do it by simply integrating the fruit into ninjutsu. Chen-feng swept his eyes indifferently, and then fixed his gaze on Kato Patriarch, Kato Taka. I heard that you came to trouble me. Although it didn't move, it seemed to be an unsheathed sword, and it was abnormally lingering, and the murderous Kato hawk couldn't help but step back. Why is it troublesome? You ruined Kato, the genius of the Kato clan who specialized in studying with you. Uchiha Zhenxiang stood silently in front of Kato Taka, resisting Chen-feng's murderous aura. Yes. Kukyuki Chen-feng, if you don't give me an explanation from the Kato clan, then stop blaming my Kato clan for immortality with you. Kato Taka said grimly. After my grandson Kato came back, he was silly and silly. After I investigated, I found out that you did it. This hatred, the Kato clan will avenge me. Just like you, who dare not even talk to me, want to die forever? Come on, I will accompany you forever. You. Kato yelled boldly, but didn't dare to talk about immortality. A rubbish. You don't even have the guts to take revenge. What kind of ninja? Chen-feng snorted disdainfully, but immediately he was taken aback, and then laughed weirdly. Kato was silly when he went back. Did I say that, if he can still talk, how dare you trash come to trouble me? You guys, do you really know why I almost killed Kato-dan? Chen-feng's eyes flashed a playful smile. Aren't you hating our family ninja because you are a civilian ninja? A group of family patriarchs were surprised and focused their attention on the past. I hate a child and will not vent my anger. Go directly to that Kato hawk. Do you think he can resist me? Chen-feng shook his head in disdain, and hummed. It's not the overpowering kid who dared to run over and ask me to confuse my student Tsunade. What else is because Tsunade is Konoha's most noble and wealthy girl's improper thoughts, otherwise you think I will attack the kid? It is already his honor if I can not kill him. What? The patriarchs were even more shocked, but before they had time to be surprised, they instantly felt a chilling murderous aura. The violent murderous aura filled the surrounding air like a substance, and the strong, pungent, sticky bloody smell, like a sea of corpse mountains and blood, was floating around. Second generation's face was gloomy, like a volcano about to erupt. The surrounding air seems to be solidified and suffocating. Only Chen Feng's eyes revealed a hint of smile. Chapter 8. Who is second generation? Indifferent, insidious, and murderous. For him, the only two weaknesses are Konoha, created by his brother Hashirama, and Tsunade, the orthodox heir of the Senju clan. He hopes that the Senju clan will continue to multiply and the Senju clan will grow. Tsunade is his hope. So if someone wants to continue Tsunade's position, eating soft rice, maybe even secretly doing something. Teacher, what would he do? Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking viciously. Speaking of murderousness alone, second generation, which has no kind heart, is not comparable to Senju Hashirama. Second generation's arms held up two fingers and raised his head slightly, murderously, boiling like ocean raging waves, rolling and rushing, forming an invisible aura. What exactly is going on? This is a precursor to ninjutsu. Chen Feng smiled slightly. He is now the only person on this occasion who is not subject to the murderous coercion of second generation and is stiff. It's nothing, it's just an old-fashioned and vulgar little white face. Chen Feng said softly, but there was a deep malice in it. After all, there will always be too much pressure on the declining family, and the elders will waste it. The pressure is on Junior. And what those juniors do under these pressures is not unimaginable. Chen Feng smiled, laughing so swiftly, but the hearts of the patriarchs around the big family suddenly sank. He is trying to kill the Kato clan. As a professional teacher, I just protect my students. It's no big deal. If Chen Feng has Kagami, he will push the prestige heavier, but even if there is no such prestige, he will directly scare him. Kato Taka almost cried. This is the granddaughter of second generation. Konoha's most noble blood. The princess of the country of fire. A small, declining family, dare to be greedy for existence like this? Kato Taka's face was like white powder, and he collapsed to the ground with a click, his eyes twitched and his body twitched. How could it, I didn't know it at all. Uchiha Zhengxiang's heart sank to the bottom of the sea. This Kato clan, it's really not enough to fail. I don't know who I am, so I dare to do such a thing. But the Kato clan just promised to take the Uchiha clan's horse as the leader. If I abandon him, my majesty will be, read. More at hotentillnovel.xyz. Takaka Kato seemed to have thought of this suddenly, and he crawled over and hugged Uchiha's legs directly, and said with tears, Misho-sama, please save the Kato clan anyway. We just vassalized. Uchiha clan, you can't abandon us. If it is a troubled time, the vassal can completely abandon anything in exchange for their own interests, but at this time, as a village, power skills are sometimes more important than strength. Uchiha Shinsho also understood this, so he forced Uchiha Madara away and dared to resist in front of second generation. Because he knew that even if it was Hokage, he didn't have the right to kill a high-level person until there were no clear questions. I used these tactics to get my current position. This is the real way. Uchiha Madara. Senju Tobirama. What if you are better than me? I will always be the final winner. Uchiha Shinsho secretly said to himself in his heart, and stepped forward. Although his face was sinking, he still blocked the murderous aura of second generation. Master second generation, I think this matter is just a child's game. Although Kato Ten has a lot of gaffes, he has already been punished after all. Why don't you just let it go? Zhenxiang pretended to be relaxed. A kid, I'm not in the mood to trouble them, but don't forget what you are doing today. The second generation's voice was extremely cold, and it was also extremely cold, and the murderous intent became more and more intense, and the surrounding air seemed to be solidified and suffocating. Zhenxiang couldn't help leaving a trace of sweat on his forehead, and swallowed. This time it was our gaff. Without much investigation. There are so many high-level officials in Konoha village who are acting indiscriminately without investigation. It seems that Konoha's high-level managers are a little bit uneven. Chenfeng said as if nothing had happened. Second Hokage's eyes lit up and immediately replied, yes. It seems that the high-level quality of my Konoha village really needs to be improved, maybe it should be streamlined. Master second generation. Please think twice. The patriarch of the big family couldn't sit still, and the streamlining of the senior management obviously wanted to remove some of them. When their rights and interests were threatened, they instantly saw Kato Taka and Uchiha's faces changed. It was a hostile look. Uchiha Shincho's face changed, and finally he made a decision, as if he had eaten his stool. I also think that Patriarch Kato has done a little too much in this matter. Misho-sama. Kato Taka looked desperately at Uchiha's face. Shincho ignored Kato Taka's words, instead flipping his sleeves. Kato Taka, who was holding Shincho's thighs tightly, was suddenly swept away. We are all confused by Patriarch Kato in this matter. I strongly suggest that Patriarch Kato be deprived of his position as a high-level elder. Agree. Agree. Suddenly, Taka Kato seemed to have become a loss for many arrows. Almost every patriarch of the family wanted to step on it, as if this way could prove that he had a relationship with this poor vocabulary. It's over. At this moment, Kato Taka was completely desperate, even more desperate than before. If it's the second generation, even if you hate the Kato clan, you will save some face. After all, Hokage's identity is here, but if it is Konoha, the high-level people, the Hokage line and the big family line all want to go downhill, then Konoha, can that family resist? All Konoha's clan will be hostile to the Kato clan, no one will help them, they will only fall into trouble, and even hate them. Where does the Kato clan have a future? For an instant, he seemed to be 30 years old, turning into a twilight year, collapsed to the ground, his face was full of sluggishness, and he suddenly smiled. A foolish smile, a foolish smile. He was hit to the ground by such despair, and the crime of the family's destruction was crushed on him, completely crushing him. He's crazy. The patriarchs around him suddenly felt a hint of coldness on their bodies. Looking at Chenfeng with a smile on his face, there was no change in Chenfeng, and his heart felt cold. Such a sunny young man has driven crazy a family of the strongest genius, a big family patriarch, and a high-level Konoha in just 2 days. A mad genius is only a threat. What about the mad patriarch? Just 2 sentences. Chapter 9. The Kato clan is over. This has become recognized by all Konoha families. No family can survive the hostility of all other families, especially the Kato family is not yet the top family of Konoha. Although the Kato clan will not decline soon in terms of treatment, after all, the second generation and others still have some face, but the various difficulties will also completely defeat the Kato clan. All Konoha families, all ninjas, from all directions, endless difficulties will accompany the Kato clan for life. The culprit responsible for the fall of the Kato clan, Chenfeng, who made all the clan heads frustrated, only taught Tsunade in Konoha Hokage Rock. Hurry up! Hurry up! Teacher, teacher! Quick, harder! Teacher, I can't do it, ah! Panting for a while, arousing imagination again and again. But don't get me wrong, this is just normal training mountain climbing. Teacher, I can't do it anymore, I'm too tired, and my fingers are swollen. Tsunade's eyes were teary, panting, the beauty's sweat kept falling, and the cute face revealed incomparably alluring. Please, let me take a break. Even pinch the time. Tsunade's translucent skin was covered with a seductive red light under the intense exercise, a kind of fascination, flowing from her eyebrows, her eyes, and her fingertips that were as graceful as orchids. The boundless flattery, the affectionate style, and the soft tone, made people shake their hearts. Qianfeng didn't feel his heart swayed. I don't know how lowly-year-old Tsunade has such a flattery. It really deserves to be systematically evaluated for S-level appearance potential. No. As a Senju family, you have the inheritance of Senju's physique. It would be too wasteful to not use this. Qianfeng still shook his head. To do this, you also use strange power at this age. The basis of boxing. Keep climbing. Qianfeng's feet stepped on the Hokage rock vertically, while Tsunade was right under Qianfeng's body, sweating through his clothes, revealing his tender shoulders and tender skin. It's because of this beautiful scenery that people can't stop. Qianfeng didn't change his face, but he kept shouting in his heart, read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. The top-down line of sight completely takes this glamorous attitude into the eyes, and the sweaty Tsunade highlights the incomparably alluring, delicate round buttocks, from a distance, stretches upwards from the tight jade legs. It evoked a seductive curve, white and dazzling. It's so addictive. BD teacher. Tsunade gritted his teeth and cursed, but in the end he exhausted his strength obediently, gritted his teeth, and climbed up abruptly. Oh, mathematical intersection symbol, oh, come on climbing. Tsunade is also from the Senju clan, and her physical fitness crushes her peers. Whenever the mountains and rivers are almost exhausted, there will always be an inexplicable force in her body to support her to move forward. Qianfeng is not just watching the beautiful scenery, he encourages and inspires from time to time, and then uses strange power fists to seduce him. After 3 or 5 times, Tsunade climbed the Hokage rock. Even though he just climbed up, he just lay down and died. She was weak, the blue silk was messy, the star eyes were half closed, the jade teeth were clenched, and there was a breathless breath. BD, teacher, don't let me have a chance. Tsunade's jade teeth shattered, his eyes fixed on Qianfeng's harmless face, and the corners of his mouth kept muttering. Don't worry, you won't have a chance. Qianfeng didn't even listen, knowing what Tsunade was thinking in his heart, and answered casually. But looking at Tsunade's look like let me train again, I'll die for you to see, Qianfeng couldn't help but touch his chin, rolled his eyes, and smiled. Let's do it, you seem to have any opinion on me. Qianfeng smiled, smiling very happily, if you can continue training, I will let you punch, okay. Whether it's weird power punch or whatever, it's up to you. Qianfeng opened his arms and looked calm. Really? Tsunade's eyes suddenly lit up, like 2 large light bulbs of hundreds of watts, causing Qianfeng to sweat. Although I know that Tsunade has never lacked a sense of struggle, but this way. Am I so awkward? Isn't it just looking at the beauty? How did he know that although he was looking at the beautiful scenery, Tsunade didn't think so? From top to bottom, a strange look, lowly still doesn't know the squinting gaze, no matter how you look at it, it looks like a gloat. How can this hatred be tolerated? My eldest Tsunade, how can you let you watch like a clown? Although the look is different, from a certain angle, it is still magically similar. Don't worry, I will give you a chance. During your time under my door, I will always give you a chance to fight with me. Qianfeng smiled, but said in his heart. Of course, I will definitely give you a chance to fight me in bed, although you must be the one to be conquered. Really? Tsunade's eyes lit up. That's natural. The teacher keeps his promises and will never lie to beautiful girls. With the support of that arrogant nature, Tsunade surpassed the limit of physical strength and stood up abruptly, staring at Qianfeng's words fiercely. Teacher, what else do you do next? Yes. Qianfeng lowered his chin with his fingers. Let's play a game first. I will teach you how to use strength during the game. You fight in person. Of course. Qianfeng looked as he should, but said so in his heart. If I don't fight with my own hands, how can I have time to oil it? After watching for so long, I also want to feel the touch of this delicate body with my hands. Chapter 10. In order to learn Wei Laquan, physical quality is indispensable. Chen Feng said frankly. The essence of strange power is the explosion of chakra, which promotes a surge of power, but it is unbearable without an excellent body. Before that fine control, the physique must be up to standard. Tsunade gasped slightly, in other words, am I finally qualified now? Chen Feng nodded slightly, the body of the Senju family is a little better than I thought. Originally, I was planning to spend half a month to train your body. Well, it also took half a month to appreciate the scenery. But like Chen Feng said, the quality of the Senju family exceeded his expectations, and the temptation of Tsunade also exceeded his expectations. Maintaining this full-fledged posture all the time, he can't guarantee that he will not help eating Tsunade, but it is estimated that the reward will be absolutely hard. The current Tsunade is not a star or a half worse than the strongest Tsunade in the future. Anyway, Tsunade has also reached the next step, so just go to the next step. However, in my calculations, there should be a little distance. If Tsunade had this level before, Jiraiya would have been far away from the world. I don't know how to think, so I just give up. Chen Feng didn't know that if you follow the previous Tsunade, it is naturally exactly what Chen Feng calculated, but when Tsunade is also included in the teacher system, it is different. In the words of the game, Tsunade has gained 100% experience through the training of mentoring and apprenticeship with Chen Feng. Okay, teacher, what's the next step? Tsunade said impatiently, if you talk about fighting with the teacher, don't blame me for rejecting it. I don't want to be beaten. Don't worry, even if you don't say anything, how can I fight you with all my strength? Chen Feng said with a smile on his face. Chen Feng pointed to a red paint bucket. See there. Oil paint. Tsunade felt a little strange. Well, next is fighting training. What is the direct relationship between combat training and oil paint? Tsunade's face was confused, softly and tactfully, with a cute look. Chen Feng's head suddenly lowered, and the corners of his mouth lightly provoked a trace of lust to prevent Tsunade from seeing incomparable things in his eyes. If you can't escape, you won't be able to wear this suit. Hey. You have to be more careful, I won't be merciful. Yep. Under Tsunade's surprised gaze, Chen Feng stretched his hand into the oil barrel. When he raised it again, the bright red oil was already on his hand, and he kept ticking. This is my mark. Read. More at hotentillnovel.xyz. Yep. Tsunade suddenly felt a terrible cold, as if he had come to the freezing North Pole suddenly without a strand, and his body shivered subconsciously, as if there was a life crisis. You have to stay away. Chen Feng chuckled, and when he moved his body, he swept out like a cheetah, like an arrow of lightning. The body shape is mixed with the sound of the wind, like a meteor falling to the ground, with a fluttering phantom. Snapped. Yep. Humph. One is the sound of beating and flapping. There was Tsunade's puzzled surprise. There was also a soft snort, which was complacency, and complacency mixed with conspiracy success. On Tsunade's buttocks, a bright red palm print appeared. What? The little girl suddenly jumped away, her little hand covered her hip, her face flushed, her beautiful eyes were shy, she stomped her feet bitterly, and shouted in shame, Teacher! What are you doing? Ahem, this is our training method at this stage. Chen Feng gave a light cough and said with an upright gentleman's expression, using this method to count the number of times you were hit by me, it is also considered that Konoha has a long history. I was trained in this way by second generation. Of course, at that time, second generation used colored wooden shurikens and trained in shuriken skills, counting the number of times that they were stabbed by the enemy. Instead of use your hands to grease the oil. But, Little Tsunade had been but for a long time, his face was ashamed, and his jade cheeks were dizzy, but after all he didn't have the embarrassment to say, "Teacher, why are you slapping my a?" But Tsunade koi does not mean Chenfeng koi. Snapped. There was another beating sound. What? The exclamation was completely embarrassing. Tsunade, do you still have time to ride like this? The enemy on the battlefield won't give you time to prepare. No. Teacher, wait. Snapped. What? Tsunade was embarrassed and embarrassed. There were already 3 fingerprints on her little butt that did not overlap at all. The extremely dazzling red reminded her of what she had experienced almost all the time. You still watch my movements seriously, and then use chakra to stimulate your body to move your body to avoid my attack. This is not a question of attack, this is. Tsunade waved his hand again and again, his blushing face eagerly said. Snapped. No. Teacher. You stop for a while and listen to me. Tsunade's blushing face seemed to drip, and 2 small hands hurriedly covered his hips. Snapped. This is to train your chakra's reaction ability, to create a considerable amount of chakra in an instant, and then use that part of the chakra to accurately control your body's movement. Come and come. Hurry up and watch my movements. If you don't react anymore, I just shot it. Do not. Snapped. 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 Today, everyone sees our little Princess Konoha wearing a bright red ninja suit, and matching bright red shorts, plus a face full of shame no less than the bright red clothes, like he ran back home like a gallop. On top of the Hokage rock, Chenfeng held up his hands covered with bright red faces like Tsunade's small faces, so as to carry a kind of yearning for martyrs. It's great to be a teacher. Chapter 11. Tsunade's training has started for a week, and Chenfeng almost completely indulged. Think about it, too, with such a beautiful and delicious loli, and knowing that she will definitely be more beautiful in the future, how attractive is this nurturing game? And Tsunade is no ordinary person, she herself is a descendant of the founder of Konoha, the princess of the country of fire, with a noble and scary status. Playing with, no, I mean training. Train this kind of girl, looking at her jade cheeks with a dizzy, shy, and angry expression, her body twisted, and she always wanted to escape the harassment of a certain animal. There is simply no more attractive game than this one. Isn't the so-called cultivation just to see this kind of thing? Every course here is full of Chenfeng's deep love. Well, I'm talking about teaching. Just after molesting Tsunade, Chenfeng walked leisurely towards his home with a contented smile on his face, secretly planning. Well, according to the current situation, this molesting, the training course for Tsunade should almost start the next step. The next step is to let her close her eyes and release chakra with the force of my touch. Or should I feel chakra, who is able to explode her clothes in one breath in the name of training chakra's explosiveness? Chenfeng walked over step by step. It's really tangled. This is really a beautiful question. Suddenly, Chenfeng's footsteps paused slightly, and his eyes blinked and stopped. Danzo, what are you going to play? Chenfeng sighed and said, Come out, I don't want to play any attack trick with you. As soon as Chenfeng's voice fell, a man in a dark black ninja costume walked out at the dark corner of the next room. Danzo's expression was cold and sharp. It didn't look old and weak in the future. Instead, the scar on his chin looked like a sword-like edge. Chenfeng, fight with me. Danzo took a deep breath and said very solemnly. Huh. Chenfeng was taken aback, and then waved his hand indifferently. I thought it was second generation who came to me for something, but it turned out to be your own problem. Fighting? Go to Sarutobi for this kind of boring thing. You two are the most suitable people to love and kill each other. Don't mix in me who never get involved. Danzo was black as ink and his eyes were like morning stars. At this time, his sword eyebrows wrinkled lightly, showing incomparable heroism. I want to fight you. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight, like a raging flame, and the heat was pressing. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Chen Feng blinked his eyes. You didn't take the wrong medicine, did you? This passionate character is not your creation. Say, did you take the wrong medicine today, or did you not take the medicine today? I want to fight with you. Danzo's eyes were even more flamed, and he took a step forward and shouted, I want to know how strong you are. If you don't agree, I will ask a teacher to run for the post of Tsunade's teacher. Chen Feng frowned, and his words were frosty. Are you serious? Of course. Then you should know the consequences of annoying me. Chen Feng's voice was filled with lingering coldness. The position of Tsunade's teacher can be said to be Chen Feng's inverse scale, touching it is death. Without a teacher seat in Tsunade, the system cannot be turned on, and may even be turned off. Without blood, no blood inheritance, relying on a simple familiar plot, it cannot be said that Chen Feng is annihilated by ordinary people, but it is definitely a detour. Although Chen Feng is confident that he can play a world on his own, just like he is still at the first level with Sarutobi and Danzo without a system. But who would continue walking when he knew he was taking a detour? What's more, Tsunade is Chen Feng's default person, who would dare to grab it? You have to die? Danzo, you are not a child, you are responsible for the choices you make. The sound was utterly cold, like a sharp knife placed on Danzo's neck. Danzo couldn't help but swallowed, but insisted, if you don't agree, I will go to Master Naruto. It looks like you have made up your mind. Yep. Well, it's just early in the hour, let's go, Konoha third exercise site, I'll wait for you. After all, Chen Feng walked away in stride without looking back. Danzo seemed to have just walked back from the Dead Mountain and Blood Sea, panting heavily, staring at Chen Feng in shock, his fingers trembling involuntarily. Sure enough, just like when you first entered the Hokage Sama disciple, when you were laughed at by older children as children without relatives and home, you looked the same as at that time. Like the eyes of a ferocious wolf. As a result, you had 3 broken ribs, your head was smashed, and your abdomen was full of blood. And the older person. I can't be a ninja anymore. Soon I went on a hunger strike and committed myself to bed. Chen Feng, with his status as a civilian ninja, can stand in the ranks of second Hokage disciple, relying on this fierce life and death. Danzo didn't even feel it, his palms were full of sweat, and the beads of sweat on his forehead were dripping down one by one without even noticing it, just murmured in his mouth. Perhaps, I am afraid too. But no matter what, I have to recognize your strength. I, Danzo, will never lose to others. Whether it's Sarutobi or you. Danzo gritted his teeth and followed Chen Feng, who was drifting away. Chapter 12. The Konoha exercise field is still so bleak, the setting sun is setting, and the surrounding area is sparsely populated. And a young man with a straight body stood proudly among them. Are you here? Are you ready? Chen Feng said coldly. There is no politeness, the usual hippie smiling Chen Feng is really angry. Danzo's heart sank, and his wrists became slightly stiff. He shook it twice, feeling the stiffness of his body faded, then raised his head again, and solemnly said, okay. As soon as the voice fell, a burst of lightning and thunder gathered at Chen Feng's feet. The huge electric current turns dusk into daylight, even brighter than daylight. Danzo's shadow flickered one after another by the dazzling flash. What a strong current! What a strong thunder! Danzo couldn't suppress the shock in his heart and exclaimed. Danzo, don't say that I won't give you a chance. Chen Feng's face flickered under the dazzling white light. If you go back now, I think we have been in friendship for so long. Leave me alone. Danzo's eyes were suppressed by Chen Feng's momentum, and even with a trace of uncontrollable anger. No. I spared your life. Zizi. The violent electric current kept on, but Chen Feng's body disappeared in Danzou's eyes. Lei Shun. Body flicker technique is simple to say, but how many people dare to use it casually? The time required for the display, the fleeting opportunity to use, the enemy's foresight. No one can use body flicker technique in actual combat. Except Chen Feng. Don't underestimate me. Danzou roared, his tight body turned around abruptly, his hands like a chain of Hongjiang, crossed in front of him. As soon as Danzou turned around, Chen Feng's figure instantly appeared in front of Danzou, with a whistle caused by the rapid speed, and a figure that had already looked fuzzy. I didn't come here to challenge you casually. Danzou yelled, as if to vent some of the feelings in his heart, what was suppressed. You were in the Hokage office that day, and I was already familiar with that too-fast instant. I have also relied on it a long time ago and took precautions. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. No matter how fast you are, if I spread my chakra 10 meters around me, I can definitely spot you in advance. During the roar, he also explained Danzou's approach, not fighting unscrupulous battles, this is also Danzou's pride. So that's the case, you also put some effort into it. Suddenly, Chen Feng's extremely flat voice came, but the proud Danzou shook suddenly. But, even if you use more calculations, these are actually useless. The plain words made Danzou, who thought he had achieved the result, suddenly felt a bit of a bad feeling. It's useless. Even if you use the weird power you had after the battle with Sarutobi, it's absolutely impossible to hit me simply. Danzou's eyes seemed to burst out from raging flames, and he shouted. Neither you nor Sarutobi, I will not lose. And Chen Feng, who responded indifferently, said. No, you are done. He jumped high, his heels slammed up, and then fell swiftly like a star. Tian Xiao feed. Boom. He stepped down and stepped directly on the ground with Danzou, and under the tremendous force, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. With the place where Chen Feng settled as the center, the whole earth was directly sunken, forming a deep pit. Puff. Danzou spouted blood, and his shoulder blade was completely kicked off by this foot. Near Chen Feng's foot, a circle of rotten meat was even formed. Destroyed instantly like dead branches and leaves. Don't you think that the ability that can be developed by me is that you can improve chakra a little bit, and the vassal can resist it on the arm? Chen Feng shook his head disdainfully. Although the principle I said on the spot is correct, if you think that you can contend with me in such a simple way, you are despising me. The principle of strange power is really simple, but this simple principle is the method used by the Tsunade of the Shadow Master to attack. With strange power, Tsunade made Orochimaru and Jiraiya afraid to take her even a punch. It is estimated that you want to use chakra to increase your defense. Although the principle is the same, how do you know that when the strange power is used, the chakra is densely distributed, the chakra of that meridian is sparsely distributed, where there are more chakras, where weird power is the ultimate physical skill of medical ninjutsu. The control of each meridian, and how to control the system that can burst the strongest force, is the true face of the strange force. So Orochimaru and Jiraiya can't learn it, only Tsunade and Sakura can learn it. Danzou, I'll give you one last chance. Chen Feng's words were cold as 10,000 years Xianbing. Within 20 words, if you don't say a decent reason, then let me die here completely. Chen Feng has moved to kill. No one can threaten his island and be safe, no one. The bones were kicked and the muscles were trampled into scum, but Danzou still gritted his teeth, his eyes were splitting, and his teeth were gritted before squeezing these words out of his teeth. The teacher decided to establish the minister, choose from you, me, and Sarutobi. Minister Chen Feng frowned. Chapter 13. Full name Assassination Tactical Special Unit. It is similar to the current Special Army Department. The members of are excellent ninjas selected from the village. They are mainly responsible for protecting shadows and preventing foreign enemies from invading the ninja village. Sometimes they are also responsible for tasks such as enemy detection and assassination. The nature of the tasks is average, extremely bad or boring. If according to the ordinary army, the special forces belong to a department with strong strength but relatively insufficient weight, after all, there are only a few people. But for Konoha village, which is supreme in strength, Umbu is an absolute authority. Everyone who enters Umbu is an elite, and at the same time, Umbu can also intervene in various things in and outside the village. It can be said that Umbu is the most powerful department in the village. In the future, Danzo relied on a part of Umbu's organization roots became the right holder second only to Naruto, which shows the power of Umbu. Chenfeng, I want to appoint you as Minister Umbu. In Hokage's office, second Hokage said in a deep voice. After kicking Danzo, Chenfeng casually ignored Danzo and found second generation's office. Minister Umbu? I just want to be a teacher, but I don't want to do too much. Chenfeng drew his ears. He let Danzo come here because he didn't want to be Minister Umbu. Minister Umbu? What kind of? My classmate plays the whole Umbu like a play, I hit the whole Umbu like a big pillar, and even if I am myself, after I make Tsunade a success, the whole Umbu will be like a play. Umbu can be said to be the strongest collective, but Chenfeng thinks about personal strength. Even if I am not Umbu, if I am the strongest Konoha, like second generation first generation, they dare to find me if it is difficult. And I am very short on time. Chenfeng's time is really tight, his own training, Tsunade's training, and the training of other female students in the future. Why bother about Umbu's bird things that have nothing to do with you? Teacher, I really don't want to care about Umbu, and if you think about it, I still have to teach Tsunade. How can I care about Umbu anytime? I think Danzo is very good, why don't you let him do Umbu, he is sure I will be grateful to agree. Chenfeng looked disgusted and directly pushed this job to Danzo, who had just been beaten up by him. The corner of second generation's mouth twitched, suppressing his anger and said, Don't think I don't know. You can't take care of Danzo because you just beaten Danzo. What are you doing Umbu? Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Ah, you know it, really, like a voyeur, I don't know if you perceive so much, is it to peek at the happy life of other couples? What did you just say? I didn't hear it a little bit. Second generation frowned and said solemnly. I said that the great second generation has a torch, foresight, and unique insight. Chenfeng suddenly changed his words shamelessly. Stop this one. Second generation was a little bit dumbfounded, are you doing it? Don't do it. I have to teach Tsunade strange powers, and some medical ninjutsu and medical ninja combat bands that I developed specifically for Tsunade. Chenfeng shook his head without hesitation, with a very determined attitude. Speaking of your teaching, I seem to have heard something. Suddenly, second generation placed his hands in front of him, his eyes seemingly bright. Tsunade seems to be assaulted, and some of my Konoha teachers seem to have some unskilled styles. Regarding this matter, I would like to ask you to talk about it and explain it. If you refuse to say it, I'd better let Minister Umbu investigate it carefully. FK. Chenfeng's eyes widened, as if he had seen second generation for the first time. Teacher, shouldn't your style be the kind of person who cuts through the wind with a sharp knife? When did you start playing threats? Second generation didn't seem to hear it, but said leisurely. If Mr. Umbu observes anything, don't blame me for mobilizing personnel. After all, Konoha is still in the war, and many places need manpower. Of course, I am not a strict boss. If the new Minister Umbu can complete his work, I am not willing to intervene in his teaching. After all, everyone has their own teaching philosophy. So, second generation suddenly narrowed his eyes, Kukuki Chenfeng, would you like to become Konoha's new Umbu minister, and give Konoha a glow? Chanfeng is a little dumbfounded. What the hell is this posture? I do. This sentence Chanfeng was talking about gnashing his teeth creaking. Very good. Second generation smiled. Remember, at 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, the entry review of Umbu's newcomers still needs the minister's review. Yes. Chanfeng didn't know how he got out. Anyway, he bitterly inside he slashed second generation to the left and right to cut the DK directly in the middle. Wait. Chanfeng blinked his eyes and muttered to himself. Second generation already knows that I put Tsunade, but now let me continue to teach her, that is to say. Tsunade, who was taking a bath in the Senju mansion, suddenly felt a chill. The body that was slapped by Chanfeng on her body today was numb and itchy, and she couldn't help but tremble twice. Okay. Start a new course tomorrow. To train Tsunade's endurance, I think I should learn the skills of naked combat. Oh no, at the beginning this level is a bit too much, Tsunade may not be able to accept it, then. Is it the bikini 3-point style, or the campus swimsuit is dead water, or just hit the world in one piece? Chapter 14. Today's Tsunade is exceptionally pitiful. Chanfeng can be regarded as getting the acquiescence of second generation this time, and simply goes further, stricter, and more. Then, when Tsunade returned to the Senju mansion in the afternoon, even second generation almost couldn't help but go to Chanfeng to settle the account. The pitiful little face twitched, which made people feel distressed. His hands tightly guarded his chest, which has almost become a subconscious defense. It is obvious that Chanfeng almost broke Tsunade with oil. Hey, this hasn't started to play with all my heart. Well, education Tsunade, it is terrible to be broken like this. Chanfeng shook his head jokingly, the look of open eyebrows and smile completely explained his mood. But for the sake of playing with the cute little loli as he pleases, let's do a little bit more about Umbu this time. Chanfeng nodded his head and walked into a remote door of Konoha with a stride. He lowered his eyes slightly, glanced from the left to the right, and said in his heart, 1, 2, 3, the guards did a good job. The 4 Jonin as guards are even slightly taller. Chanfeng confirmed the guard, and pushed the door casually, and the sight of more than 100 people shot over, murderous. If it is an ordinary guy, it is not surprising to be scared to pee. 12 Jonin, 100 Chinin, and 15 Genin. The number is not bad. It seems that second generation is really planning to form Umbu with all its strength. Chanfeng just nodded, and walked in front of everyone with great fanfare. This is only a ninja with more than 100 people. The weight is not high from the perspective of the army, but what about the perspective of the elite? 12 Jonin, 100 Chinin, and 15 Genin. This force is enough to change part of the battle. It is not an easy day at this time. Although the fiercest battle situation of the war has not yet begun, the war is still going on. It can be said that second generation has done its best to extract these talents. Besides, this is only the first batch, and subsequent talents will continue to join. Suddenly, Chanfeng's footsteps paused. Well? This is not Danzo? What are you doing here? If I remember correctly, you should just get out of my hands and heal your injuries. Chanfeng raised his eyes and said disdainfully, I don't have a special one here. A place for waste, especially half-waist waist. Get out, the door is on the left, walk slowly and don't send it. Chanfeng waved his hand, as if blasting a fly. Danzo was cut half of his body by Chanfeng at this time, his arms were covered with bandages, and the same was true on his body. If you don't look at the eyes that are countless times sharper than in the future, this look really looks like a transplant of first-generation cells. Danzo. His old face was flushed red, red of anger and humiliation, and it seemed normal when people watched. But like a crazy bison, Danzo finally endured it. I'm here to apply for Umbu. Danzo gritted his teeth, jumping out word by word. Oh? Can you apply for UMBU? Chenfeng didn't care, lowered his head, and got a manicure. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. Yes. Gritted his teeth louder. Well, let's talk early. Danzo's old face finally calmed down, and he took a few breaths and said in his heart, well, as expected, you let me pass, but this will be your biggest mistake. Wait. When you make a mistake, I will definitely snatch UMBU from you. He secretly sternly said, as if swearing. I want you and Sarutobi to know that I, Danzo, is also a strong one who will not lose to you. No. I am a strong one over you. However, his determination did not take long before he was interrupted by Chenfeng. I don't think you are suitable to be UMBU, so the door is on the left. Walk slowly. You. Danzo almost didn't catch his breath, almost suffocating there. What do you mean? That's what I mean in my words. Chenfeng finally raised his head and glanced at Danzo blankly. You are unqualified, and I was eliminated. When did you test me? Why do you eliminate me? Well, how do you say? Chenfeng lay on the table lazily, thinking seriously for a long time before suddenly raising his head. You look so ugly, it's earth-shattering, terrifying, and thrilling. It really doesn't fit our UMBU secretive style, so you were eliminated. Danzo's face was suddenly wonderful. If he could have knowledge of later generations, suddenly there was only one sentence that could describe his current mood. My special code is really terrible. Ha 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 ha. The ninjas around couldn't help laughing directly, clutching their stomachs, patting their belly, unscrupulously. The presumptuous laughter was deafening, and Danzo wanted to find a hole in this laughter, wishing to cover everyone's mouths. But how is it possible? How many weak ones can be assessed by UMBU? Danzo's face was white and red, his fists clenched, his nails pierced his palms, then stretched out, and clenched again. Give me a chance to be evaluated. I won't fail. Danzo gritted his teeth, endured the humiliation abruptly, and pleaded in a groan. This is no less than kneeling pleading for the proud Danzo. Chenfeng's eyes narrowed. It seems that he is desperate to enter UMBU this time. It's so competitive, it's really Danzo's style. But that's fine, let him work under my hands, that's even more interesting. Well, since you are so persistent, I'll give you a chance. Chenfeng said casually, and then patted a lot of test papers that he didn't know when he put it on the table. I treat all of you equally and give you a fair chance to take the exam. The following papers, everyone will get one, and according to your pen answer, those who are less than 40 points will give me the FK. Let's get the papers below. People who can be assessed by UMBU are naturally superior in quality. Whether in theory or actual combat, they are second to none. After getting the test papers one by one, under Chenfeng's order to start, everyone began to look at the questions, and then they suddenly had the same idea as Danzo just now. This Nima is really bad. Chapter 15. In Chenfeng's eyes, unless you fight against the sky and become an elite jonin, a shadow master, in UMBU, an exquisite heart is even more important. Think about it, how many UMBU is treated as a dish by various protagonists, like a fly, and then slapped to death like a fly. Although it's your task to kill the protagonist, don't you think it's okay to be head-on? As a standard villain, you don't even have the basic IQ of a villain, you deserve to be hanged. So the exam papers that UMBU enters the department to review are like this. The first question, there is a girl who was threatened by Konoha UMBU. She slept alone at night, and only one hostile ninja accompanied her. In the middle of the night, she suddenly heard the sound of dripping from the ceiling. In order not to be afraid, she reached out to the bed and let the enemy ninja touch her hand, and then she fell asleep again. Early the next morning, the girl saw the body of the hostile ninja hanging from the ceiling. According to the autopsy, he was killed in the middle of the night, but wasn't the hostile ninja still there? May I ask what's going on? Second question, there are 3 mothers and daughters. The mother died. The 2 sisters went to the funeral. At the funeral, my sister met a very handsome Konoha Umbu and fell in love with him at first sight. But after the funeral, Konoha Umbu disappeared, and my sister couldn't find him no matter how she looked for it. 1 month later, my sister killed her sister and asked why. The third question, the prince took the princess out of a castle. When he reached the exit, Konoha Umbu's people appeared and said, white is opposed to the black symbolized by Umbu, so the princess in the white dress cannot pass and must die here. The person talking about Umbu took out a dagger. The prince died and the princess escaped. Why? There are 10 similar question types, each of which is 10. Damn. What the hell is this? Almost at the moment when they saw these problems, even the well-trained elites cried and wailed, and a feeling of dying dog filled the whole body. Quiet. Chen Feng yelled coldly, an invisible murderous aura filled it, and the surrounding air instantly solidified. If you can't answer these questions right now, let me go. Chen Feng stood up suddenly, slapped his palm on the table, deafening. I'm not strong, don't want to use my brain? You want to die, don't drag down the reputation of Lao Tzu who chose you in Umbu. Chen Feng's eagle looked around, the cold light was dazzling, and he exuded a murderous aura of coldness and brutality. He has no idea how many people have drunk the blood of murderous intentions. All Umbu candidates trembled, and their hearts were even more depressed. Even some genin who was specially selected to train as potential talents were unavoidably trembled. Of course, there are also elites among the Umbu candidates. Although Chen Feng's murderous aura is strong, for the elite jonin, although it is uncomfortable, it does not make him afraid. Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. Several people are trying to get up. Obviously, they listened to Chen Feng's words not strong and wanted to refute. Among them are an elite jonin, 3 jonin, and a chinin who does not know the height of the sky. However, Chen Feng was one step ahead and said something like this. Of course, if you think you are superior, you can also choose another exam. What exam? The bold chinin said with a grin. Chen Feng's eyes inevitably fell on him, and there was no wave of sound in his voice. You are Inyazuka Ming from the Inyazuka clan. Yes, I. Inyazuka Ming was happy when he heard the words, thinking that his reputation had reached Chen Feng's ears. Sure enough, I am a unique genius. He was secretly happy, and just wanted to pull closer, but was interrupted by Chen Feng's merciless cold voice. I know, the trash among the Inyazuka clan. Chen Feng's voice was extremely cold. I can't even see my own situation. What use do you want such a ninja? Suddenly, Chen Feng gave a long roar, and a vigorous aura rose to the sky, and a fierce murderous aura was exuded. The palm of the hand crit in the air, and a thunderous chakra exploded in the air with a thunderbolt, dozens of steps apart. Harika, bombarded Inyazuka Ming. The current was so violent, Chen Feng suddenly violent, and even the elite jonin who was close at hand had no time to stop him. Rumble. The thunder and lightning flickered like a doomsday storm. Inyazuka Ming's body was instantly penetrated by lightning, sizzling, and crashing to the ground, with an unpleasant smell of meat exuding in the air. He didn't hesitate to kill people. Almost every examinee felt cold from the bottom of his heart, a trace of cold sweat climbed onto their foreheads, and their hearts throbbed. Even Danzo felt piercingly cold. Because at this time Chen Feng can kill an Inyazuka tribe without hesitation, and he can also kill him. Remember to report to Master Naruto later. Chen Feng chuckled, not knowing who he was talking to, or to everyone. Maki Inyazuka died on the spot because he couldn't overcome the too strict test. After saying these words that shocked all the candidates, Chen Feng paused before smiling. Another test is to live in my hands. This is the best way to prove your strength. Danzo jumped tightly all over, a trace of cold sweat ran down his forehead, past his neck, chest. Chen-Feng's dominance made him feel fear, timidity, fear, palpitation, and fear from the bottom of his bones. Other candidates did not dare to resist at all, especially the people who were just about to move. Almost all fell on the table with pale faces. An indescribable fear spread all over their bodies from the depths of their souls. They all seemed to have broken away from his body and fell into an infinite abyss. Do you still want to take a special exam? Chen-Feng swept around, and no one bowed his head as far as he could look. If there is nothing, continue to answer the paper. Almost every examinee who took the test heard Chen-Feng's words and said this in his heart at the same time. Perverted exam questions and perverted examiner, this exam is simply a terrible one. Mom, I really want to go home. Chapter 16. Looking across the hall calmly, Chen-Feng walked into Umbu's conference hall alone, where several ninjas were already waiting. Minister, all the test papers of the candidates have been reviewed by us. As a result, 12 people did not answer at all, and 33 did not answer a question correctly. A total of 94 people were eliminated. A Naruto directly subordinated to the ninja obediently reported to Chen-Feng. Can you be submissive? In the village, the ninja in the same village killed him as soon as he said to kill, and then gave such an indifferent reason. Who would dare to be presumptuous in front of this one? But, won't Master Second Hokage be held accountable? Hokage's direct subordinate Jonin muttered silently in his heart. Chen-Feng didn't care about Jonin's doubts. Instead, he half lied on the chair casually, saying equally casually. Are there any correct answers? Please pay attention if you have. There is one person. Jonin, who is directly under Hokage, nodded and said, it's the student of Master Second Hokage, your younger brother Danzo. Chen-Feng was a little bit dumbfounded when he heard that, and waved his hand. Well, it's worthy of being the most used candidate for the behind-the-scenes boss. Danzo is also good enough. Bring his paper over and show it to me. Yes. The first question, there is a girl who was threatened by Konoha Umbu. She slept alone at night, and only one hostile ninja accompanied her. In the middle of the night, she suddenly heard the sound of dripping from the ceiling. In order not to be afraid, she reached out to the bed and let the enemy ninja touch her hand, and then she fell asleep again. Early the next morning, the girl saw the body of the hostile ninja hanging from the ceiling. According to the autopsy, he was killed in the middle of the night, but wasn't the hostile ninja still there? May I ask what's going on? Answer, the dripping sound is the sound of her hostile ninja's body hanging from the ceiling and dripping blood. As for the hand being touched, Konoha Umbu touched it? This nightmare will always accompany the girl's life and is the best intimidation. Second question, there are 3 mothers and daughters. The mother died. The 2 sisters went to the funeral. At the funeral, my sister met a very handsome Konoha Umbu and fell in love with him at first sight. But after the funeral, Konoha Umbu disappeared, and my sister couldn't find him no matter how she looked for it. 1 month later, my sister killed her sister and asked why. What is the purpose of Konoha Umbu? Answer, because if another person dies in the family, another funeral can be held. That handsome Umbu will come again, and the younger sister will be able to see him again. If you find a talent like your younger sister, please be sure to include him in Umbu. The third question, the prince took the princess out of a castle. When he reached the exit, Konoha Umbu's people appeared and said, white is opposed to the black symbolized by Umbu, so the princess in the white dress cannot pass and must die here. The person talking about Umbu took out a dagger. The prince died and the princess escaped. Why? Answer, Umbu's credit is absolute, so it must be the princess who took the dagger provided by Konoha Umbu and stabbed the prince to death. The blood was soaked in the white dress and turned red, so it was let off by Umbu's people. All questions are correct. I can go a step further and expand myself. As expected, I am someone who specializes in umbu. Chen-Feng looked around and nodded. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Informed Danzo, since he is the best performer among all the people, the director decided to set up an elite team in umbu, a small team. The team name is Root, he is the captain. Ask him to go by himself pick the players. Naruto's direct subordinate Jonin hesitated slightly and asked, well, don't you worry that he will take away the real power? I heard that Danzo seems to treat you and Sarutobi. The answer to him was only a cold snort of disdain from Chen-Feng. Konoha Hokage office. Although the attitude is lazy, but it is really good to do. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama looked at the report, chuckled and shook his head. But Sarutobi was a little fidgeting beside him. He hesitated for a moment, and finally asked. Teacher, what Chen-Feng did in this exam, is it a bit out of the ordinary? Second generation glanced at Sarutobi faintly, and then continued to pay for the office, without looking back. Outstanding? What's outrageous? Ninjas are originally people who perform life-threatening missions in crisis. Umbu is an elite among ninjas. This kind of censorship, if one or two people die, still need to manage. Sarutobi hesitated and said, but, it is said that the Inyazuka clan is. Ninjas never need their own voices, and the only thing they have is orders from their superiors. Ignore their superiors and don't know how to promote them. It's not bad for such a person to die in Konoha, at least not to hurt others. The cold voice criticized Inyazuka Ming's death sentence without hesitation. Second generation is definitely not the kind of good gentleman of first generation, on the contrary, he is one of Konoha's most murderous people. How could he care about those wasteful lives? Compared with Chen-Feng, the whole umbu is waste. Chen-Feng, I have great expectations for you. The Inyazuka clan won't pass this way, they will definitely ask for a statement. Although he was thinking in his heart, Sarutobi didn't say what he said. Sarutobi was silent, and for a moment, there was only the sound of second generation turning papers in the room. Suddenly, the hand of second generation's page turning stopped. N? What's the matter, teacher? Sarutobi couldn't help asking. But second generation didn't answer. Instead, he looked at it for a while and suddenly said. Sarutobi, I remember that Chen-Feng and Tsunade are still training until now. They haven't participated in the mission yet. This, indeed. Sarutobi nodded. The mentors and apprentices of Konoha village usually grow up gradually through the training of tasks, but the Chen-Feng team, which has no team members and focuses on teaching Tsunade alone, does not need to perform tasks. Tsunade is Konoha's princess after all, with some exceptions. Then give them a task. Going out for a period of time can be regarded as comforting the Inyazuka clan. Notify them, go to the capital of the country of fire. Yes, teacher. Sarutobi nodded, and then hesitated to ask, teacher, why should Chen-Feng and Tsunade perform this task? Isn't the name of the country of fire saying that he will bestow the title of Princess Tsunade? I think this is the right time. Second generation did not answer, but snorted coldly. Chapter 17. The Fire Nation was originally only one of the few countries, but he got on the ride of Konoha and became the strongest country, none of them. The daimyo, who is not weaker than others, will naturally attract Konoha's founders, especially the Senju family. As a result, Tsunade, the little princess of Senju, was awarded the title of Princess of Fire Country who could not even be named the daughter of the real name. Hey? I still have such a title? I didn't know it before. Tsunade walked happily in the capital of the country of fire, happily. Princess. Princess. This lady is a princess. He whispered a pleasant out-of-tune song in his mouth, suddenly turned his head, pointed at Chen-Feng and shouted softly. The rude person over there, don't rush down to this princess. You dare to hit this princess's fart, eh? You don't have to hurry up and get caught, and surrendering this princess now can give you a lenient treatment. Qianfeng blinked his eyes and looked at Tsunade quietly. Humph, see if I am tortured you for scratching your feet or spanking. Tsunade licked his lips, as if he wanted revenge. Snapped. 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 A rude person. How dare you hit this princess in the A, don't hesitate to stop. Snapped. 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 Damn it. This princess is A. You are dead, dead. The death penalty, this must be the death penalty. Qianfeng remained unmoved and continued to snap. Snapped. Snapped. Teacher. I was wrong. Really wrong, please spare me this time. Tsunade's eyes were full of tears. Every time she slapped, she groaned. Qianfeng put her whole body on her leg, waving her slap, and then taking it one after another. You know it's wrong. Qianfeng smiled and touched his nose. Dare you still dare to provoke the teacher? Tsunade's face flushed red, and she shook her head repeatedly. Don't dare, don't dare, don't dare anymore. Humph, make your own mind. Qianfeng touched his nose and defined Tsunade's work. Teacher. Tsunade pouted and asked in disapproval, I'm a princess now, why can you still beat me, bullying me? Qianfeng smiled and shook his head, and said, what do you think the princess is? To put it bluntly, it is just an identity, you can't eat or drink. If you don't meet the kind of loyal person, it's useless. Oh no, maybe it's useful. For example, if you are captured, the enemy will sell you a good price. Oh. Tsunade lowered his head in loss. Qianfeng touched Tsunade's head and chuckled lightly, haha, don't worry, identity is useless and useless at all, but if it is used flexibly, it may not be effective. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Tsunade lowered his head and thought, suddenly jumped away, his pink face flushed, and his big watery eyes were full of shame and embarrassment. Teacher, your hand. What happened to my hand? Tsunade willow eyebrows and star eyes, white skin when snow, beautiful complexion, low pink neck, faintly shy. Just spank me, and then you, just put it on your nose. Ahem. Qianfeng's old face didn't feel a little red, and the hand on his nose suddenly fell. Well, it tastes good, eh? Teacher. Tsunade flushed with shame, stomped his feet bitterly, and said with shame, Teacher. You are too bad. Haha. The capital of the country of fire, the castle tower. Well, Konoha's ninja, I know your intentions. The canonization ceremony of the princess of the country of fire will begin soon. The skinny man sat in the curtain like a monkey, and said gently. Qianfeng suddenly got goosebumps everywhere. Nima, this sissy is too bad. Yes. The usual words are laborious. Well, even if I'm so powerful, I shouldn't be good at some things or not. Qianfeng secretly shook his head. But those people around are the Guardian Ninja 12 warriors? No, Konoha didn't send special guards. Are they the samurai recruited by the daimyo? Qianfeng lowered his head, his eyes scanned every hiding place. Although he didn't do anything, everyone knew that this was shocking. Allies, or there are conflicts of interest between the daimyo and shinobu. Strength is the most important word. You hide your breath. I found your trace. There is an invisible competition between this process. Well, Tsunade, what's wrong? Qianfeng's eyes swept away, but he found that Tsunade was standing restlessly behind Qianfeng. Shui Lingling's big eyes looked around, but there was a kind of timidity. Not used. Although Tsunade is Konoha's princess, the ninja's family will not let her be spoiled. The clothes and shurikens used are all treasures, worth tens of thousands of gold, but there is a kind of timidity about the decorated high-sounding castle tower. This vase is so beautiful. The flowers planted on it look so beautiful. It seems to be a very expensive plant. It's a waste to put it here, there is not enough sunlight, the flowers will wither. This carving is so delicate, what kind of bird is the carved one? These maids are wearing beautiful clothes, I want to wear one too. It's a bit like a peasant entering the city, but Tsunade doesn't know that the flower is not as valuable as her carefully designed and customized ninja shoes. The carving is not as valuable as the ninja clothes she wears that can resist minor injuries. As for the maid's clothes, the whole body is not as good as a shuriken used as a consumable by Tsunade. But for girls, beauty is everything. Not beautiful shoes, not beautiful ninja clothes, and shurikens that have nothing to do with beauty may be worthless in Tsunade's mind. A soil bun. Tsunade blushed with a snort of disdain. She turned her head suddenly and looked at the dignified and elegant little loli in a white palissuit who had just spoken out. Who are you? Why do you say me? The little loli smoked her beautiful nose and held her head proudly. The concubine body is the princess of the country of fire, the daughter of the daimyo of the country of fire, Princess Muine. It's completely different from counterfeit goods like you. Tsunade suddenly exploded, stood up, pointed at the little loli and cursed. It's just a little princess, my teacher said. The identity of a princess can't eat or drink. If you don't meet the kind of loyal person, it won't even be of any use. Oh no, maybe it's useful. For example, if you are captured, the enemy will sell you a good price. You can also rely on a princess to be worth a little money. Tsunade's soft drink suddenly rang throughout the castle tower, and the surrounding area became quiet for an instant. Chapter 18. Tsunade's unthinking words immediately made the entire castle tower cold, leaving only the echo of loli in the entire hall. What are you talking about? Loli Muin's palissuit was suddenly blown up, and he trot over with the expensive palissuit. I said the princess is worthless. Tsunade did not show weakness, or that her self-esteem made her never show weakness. Insolent. Who is your teacher? Is it possible to underestimate our country of fire? Muine screamed. Tsunade just wanted to talk, but the daimyo sitting in his seat suddenly coughed. Mine, you are so rude. The voice was not loud, but the majesty of the attached daimyo suppressed Loli's imperial costume. He could only tearful eyes and looked at the daimyo aggrievedly. Tsunade also suddenly realized that she was too presumptuous, and what was even more important than this presumptuousness was that she belittled his authority in front of those in power. Doesn't the daimyo rule the country by this kind of authority? She is subverting the foundation of his rule. Chenfeng sighed lightly and moved quietly, blocking the front of Tsunade. Because he felt that the samurai around him were gaining momentum. Slightly, it's a little troublesome. Chenfeng pursed his lips lightly when it was about to cause a major diplomatic problem. The daimyo reprimanded Muine, and then turned his head. The majestic hall, the glaring warrior, and the guardian who were ready to move, formed a pressure that was enough to condense the air. The incomparable majesty came, like a majestic mountain, with the momentum of breaking through the air, it suddenly pressed down, exerting a mighty force. Overwhelming, unstoppable. Under this momentum, Tsunade couldn't help but lowered his body and fell down like a flower with a broken stem. Tsunade. Look up, you didn't say anything wrong. Just when Tsunade almost bends her waist down, a thin voice came into her ears. Teacher. Tsunade looked up suddenly, and Chenfeng's figure suddenly caught her eye. It was an ordinary back, not wide, not big, and it didn't seem to be sturdy. Even Tsunade had quarreled with the owner of this back more than once, squabbled, even laughed and cursed. Chenfeng's previous psychological impression in Tsunade is not bad, but people who are always oiling do not have any four-sided stalwarts. Compared with first Hokage Senju Hashirama, who has been deified in Tsunade's mind, and second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who takes care of Tsunade. Chen-Feng's impression is not high. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. A gentle, cheerful, and slightly obscene big brother, oh, the teacher. This impression is the image of Chen-Feng in Tsunade's mind. Maybe it will be higher and lower, but it cannot be said to be tall. But now, this figure has not changed. The back of the shameless person, the back of the inferior, the back of the teacher of the beast. But at this moment, it is extremely reliable. Tsunade, raise your head. Chen-Feng turned slightly, revealing an ordinary smile. Remember, you are my disciple, don't bow to anyone. It seems that the girl's love is beginning, it seems to be the girl's innocent fantasy, it seems to be some other complicated feelings. A warm current flowed into Tsunade's psychology, and the timidity and tremor seemed to be washed away instantly, leaving only gentleness. Is teacher. For the first time, Tsunade's voice was filled with strong respect and even admiration. At this moment, she still didn't understand how she felt in Loli's mind, but in the future, every time she recalled this incident, she understood it very well. This is reliable. Is a back view you can rely on. A person who can be counted on. In trivial matters, in daily life, everyone can laugh, talk irreverent, and talk about lofty ambitions, but on the day of the collapse of Mount Tai, people who do not change their color are the real support. Oh? You are Tsunade's teacher. Daming's body leaned forward slightly, like a tiger and leopard ready to go. When we meet for the first time, I will introduce myself again. Chen-Feng nodded slightly. Kuka Chen-Feng, a man whose goal is to move towards GTC, Great Teacher Chen-Feng, Great Teacher Chen-Feng, ... Across the curtain, the daimyo who couldn't see his face solemnly asked, then, you told Tsunade that the title princess is meaningless. Yes. So, now, do you think so too? De Ming raised his voice a little higher, and asked. Yes. So, the title of daimyo is meaningless. De Ming's voice suddenly rose up, sounding like a bell, deaf and vigorous, like a natural superior, noble existence, condemning an ignorant, small criminal. Rushing. The samurai guards wearing armor and holding swords rushed into the castle tower, seemingly endless. The attendants who were originally sitting around gathered around the daimyo, taking them seriously, looking at Chen-Feng with hateful eyes. The guardian warriors hiding in the surroundings rushed out of their seats almost instantly, surrounded Chen-Feng and Tsunade, sharpened their swords, and as long as the name made a sound, they would immediately attack Chen-Feng and Tsunade. Tsunade was a little panicked as he watched the sudden change, and looked towards Chen-Feng's face subconsciously. It was a handsome face, but what had nothing to do with that handsome face now was the usual calmness. For some reason, Tsunade felt relieved when he saw Chen-Feng's peace. No longer panicking, no longer feeling lost, even a flash of determination on her face, Wei Wei Mao lowered her body, pulled out her shuriken, and was ready to fight. Just an expression is enough to make people feel at ease. As for the eye-catching place, Chen-Feng still looks plain, his face unchanged. Everyone is waiting for Chen-Feng's answer. And Chen-Feng made no secret, calmly said. Yes. The title of a daimyo is meaningless. In my eyes, the so-called daimyo is no different from pigs and dogs. Chapter 19. Kill him for me. Almost as soon as Chen-Feng's words fell, the daimyo couldn't help it anymore and opened the curtain directly, staring at Chen-Feng and screaming. Yes. 100 responses in one response, 100 responses in one true response. At the next moment when the big name gave the order, all the guards, attendants, and guardian warriors all responded, drew out their swords, and slashed towards Chen-Feng. Teacher! Tsunade yelled eagerly, but suddenly felt a warm embrace and a warm palm. Tsunade, wait obediently, wait for the teacher. Chen-Feng gently hugged Tsunade, and then gently touched Tsunade's little head. Wait for the teacher to get rid of them, and then get the title of that indifferent princess. The samurai rushed towards Chen-Feng in all directions like a tide. Taking Chen-Feng as the center is like a Uzumaki, attracting the swarm of everyone around. Murderous shouts continued, but there was one that was completely different from this shout. 10 million volts discharge. Boom. 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 Countless thunder and lightning spurted out of Chen-Feng's body, exploded, and suddenly the whole body was centered, and the thunder was rolling in all directions. Several warriors who attacked him were shocked to death. Boom. 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 Hundreds of electric snakes rushed out from Chen-Feng's side. A silver snake is a thunder and lightning. Chen-Feng's body was like a luminous ball of lightning, ejecting a silver snake with the size of an arm, covering all the samurai around, instantly turning into a pool of thunder. What? What? The screams came one after another, and the mere samurai, even the samurai wearing conductive armor, completely became the victim of this thunder pond. A bunch of waste. In the face of absolute quality, quantity is meaningless. Chen-Feng's words were gloomy, as if they were talking to themselves, and they seemed to be saying something to the daimyo. No one understood them, but they could see through Chen-Feng's murderous aura. The murderous aura is raging and cold, as if some ancient strange beast awakened from its deep sleep, showing its minions, looking for its prey, and the murderous aura exuded, like thousands of white war horses marching forward and killing it mightily. Read more at hotentleNovel.xyz. The surrounding air, the temperature plummeted, seemed to be solidified. The daimyo relied on the majesty of the main hall, the cheer of the samurai, and the coordination of people's traditional concepts to reluctantly build the majesty of solidified air. But in the face of Chen-Feng's murderous aura, the so-called majesty is not even a fart. The two are like adults and babies, magic soldiers and hatchets, stones and diamonds. It's totally incomparable. Die to me. With a burst of shouts, Chen-Feng started a crazy killing, a bloody storm, and suddenly dozens of people died in his hands. These people are simply a scalp in front of his demon god, who can only be killed by him. The difference between the shadow level and the ordinary guards is too big. Weird power punch. A punch actually had a metal-like light flashing, giving people a sense of indestructibility. Under the punch, the air in front of him exploded directly, and the low explosion sound resounded across the sky. Boom. With a punch on the samurai was directly driven by Chen-Feng's huge power and hit the samurai behind him, but the trend kept going, BG backwards. The more he banged, the more he banged. This punch actually opened up a path. Ming, don't run away. Chen-Feng screamed with murderous intent in his eyes. That look is bloodthirsty. That words are cruel words. The oncoming murderous intent made this great name pale, full of horror and horror. He never expected that this gentle-looking guy would kill people more than kill gods. Quick! Stop him! Quick! The majestic name just now, she screamed like a frightened little girl, her eyes were full of fear, and her body even lowered subconsciously. Where is the guardian warrior? You have been blessed by my clan for generations, and now is the time for you to serve me. Hurry up! If you fight for your life, you will also stop him. He didn't even say that Chen-Feng was killed, because this option was subconsciously removed. Because although he has an official tone, he also has real talents. That's why the daimyo can understand how cruel and violent a person with such a look is. He is too hard to kill. This is the name. Tsunade was held in Chen-Feng's arms. Outside the embrace was the bloody wind, and inside the embrace was warm and safe. Whether it was Chen-Feng's thunder and fists, or the swords of the samurai, she did not hurt her at all. But at this time, she looked at the daimyo with a look of disdain. It will only make others desperate, hiding behind and shivering? Is this also worthy of dominating the country? The most basic unspoken rule of a ninja is that the shadows guard the village. No matter which shadow it is, Naruto, Mizukage, Raikage, are without exception. They will never wait for the ninjas in the village to exhaust the enemy's physical strength before they are late to take the head. Tsunade couldn't help but remember the words Chanfeng said at the beginning. In my eyes, the so-called daimyo is no different from pigs and dogs. Deming. It's just a noun, what can I be afraid of? What can be feared? Tsunade suddenly felt ashamed of his timid appearance. It turns out that the so-called daimyo, the so-called title, but a tiger made of paper, there is nothing to be afraid of if you pierce it. This skin will only work when others are afraid of you. Tsunade instantly understood what Chanfeng said at the time. Chapter 20. The killing continues. Ordinary samurai in front of Chanfeng, even if one hand protects Tsunade, it is enough to kill each of them. Blood spurts wildly. Chanfeng started a frantic killing, a bloody storm, but not a single drop on Tsunade's body. Chanfeng gallops in the front, and there is no one under him. There is a kind of invincible spirit. In the crowd of demons dancing wildly and horizontally, fearless and indomitable. Alone, protecting her own woman, facing infinite enemies. There is no doubt that this is a hero. A hero full of legends. Years later, Tsunade asked herself, how did Fang Yuan get into her heart? Every time, she couldn't help thinking back to this night. Behind him was bloody, the silver light of the sword shone on Chanfeng's face. His face was full of serenity, and he smiled slightly, showing his white teeth. He looked at himself with dark eyes, and his usual shameless eyes, covered by the bright silver knife light, revealed a kind of warmth. Impossible. How to fight such an enemy? Under Chanfeng's unhesitating killing, some people finally started to collapse. Chanfeng's eyes flashed, but he did not speak yet. Tsunade stretched out his hand and grabbed Chanfeng by his arm. Teacher. I want to fight. Tsunade's eyes wore admiration, yearning, and warfare. Such an enemy, even me, can be defeated. She now feels more and more embarrassed that she was scared by this level of people. I can kill the enemy too. Chanfeng laughed loudly and patted Tsunade's white tender hands. Okay, since you want to, then this group of people will be handed over to you. A group of guards who were about to lose their intent to fight, happened to be handed over to the fledgling Tsunade to practice their hands. That's right, just practicing. As for me, I'm going to deal with those people. Chanfeng opened his arms lightly and looked into the distance. Through the crowd, he finally set his sights on a team of heavily armed warriors. This is the Guardian Samurai team formed by the great names of the past dynasties, who have spent a lot of money to form the Guardian Warrior team, which is the predecessor of the Guardian Ninja 12 in the future. Leave me away. I'm going to kill them. Chanfeng's voice is not loud, not even comparable to the screaming scream of the name just now, but he carries an indomitable murderous aura. For a moment, the samurai in front of Chanfeng felt like he was in an ice cellar, completely cold. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Subconsciously, they flinched. One step, or a slight leaning to the side, a passage appeared in everyone's eyes. With a bang, even the enemy was horrified by Chanfeng's power, and he completely backed down. BD. De Ming's face was ugly and scary, his face was blue and his teeth were critical. This group of bastards will have their abdomens cut in the future. Give them all to die. The daimyo turned his head and shouted at the guardian samurai, you bastards, what are you still doing here, why don't you give it to me? Yes. The guardian warrior lowered his head to respond, and then rushed over with a hula. There are a total of 10 guardian samurai, all of them holding knives, and the blades are bright, obviously they are good knives. Kill. Raising the sword high, the 10 people were like one person, advancing and retreating together, chopped together, and slashed towards Chanfeng. Chanfeng drank softly, not dodge or avoid, thunder burst on his body, and he raised his fists. The blade is shining, the blade is compelling, and the speed of the blade is extremely fast. But this is no better than Chen Feng's punch. Die me! Chen Feng shouted, and his murderous aura suddenly erupted with this burst, like a rising raptor, suddenly rising. The muscles and bones of the whole body were tight, the big muscles and muscles on the arm were knotted, and he suddenly punched, faintly revealing the blue color, and burst out an incomparable huge chakra, and hit the center of the samurai with one punch. Weird power punch. The biting fist wind rushed towards his face, and the samurai subconsciously crossed his arms and held a knife to block, but then he felt like he was hit by a rushing bison, like the arms of an iron bridge were instantly swept away by the torrent, and his body involuntarily vacated. Rising up, was blown away with a punch. Boom! The fist wind was violent, and the heirloom wind, like a typhoon, made it impossible for the other samurai to save the attacking posture. There was an uproar in the samurai next to him, and his body was involuntarily driven by Chen Feng's fist. Several people slashed, but no one hits it unexpectedly. Thunder and lightning raged on his body, sending out several electric scorpions, screaming and passing. Boom! The samurai were defeated by Chen Feng in one fell swoop. All defeated by one move. Cheng faintly smiled, but the light in his eyes was as cold as a blade. Ignorant samurai, arrogant samurai, incompetent samurai. Who gave you the illusion that you can beat me by going together? Daming's face can no longer be described as ugly, his eyes are completely dull in one fell swoop, and his body seems to fall apart. The loyal guards had been defeated by Chen Feng long ago, and now it is even a 10-year-old girl who wants to destroy them. The attendants around him were trembling and fighting. They were still standing in front of him before, swearing to the death to protect the daimyo, but now they are almost hiding behind his master. The guardian warriors who were placed in high hopes did not even survive a single move. Why is he so strong? De Ming's psychology just kept echoing the sentence, keep echoing. Next to the daimyo, the palace princess was already staring at it. In the government office, she receives the favor of thousands of people every day, and thousands of people obey. Naturally, she regards the princess very seriously. So when she learned that a wild girl who didn't know where she came from could also become a princess, she felt uneasy, one can imagine. When I saw the appearance of Tsunade buns, I subconsciously satirized a few words. But now she saw Chen Feng's arrogance, not only the samurai, but even the daimyo cowered in front of him and kept giving in. One drink can stop 1,000 troops. What kind of power is this? What kind of boldness is this? A big name is like a pig dog. In the eyes of this person, I am afraid that his father is really no different from a pig dog, because he kills both as he wants. Chapter 21. Samurai, after all, is just a profession that has been eliminated. Whether it is strength or adaptability, they are far surpassed by ninjas. The strongest guardian warrior trained by the Fire Country daimyo is just the strength of the elite jonin, but he was directly punched to death by Chen Feng. The others are generally of the jonin level, which is meaningless. Perhaps the only thing a samurai is better than a ninja is that self-righteous loyalty. Unfortunately, no one on the battlefield will care about such trivial matters. Chen Feng's face was still so indifferent and calm, except for a faint sneer at the corner of his mouth, clutching the heart of De Ming. Da-da-da. The clear and loud stepping sound seemed to be stepping on Daming's heart every step, making Daming's heart seem to stop beating. Step by step, Chen Feng still smiled and stepped up the steps. You. Don't come over. The daimyo stepped back in a hurry, his face full of shock and hesitation. The incompetent can't even at least pretend to be calm. Chen Feng sneered and sneered. Guard. Where is the guard? Come and stop him. The name hurriedly pulled the attendant behind him, but where did those attendants dare to stop Chen Feng's footsteps? The De Ming clamored to retreat, and they retreated even more. You squeeze me and I squeeze you. The huge crowd actually squeezed into a tuft. Instead, Loli, who was originally beside the daimyo, showed up. What? You guys, did you send a little girl to take care of me? Qianfeng sneered, his eyes swept across the squeezed big name, and he passed the fearful attendants and landed on Muine. Muine knew that she was not afraid, but she was so shocked, she stared at Qianfeng intently, watched Qianfeng defeat the enemy with a single blow, and watched him wander up. Then, Muine saw Qianfeng's glance at him. Calm, calm, calm. But when she met Qianfeng's eyes, her heart seemed to suddenly twitch, and her heartbeat stopped. This is the look in the eyes of the strong. This is the charm of the strong. At this moment, this little girl who was born in the deep palace and grew up in the hands of a woman, felt the charm of power for the first time. Qianfeng didn't care about a little girl, but approached the daimyo so calmly, and then Shiren leaned down, grabbed the daimyo's collar in one hand, and directly lifted it up. You, what do you want to do? De Ming said in horror. Want to kill me? No. You can't do this. I am a daimyo. The daimyo of the country of fire. Do you know what you are doing? This is the killing of the king. You are the killing of the king. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Qianfeng chuckled, you are also a prince of rubbish? Who is the prince, is the prince of rubbish? It is not my monarch anyway. My king is only myself. De Ming wanted to say something, but Qianfeng interrupted him coldly. Okay. I'm not here to listen to your chattering ink. If you dare to make a sound, I will kill you. If you dare to move, I will kill you. Dare to use any strange gesture, I will kill you too. With an evil smile on his face, Qianfeng mentioned the trembling name. His voice was very soft, but it was like a murmur of hell. We are here to sign the next part of the assistance agreement, as well as the princess canonization ceremony of my apprentice Tsunade. This is something that has been agreed long ago. Then, you should know what happens if you violate the agreement. The daimyo trembled all over, as if a hanging sharp blade was tied to his head, but he didn't dare to move at all, making a sound. Nothing happened today, I didn't do anything, and you didn't say anything. If you understand, just stay with me. Qianfeng's palm loosened, and De Ming's weak body fell directly to the ground, but he gritted his teeth abruptly and did not dare to make a sound. We can make an appointment. A disdainful smile, a relaxed smile, an indifferent smile, everyone understood the meaning of his smile. He didn't put the name in his eyes at all. Qianfeng walked on so casually, looking at Tsunade, who was exhausted to kill the last enemy, smiled and stroked her head. Okay, I have discussed with the daimyo, tomorrow you come to get the title of that princess, we will go back. Is teacher? Although physically exhausted, Tsunade's spirit was unexpectedly excited. She was dressed coarsely, dripping with sweat, and her strong face was so beautiful. Huh? Are you hurt? Qianfeng frowned, and the people in the hall suddenly stopped their hearts for a second. It's okay, sir, I have avenged myself. Tsunade snorted with a small fist. Qianfeng glanced at the debris everywhere on the ground, his mind was clear, and his brows were loose. Then I will treat you, be good, don't move. Yeah. Thank you teacher. Tsunade's eyes were full of gratitude, but soon the gratitude dissipated. During Qianfeng's treatment, he shouted with shame and anger. Wait. Teacher, don't touch it. Ah. There is don't move. I didn't get hurt here. I really didn't get hurt. What did you catch? Qianfeng said with a frank expression, Tsunade, you don't know that in some places it is easy to accumulate hidden wounds. If you don't get treatment in time, there may be some complications such as small chest and dysmenorrhea in the future. As a teacher, I must be responsible to you. Come on, relax your body obediently, and it's useless. Do you think you can stop the teacher's milk-grabbing hand? Tsunade's face was already full of surprise and anger, and he didn't know if this shameless pervert was the same person as the extremely handsome and powerful hero just now. I have never heard of dark injuries that can cause dysmenorrhea and small chest. Hurry up and stop me, you beast teacher system. Chapter 22. Well, that's it, then I just casually taught that idiot name to know what is good or bad, and then the next day I took the idiot name, in front of the ministers of the country of fire, let him admit Tsunade's Fire Princess of the Kingdom title. Chenfeng is doing mission reports, although all reports are verbal. Yeah, then. Second Hokage Senju Tobirama asked over and over again, burying his head in writing. Then I found that the materials in the country of fire are still very rich, so I was very kind and asked the daimyo to add more materials. Although this material was needed when he held the shuriken on the daimyo's neck. Yep. Then why use kindness? Brother, don't you know that being kind can also describe your tone of voice? Well, what then? Second generation continued to write, without looking up. Then Tsunade and I passed by the most famous hot spring town in Fire Country, so we had another hot spring, so I came back a little bit late, but I still work fast, so there should be no problem with time. Of course, the hot springs are also mixed baths. Although Tsunade is unwilling to live or die, Chenfeng still does not hesitate to pull her into the water. Of course, Tsunade is still wearing clothes because she is unwilling to live or die. But she didn't know, she was completely drenched, and her looming body was even more irritating. Well, what then? Second generation continued to ask. Then. Chenfeng touched his head, thought about it, and said with certainty, nothing. Are you sure there are no more? Well, I'm sure. Let me ask again, are you sure? Well, I'm sure. Second generation stood up suddenly, patted the table and shouted. So where did this girl come from? Well, a little bit ahead of time, just when Chenfeng and Tsunade walked out of the castle tower. What? You want to follow me? Chenfeng showed a surprised expression for the first time in the capital of the country of fire. That's right. Lowly Muine, the palace suit, knelt on her knees and kowtowed to the bottom. Please accept me. Master. There is something wrong with Chenfeng's face, you're not mistaken, I just abused that idiot, you are also a princess, what the hell is asking for a teacher at this time? If it is too much, Chenfeng is the enemy of the daimyo, but the family of this daimyo has to apprentice the teacher by name. It is strange to see. Master. Lowly kowtows his head to the bottom of the palace costume, making his white forehead a tinge of red. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. This time, through the guidance of Master, I thoroughly understand the real strength, not a princess with a false name, not a right to shit, but my own strength. So, I'm coming to apprentice. Chenfeng rubbed his head wonderingly, but, I just abused that big name. This is pointing. The master is worried that our dull people will not be able to understand the truth of the master, so we cooperate with our own practice to point out the bright road of strength. Chenfeng's face was a little red. Although he was shameless, he almost thought that this was the truth, and he couldn't say it. But, your relationship with De Ming. It's just the relationship between niece and uncle. He became a big name, and it was only after my father died that he took the position. Chenfeng was also a little helpless. Okay, but I don't accept everyone. Chenfeng blinked, and the beast teacher system was mobilized instantly. Lowly, Muine. Age, 11 years old. Quality, A level. Power potential, 5. Agile potential, 10. Ninjutsu potential, 6. Appearance potential, 7, 10 plus. Comprehensive evaluation, although the appearance of 7 points is not high in the system, She has a certain hidden attribute. If it is a certain kind of control, in their eyes, it is simply a stunner bestowed by heaven. None of them. What the hell is this? Qianfeng curled his lips. Did the system come with hidden points? You think you are a certain game. What if it is a control? What is it? Qianfeng looked carefully at Loli, the imploring palace costume, and found no unique beauty in her. Foot control. The legs are slender and beautiful, but they can't be regarded as a stunner from heaven. Chest control. As 11-year-old Loli, where can it be reflected? Besides, how can this kind of popular people like it be called a hidden attribute? Others look from the left to the right, although they are not bad, but there is no one who can be regarded as the system evaluation. Although the appearance potential 7 is good, it is not too high as the system says. Hey, it's really difficult. Don't give a hint or anything. Qianfeng shook his head. Well, then you are my second disciple. Thank you, teacher. Muine said in surprise. Teacher. I don't want to learn things with this person. Tsunade pouted and said angrily. However, the A level is also good. The 10 points agility attribute does not even have Tsunade. Although the others are far worse, he is also a good apprentice. There is no reason not to accept it. Besides, that so-called hidden attribute is also very attractive. Okay, Tsunade, don't make trouble, be good. So Qianfeng is not sincerely coaxing, perhaps because of this, Tsunade is unwilling to enter the mixed bath. So you brought her back. Second generation's eyes were sharp. Well, that big name dare not say anything anyway. Qianfeng nodded. Power comes from the barrel of a gun. It is an individual who knows the importance of the army. Konoha is dissatisfied with the daimyo, so he can change one. The daimyo is afraid of Konoha. Do you think someone can take over? Don't talk about letting Laiyan village and Iwagakure take over. Are you not afraid that someone will kill you directly and let your country's name take over your inheritance? This is a seller's market, so Qianfeng is not afraid of daimyo at all. In the future, in the ninja world, daimyo must obediently obey the arrangements of ninja village, gather together, and be guarded by Mizukage. Second generation sighed deeply, and said helplessly, well, then you go back and rest for a while, I'll go through the formalities for her to enter the village. Good. Qianfeng smiled and walked out the door, leaving the two little Loli to look at each other. Tsunade even snorted and said angrily. Damn Loli control. Chapter 23. Konoha Third Exercise Field. Two lovely young girls. Loli. Forget it, they are all similar adjectives anyway, sweating. Tsunade ran forward with great strides, all dressed up. Muine was dressed in a palace costume that was completely unsuitable for fighting, and he was tired like a dead dog. Haha. Idiot, what kind of princess clothes you want to wear? As a ninja, just wear ninja clothes for me. Tsunade ran over and over again, turning his head over and mocking at the faraway Muine. Huh, it's just better physical strength, what can you be proud of? Panting, unable to speak coherently, but how could Loli admit it? Qianfeng held a magazine that is said to be the most popular magazine in his hand, and looked at it boringly. Really, even pornographic novels can't be written well. What's the difference between an author who can't write yellow and salted fish? Qianfeng commented dismissively, flipped through a few pages, and then immediately discarded it like a mess, and then picked it up again after a while. Hey, boring, boring, no computers, no teachers, and the days without games are so sad. It's no wonder that all the Hokage series are idle and peeping at the female bath. But better than the previous life, is that this world has incomparable enemies and incomparable beauties. Chen thought, raising his head and looking at the sweaty little loli, psychologically secretly said. It looks like it will take a while to mature. Thinking, Chen said, Tsunade, hurry up, don't forget, your training is more than just running. Yes. After Tsunade heard the words, she moved more quickly, sweat wet her clothes, her flat figure was looming, with the unique childishness of little loli, which made people want to stop. Teacher. Take it. Tsunade ran up, violently, waving a small white fist, and hitting him with a punch. Chen still looked down at the magazine, but with a casual wave of his left arm, he took her fist with one hand. A hole. Come again. Tsunade's fighting spirit is unabated, her complexion is high, and her majestic spiritual power bursts out, her figure is swept up, like a predatory young eagle, shrouded in front of Chen. Boom. 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 Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After 10 punches, the surging chakra in Tsunade's hand was visible to the naked eye, and the offensive was swift, but Chen did not change his face. He always released just the right chakra in his hand to completely offset Tsunade's offensive. Okay, this lap of 10 punches is over, let's continue running. Chen turned his palm and sent his arm forward. Tsunade's body was involuntarily taken away and returned to the runway. Damn. Teacher Beast, you wait, next time I will beat you up. With a frustrated shout, Tsunade continued running with a look of resentment. This is Tsunade's training. Every time he runs, he attacks Chen with 10 punches. The punches are strange strength. Not only does it train Tsunade's physical strength, but also guides the progress of Tsunade's strange strength punches. It seems that Guili has already started, and maybe she can continue to teach her other things. Chen meditated in silence, raised his head slightly, and looked at his second disciple. Muin whipped and panted, shaking 3 times in one step. For those who just started training, Tsunade's training was too hard. But there is no way, the body is the foundation for building tall buildings, and no strong person looks like a sick seed that may die at any time all day long. Old teacher. Muine finally ran to Chen side, already sweating profusely. However, it is a pity that the palace costume is not like a ninja costume specially designed for action. It is thick and dense, elegant and luxurious, but impenetrable. Light. Cough. Just comment casually, there is no purpose. Your clothes affect your actions. If it doesn't work, you can consider changing one. Chen curled his mouth and said. Well, he can go to Muine to buy some clothes that suit his eyes, such as gauze. Muine shook his head. Teacher, I asked you at the time, didn't you say that wearing this dress does not affect your strength? I don't want to change it. Well, it's up to you. Chen doesn't care, clothes are just clothes, and strength is one's own ability. If you have insufficient ability, you will be the first to resent the goods of the equipment. Except for the first generation, second generation, and third generation combat outfits which are armors, Orochimaru and Tsunade are actually casual wear, especially Orochimaru. The kimono looks very chic and handsome, but the kimono affects the action. Chen himself is also the jeans and sweatshirt he is most used to. The only thing that looks like a ninja is that he has a ninja bag on his waist. But depending on how you look, you should have reached the limit, so take a good rest. Obviously they were gentle words, but Muine's face showed horror. No. Teacher. Wait a minute. I can still insist. But where did Chen take care of this? He took out a dark green pistol from the ninja bag. Dead bullet reloading shoot. With a bang on Muine's horrified face, a crimson bullet shot out from the pistol, and she fell to the ground with a crash in the middle of Muine's forehead. Reborn. Suddenly, a flame burst out from Muine's forehead, and with a shout, his clothes were torn instantly, and she wore 2 pieces of kunai and got up. Desperately rest. Then Muine lay down again, closed her eyes tightly, and panted. Beautiful view. A wicked smile suddenly appeared from the corner of Chen Feng's mouth, and he squatted down close to Muine, carefully and generously admiring the beauty. I have a good figure. The 2 Xiaolong Bayas are already in a posture, but the legs are slim enough. It is a pity that the world has long invented underwear, an object that affects human growth and development. However, the hidden attributes of the system are in the end. What is it then? Chen Feng thought, murmured from time to time, nodded, showing the posture of a researcher. If it wasn't for his eyes that exposed his nature. I'm dead, don't take a break like this, a hole. Tsunade looked at him, shouting nervously in his heart. As if he could hear what Tsunade was saying in his heart, Chen Feng turned his head and looked at the sweaty Tsunade. Tsunade, you are almost at the limit, do you want to rest? Never. Teacher, I'm still far from the limit. Even if I die, I don't want to explode. Don't force it, it's bad for your health, isn't it good to take a proper rest? Not good. Chapter 24. The death bullet and the pistol were the system rewards when Chen Feng accepted Muine. To be precise. Rebound's pistol. Grade classification, A. Magazine capacity, 7 rounds. Maximum range, 400 m. Special effect, 7 dead gas bombs are automatically refilled every hour, up to 7 coexistence. Note, this gun is only made for firing dead gas bullets. It looks like a pistol. The interior is unknown and the principle is different. Please do not disassemble it. Death bullet, special bullet. People who are shot to the head will die if they have nothing to regret, and if they do, they will be resurrected and die desperately to complete. Death flames will appear on the head after the resurrection, and only underwear will be worn on the body after the resurrection. Note, dead bombs are in danger of death, please use them properly. Simply put, after being hit by a death bullet, he will work hard to accomplish what he regretted at the time. Both Dead Bullet and Reborn's pistol are from the anime tutor Hitman Reborn. Well, as a teacher, naturally there are things worth learning, such as props. In this regard, Chen Feng said even if I give me an S-level devil fruit, except for the invisible fruit, I will not change it. Looking at Muine, who was taking a breather and taking a break, she felt complacent as a teacher. This is the day to be a teacher. I molested the female students every day, leaning down every day, while teaching the female students to study, while taking a look at the whiteness of her chest, and doing some happy and beautiful things with the female students every day. Chen Feng squatted with his head down, stretched out a finger, and stabs Muine's chest, who was recovering with all his strength. Sure enough, the desperate state of death gas mode, regardless of everything else, just concentrate on the regretful thing. Chen Feng said in his heart. Of course, death bombs have the risk of death, but for Chen Feng, who is very good at inducing education, it is not a problem. The vast and unmanned training ground is in front of Tsunade, who is constantly taunting him as a competitor, and because of his lack of physical strength, he can't continue training. It's better to have a good rest. The idea is not difficult. As long as there is a proper regret for the first time, isn't it easy for the second time? 3 minutes passed quickly, and when Muine opened his eyes, he screamed. Ah! It's the same again. I don't want to experience this kind of rest when I die. Look, is there a girl who wakes up in this kind of public and finds that she is only left with Xiao Nene and she doesn't regret it? Ahem, don't worry, although it's in the public, but within your teacher and my perception, there is not a man. Chen Feng chuckled and said contentedly, don't look at second Hokage. Sneaking is very cruel, but even if he is in front of your teacher and me, he can't completely hide his traces. So you won't be seen by men, don't worry. Relax with the wool. Muine blushed, and angrily hit the ground with a pink fist. Aren't you a man? Are you still here? Why not be seen by men? Read more at hottentalnovel.xyz. How can the teacher count? The teacher is a teacher. The teacher is also a man. Qianfeng coughed lightly, stretched out his hand and took out a ninja bag that looked more and more like a four-dimensional ninja bag, and took out a perfect palace costume. Come on, put on the clothes first. This is the same style as yours. I bought it specially. Only then did Muine think of her semi-naked state again. With another harsh scream, her hand quickly grabbed the clothes in Qianfeng's hand, ignoring Qianfeng in front of him, and immediately put it on. It was almost dressed, and Muine was stunned. What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with the clothes? Qianfeng quietly admired the girl's dressing pictures. Teacher, why does this dress fit me perfectly? That's natural, but the teacher personally prepared this for you. No. I meant to say, why do you know my size? The distant Tsunade snorted coldly, with a tone of yin and yang. Isn't it easy? He measured it with his own hands while you were asleep. Beast. After a while, the training of the two women still has to be carried out. With death bullets as a means of rest, the efficiency of the two can be described as a straight rise. Desperate rest, that short 3 minutes is enough to be comparable to a normal day's sleep, or deep sleep. Of course, some of them are threats. Where is Qianfeng still sitting, watching the two running? Suddenly, he lifted his chin slightly and said, Sarutobi? Why are you here? As soon as the words fell, Sarutobi's figure appeared behind Qianfeng. Aren't you supposed to be busy teaching those two little ghosts? How come you have time to come to me? Like the original, Orochimaru and Jirei are still Sarutobi's disciples, but there are no people who fill the seat of Tsunade. After all, not everyone can keep up with Sunin's progress. But Sarutobi didn't answer bluntly. Instead, he looked at Tsunade and said, Is this the disciple you want to take even if you fight with me? You deserve to be the granddaughter of Master's second generation. I taught well. Qianfeng said. You're welcome. I've always been very polite. Why be polite? Too much modest but hypocritical. Ha ha. Ha ha. The two laughed twice, and Qianfeng said, Sarutobi, look at what Tsunade looks like now. Who is stronger than your two bastards? Sarutobi squinted his eyes, his heart was upset, but he smiled and said, Let's not distinguish between top and bottom. You are really confident, this is my apprentice. Qianfeng smiled. Why, your apprentice must be better than my apprentice. Is it because your apprentice is not a famous brand? Sarutobi laughed. Qianfeng said indifferently and confidently, Sarutobi, take advantage of the present, just write down the characteristics of my Qianfeng disciple. Features. Sarutobi was taken aback, there are other features of disciple. My disciple will be very famous in the future. Qianfeng smiled softly, with a dazzling light in his eyes. It's invincible at the same level, as it should be. The challenge of the next level is easy. These 16 characters will become the truth-like truth in the ninja world in the future. Sarutobi couldn't help but stunned, looking at Qianfeng, who was confident and wrote the words as it should be on his face, not knowing what to say. It took a while before he was relieved. It seems that you are very confident, and that's right, I'm here to inform you anyway. Notice. Qianfeng turned his head curiously when he heard the words. Master Second Hokage decided to take a promotion test to decide Chunin. At the same time, he was also demonstrating Konoha's strength to some eager people in the country of fire and Shinobu village of other countries. What you said is invincible at the same tier, challenge of higher tier is just for us to see. Oh, yes, Master Second Generation named this exam Chunin exam. Chapter 25. The Chunin exam turned out to be from this generation. Also, there is no better time than this for a seated player at the level of Sunin. Qianfeng pondered slightly, then what is your purpose? Sarutobi's eyes widened. How do you know that I have another purpose? Nonsense. Although you are not busy, the village is not going to send someone like you to spread the message. Qianfeng spit on his nose. Talk about your purpose, otherwise I don't care, but I am very busy. Of. Sarutobi's eyes widened. It doesn't look like he is busy sitting on the chair with a lazy face and holding a reading material in his hand. Well, let me explain in advance, this is also second generation suggestion, I just say it, don't get angry at me. Sarutobi sank and said calmly. Second generation considers that the new generation of Konoha does not have too many strong players to form a shock to its village, so I suggest that my disciple Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and your disciple Tsunade form a team. Of course, the external reason is that their teachers are all alone, so. But before Sarutobi's words fell, Qianfeng jumped up and cursed. What a joke. The old immortal second generation still wants to grab the apprentice of Laozi, can't you? No. No death. This is based on the overall situation of the village, and second generation will have this suggestion. Sarutobi said eagerly, after all, it will be very troublesome if you can't have absolute strength to deter others. Then I ask you, who is the teacher of these three people? Qianfeng said with a bad face. Sarutobi's face was a little stiff, but in the end he said, it's me. In other words, I work so hard to pass everything about me to Tsunade, but the master's name changed to you, right? Qianfeng suppressed his inner anger and snarled in a low voice. In just a moment, the surrounding air instantly solidified. The murderous aura was fierce and cold. Sarutobi, who was stared at by Qianfeng, only felt like a little frog stared at by the Kagami snake with venomous eyes, trembling all over. Sarutobi's face changed suddenly. Under this murderous aura, there was a tremor in his heart, and his blood accelerated inexplicably, and he shouted. Qianfeng, calm down, second generation is just a proposal, not an order. No one wants to snatch an apprentice from you. Whoever dares to do it, I will kill whoever. Qianfeng's eyes flashed with sullen meaning, and the murderous aura exuded, boiling like a sea wave, rolling surging, forming an invisible aura, which is daunting. Anger filled Qianfeng's chest, anger, burning in his chest, and the constant expansion of his savings made Qianfeng's blood boil, as if he was about to burn from the inside of his body. Sarutobi, don't force me to kill. A cold sentence made Sarutobi fall into the abyss. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Sure enough, this is his taboo. Sarutobi said in his heart that he originally supported the attribute of Tsunade to him, not only because of the village, but also because of his own selfishness. Losing to Qianfeng at that time, he was not reconciled at all. But I made a mistake, but I couldn't bear to start, but I. How could he be willing? Even Sarutobi is not unselfish. It's no wonder that second generation told me so much before I left, and even asked me to send a letter. If I send an ordinary person, will it be killed by the angry Qianfeng? Sarutobi snorted, if Qianfeng really killed the messenger of second generation, it would really be irreparable. Don't be so nervous, no one dares to force you. After all, you are the one who single-handedly forced the Deming Guardian warrior to annihilate. Sarutobi pretended to smile with ease. Don't worry, if you don't want this proposal, there are other ways. Sang down, Sarutobi's face flashed a little bit of reluctance. If you don't want Tsunade to belong to me, then let Orochimaru and Jiraiya belong to your name. Qianfeng couldn't help dissipating a little bit of murderous aura after hearing this. In any case, Sarutobi is a man who really wanted Konoha. Qianfeng dared to kill directly without Tsunade, but Sarutobi lost 2 apprentices and still pretended to laugh. Exactly, didn't you say that your disciple is invincible at the same level, and the higher the level is to challenge, you just happened to give you both of them, the more talents the better. Sarutobi didn't know how he said such words. His heart seemed to be dripping blood, but he still had a strong smile on his face and patted Chen Feng on the shoulder. Anyway, as long as you form a team, it doesn't matter who you belong to in name. It was obvious to him that he forced a smile on his face. Chen Feng was low and his eyes seemed to change. However, I cannot accept Jiraiya and Orochimaru, and the system will not allow me to accept people other than female students, and... Chen Feng raised his head and looked directly at Sarutobi's eyes. Sarutobi dodged subconsciously. Sarutobi, doesn't your heart hurt if you do this? How come? You can tell from the appearance of Tsunade, you have a good idea of teaching, how could I, how could? As he said, he couldn't speak anymore, just lowered his head. Sarutobi is a person with a lot of emotions, and the weight of mentorship is so heavy in his psychology that he can't bear the killer even Orochimaru defected. But Konoha's mentality in Sarutobi is even heavier. Perhaps Konoha in Sarutobi's heart is the same as the student in my heart. Chen Feng suddenly smiled when this sentence emerged psychologically. Sarutobi, you are so good. Sarutobi raised his head differently. You go back to me and tell second generation what is the result of a small Chunin exam? Can you trust me and the quality of your lessons? Chen Feng snorted and raised his head. It's just a 3-person team that turns into a 2-person team. If the number is insufficient, let's use absolute quality to make up for it. Let the students count as 10, and in an instant we will have the advantage of the number. Sarutobi heard this, although he was a little bit dumbfounded, but his body suddenly relaxed. Hey, you always have your fallacies. Chen Feng ignored Sarutobi, slapped his thigh, and chased after him displeasedly. Oh, by the way, there is Sarutobi. Give you a task. Go back and criticize the old man. How can he not worry at all? It's really worrying. Is it easy for us to educate a student? Don't let him be like Tenten. Moth. Sarutobi shuddered when he heard the words, thinking about the iron-green face of second generation, and tremblingly said, Chen Feng, what do you want me to say? Teacher worry is futile, the teacher humiliates the apprentice to death, forget how I taught you before. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi burst into tears. Chapter 26. To sum up, so you will form a team to take the Chunin exam. Well, this is the first Chunin exam. Work hard, maybe you can still stay in the history. Chen Feng nodded and said, but the reaction of the 2 students was quite big. I took the Chunin exam. I just started training for 2 weeks. Mina's eyes widened, his face full of differences. Hey. Let me form a team with this weak chicken? Teacher, I strongly request to join the team of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Tsunade raised his hand high, and was relentlessly suppressed by Chen Feng. The so-called sorrow of the teacher is futile and the teacher humiliates his apprentice to death. Your teacher, I am very sad now, so you have to work for me. Chen Feng misunderstood their meaning very simply. Anyway, it was just one sentence. If you can't, you have to do it. If there are difficulties, we must overcome the difficulties, and if there are no difficulties, we must also face the manufacturing difficulties. Anyway, it's going to be. Teacher worry is in vain, teacher humiliates and apprentice die. Wait, teacher, if we didn't get the first place this time? Tsunade suddenly had a bad feeling. Well, I will strip you naked, put on your swimsuits, and force you to run around Konoha. Chen Feng looked calm, but said terrifying things. Then I'll give you a lifeless bullet to play with. Such a scene suddenly appeared in the minds of Tsunade and Muine. The 2 women were flushed, wearing a swimsuit that Chen Feng hailed as dead reservoir water that seemed very conservative, with low dew points, but a strange feeling, in the curious eyes of everyone in Konoha, was swung the whip by the devil behind him and drove a circle. Then. Snapped. Snapped. 2 gunshots. Reborn. A flame burst out of Tsunade and Muin's foreheads and shouted. The clothes were torn in an instant. Wearing 2 pieces, Kauchi suddenly got up and shouted loudly. Desperately, you have to put on your clothes first and then come and run Konoha. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Then the 2 put on full armor with the most desperate speed. After just finishing a lap, everyone in Konoha was very strangely confused, shouting, cheering each other, and ran again. No. There is absolutely no face to survive in this world like this. The 2 women instantly burst into flames in their eyes, and their fighting spirit rose wildly. The heat was enough to melt anything. Looking at each other, the 2 women gave birth to a kind of feeling called the same enemy for the first time, and then they said in the same way. Teacher, please be sure to train us with the strictest attitude, we will never let you down. Looking at the strong fighting spirit of the 2, Chen Feng said in the depths of his heart, how can my student's swimsuit be seen by others? This sentence is deeply hidden. Very good, very good. Chen Feng nodded with satisfaction, don't worry, even if you don't say it, I will train you strictly. It is estimated that with the preparation for the exam and the invitation to other countries, we still have about 3 months to train well. I will be very strict in these 3 months. Let's be enlightened. After all, it was the first exam, and the contact with other countries at this time was a little weak because of the war. It would be great to be able to participate in 1 or 2 major countries in 3 months. Chen Feng coughed lightly, then I will allocate our learning tasks for these 3 months. First of all, Tsunade, you must master the Guiliquan skillfully. This is the bottom line. If you still have time after learning this, then I will teach you something else. Tsunade nodded intently, and replied, yes. Teacher. Then go on. Chen Feng then turned his gaze to Muine, after all, you have only started practicing ninja soon, so your training will change a bit. Change? Muine asked puzzledly. Chen Feng sighed silently. Mina is not any woman in the original book, she is not even a ninja. Compared with the tutorial Strange Force Power, Medical Ninjutsu Encyclopedia, Summoning Scroll, Katsuyu, Tsunade Forbidden Art Record, etc., the tutorial provided to Muine is extremely alternative. Complete flower arrangement, true explanations of tea ceremony, Machiavellian tactics, study on the weak, Shijing. To put it bluntly, there is nothing related to fighting, it's all intrigue and the like. From this point of view, if it weren't for Chen Feng, she might become a queen in the future. Forget it, she doesn't have this ability, she should end up as a female officer. But in this case, maybe the rewards in the future will be very good. Chen Feng secretly said. When Chen Feng got the first blood, I mean, when the teaching ends, the system will reward students based on their growth. Obviously, the basis of the system is more from the aspect of being a ninja. However, the original Muine is most likely to have only one flower arrangement related to the ninja, or because of the different types of flowers, they may have poison, paralysis, and other effects. From this point of view, if they are cultivated into an excellent female ninja in the future, the reward should not be it will be worse. But now he can only rely on Chen Feng's own teaching experience. Muine, from now on, your biggest task every day is to run with weights. Chen Feng resolutely said, loading is not an ordinary load. Go get a big ninja bag and carry a lot of ninjas. Under Muine's curious eyes, Chen Feng said, your training is to throw shurikens on the move. You must learn to throw ninjas and exercise speed in these 3 months. Are you going to teach me shuriken? Mina's eyes beamed. No, this is so that you can hold one person, and get Tsunade time to kill the other 2 and help you. Chen Feng ruthlessly hid her confidence. But no matter what, time still flows down a little bit, and the 2 women's exercises are in full swing. And finally, 3 months later, the Chunin exam is about to begin. Participants are Konoha, Kirigakure, Tsunagakure and other small countries. Chapter 27. The Chunin exam is not actually an exam created to advance to Chunin. Although it can also be advanced, the greater purpose is to deter surrounding countries. Now it is the First Ninja World War. Although not all countries have broken out wars, the wars are getting worse and worse. At this time, for countries that have not yet been at war, it is very important to understand the strength of the enemy and ourselves. This is also the reason why Konoha held the Chunin exam for the first time, and 2 major powers responded. Tsunade, are you here to take the Chunin exam? Jiraiya said loudly at the gate of the Death Forest. That's natural, this young lady must beat up the mess of the Kingdom of Water and the Kingdom of Wind, otherwise. Tsunade said vigorously, and at the end, her voice suddenly trembled. She trembled as if she was cold, and finally yelled with a very firm cry. If you don't win, you'd rather die. Seeing Tsunade's face full of determination, the Konoha shinobi who were taking the exam around them all gave thumbs up and said with emotion. As expected to be the granddaughter of Lord Naruto, my princess of Konoha, so ambitious. I have a lot of talents in Konoha, including Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and other geniuses. It's a country of water and wind. It's nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about. I heard that Tsunade-sama is the genius that Sarutobi, Danzo, and Chenfeng are fighting for. This spirit of spirit is worthy of the name of genius. There was a commotion in Wuren village. It seemed that someone wanted to do something, but was stopped by someone next to him. And Sharon village has always been that knife-cut, indifferent. Chenfeng, your apprentice is very good at teaching. Uchiha Kagami with short hair looked at the crowd below and turned his head. That's natural, and you don't want to think about who taught it. Chenfeng chuckled softly, by the way, Kagami, don't you also have a few students? Why don't you talk about them? Uchiha Kagami smiled bitterly and shook his head, you also know what I am doing. The family is in a mess. The family is still dead. The Pistons gave me 3 clansmen, but they are all high-pitched young masters. I can't afford to wait for it. Sarutobi was holding a pot of tea, and several cups came over and said, you are too gentle. There are always people pushing their noses on their faces. Occasionally, it's okay to be strict. This is what I said to you, Sarutobi, can I educate others now? Danzo looked disdainful, grabbed a cup, and poured himself a cup of tea. Sarutobi shook his head and smiled, but did not answer. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Danzo, don't you have any students? Chenfeng asked strangely, why don't you talk about them? In Umbu, I collected a few. Danzo looked at Chenfeng with a strange look, there is a lot of knowledge in Umbu. Ahem. Chenfeng shook his head in embarrassment. As a result, Minister Umbu, who controls intelligence, knew nothing about what happened in Umbu. The malfeasance was obvious enough. Who made him focus on educating students during this period of time? After all, compared with the fragrant loli, those big guys who don't look interesting at all are completely unattractive. Speaking of Chenfeng, your teaching methods are really extraordinary. Tsunade's fighting spirit is so strong. Sarutobi took the initiative. I said to Orochimaru and Jiraiya that I would teach them a high-level ninjutsu after passing the exam. They are still the same. It looks like. Since Chenfeng refused to accept Orochimaru and Jiraiya and gave them to Sarutobi, he has been very grateful to Chenfeng. At this time, he saw Chenfeng embarrassed and took the initiative to avert the topic. In other words, how did you educate Tsunade and your new apprentice? A weird smile appeared on Chenfeng's face, and he shook his head. How can such a secret be told? Anyway, I just have my special way of teaching. The exam begins. Everyone, go to the scheduled gate. The person in charge announced. Jiraiya yelled at Tsunade, "Tsunade, you have to work hard, you can't beat the enemy, just come to me." He looked complacent and said, "My uncle will protect you." "Jiraiya, you should be careful first, don't let the enemy do it." Orochimaru whispered beside him. "You really don't give me face, how can we say that we are in the same team?" Jiraiya's face suddenly pulled down. Tsunade snorted, "Just you? You still protect me? You should take care of yourself first." "Mine, let's go, I will quietly watch this arrogant APG for help, don't kneel down and begging to hold your thighs, I won't let you hold your thighs like this." "Oh? Who would you let Tsunade hold? This is a fragrant thigh. How smooth and tender, and pitiful." Mina joked. Tsunade's face was also pulled down suddenly, and his face was blushing. "You don't give me face, we are also in the same team." Everyone started to separate. "The exam begins." With an order, everyone shouted, or silently, or indifferently, they walked into the death forest together. "Okay. Orochimaru, let's finish our own scroll quickly, and then go to see Tsunade, I would like to know what kind of students her teacher can teach." Jiraiya said loudly. "It's up to you." Orochimaru was calm. "The other side." "Mine, we must win." Tsunade's eyes burst into flames. "Well, you have to win. It's best to clear the level without injury." Muine's eyes also spurted flames. Only in this way can that BD teacher have nothing to say, otherwise. The two women looked at each other, and their morale was immediately high. "If you don't win, you'd rather die." Chapter 28. Jiraiya and Orochimaru walk in the dense woods. "Really, I don't know which person named Chenfeng is better than teacher Sarutobi. Why did Tsunade look for him?" Jiraiya hugged his head. Orochimaru was silent for a moment. "Chenfeng is also Jonin in the village. He has also defeated teacher Sarutobi. There is nothing wrong with choosing him. And Jiraiya, you just want to be with Tsunade." Jiraiya suddenly became ashamed and angered. Who wants to be with that violent flat-chested guy? I just watched Chenfeng take care of the woman next to her. I can't see it. I used to be a classmate after all, I am a classmate after all." As if to emphasize, Jiraiya said twice. "It doesn't matter, anyway, it has nothing to do with me." Orochimaru hung up on his own, and then said with a trace of seriousness on his face, "But you are almost paying attention, we are already within the scope of the exam. It's okay, even if one person is missing, my lord Jiraiya can lead you to victory alone." Jiraiya waved his hand, it didn't matter. But the next moment, the two faces instantly condensed, and they quickly turned back to back. "Hee, it seems that our prey is still very vigilant." "Right, Xiaolino." A fat man with a patterned face and a pig came out. "Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, I'll kill you next time you call me Xiaolingo." A fierce female voice came from behind Jiraiya. He turned his head suddenly, but saw a girl with braids around his ears suddenly appeared. "If you want me to say how good it would be to ambush directly, Ringo, why do I have to make a little noise? Obviously this white-haired idiot is about to enter our ambush circle." A tall and thin man with brown hair and a long silver knife wandered. "I said don't call me little Ringo, Li Shachuanwan, do you want to die once?" Ringo shouted sharply. Li Shichuanwan laughed twice without answering. "How do you know where we are?" Orochimaru's face was gloomy, and his body was completely taut. He didn't believe that the Chunin exam could show up a team that completely concealed the perception of the two of them. "Haha." Li Shiquanwan laughed twice, "You have to ask your teammates. I didn't expect that the white-haired idiot would accost our thorny rose Ringo Yuri before the Chunin exam. Come. Isn't it normal for people who dare to strike up a conversation with me who don't dare to strike up a conversation with them? Ringo Yuyuri coldly snorted, otherwise, can you be called a white-haired idiot? Jiraiya. Even if he was as calm as Orochimaru, he couldn't help but stared at Jiraiya bitterly. The ninja who strikes up a conversation with the enemy is probably the only white-haired idiot in this world. Ah! A hole. Actually count on me. Jiraiya yelled, then stared at the three in front of him and said, but although I was caught in your tricks, you are too underestimating me. With the three of you alone, you can't keep the two of us. But before the Kiraijin 3 could answer, Orochimaru sighed helplessly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Jiraiya, they said you were a white-haired idiot, and they were right. He pulled out Konao and looked forward coldly. Do you think we are fighting alone? This is a problem between Kumi and Konoha. How could they only come out in a team? As if responding to Orochimaru's words, there was a strange laughter from the gloomy woods around. Ha ha ha. Now, even Jiraiya's face is ugly. Boom. 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 The war is going on so soon. Not far from the Death Forest, Chenfeng and Danzo drank lazily and played chess. It looks like that idiot has been calculated, otherwise it shouldn't have been found so quickly. Danzo picked up a copy of Sake and took a sip. It really is an idiot. Which idiot appeared in Shinobu village? Haha, I hope it's not our student. Fart, who of our students would fall into this obvious trap? Ha 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 ha. Among the group of people, only Sarutobi looked at the Death Forest in silence. I hope it wasn't Jiraiya, that idiot made some mistake. Chenfeng greeted him and said with great interest, hey, Sarutobi, a rare opportunity, let's bet something. Just bet on our disciple performance. Achievements. Several people were surprised, and the cups for tea were also put down. Unlike the Chunin exams in the future, there was only one test for the first time, and there was only one team for the winner. This is why second generation wanted to group Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade into one group. Each team has scrolls in their hands, and although the same is a scroll battle, after 3 days, the person who holds the most scrolls wins. Betting on a team to win, I naturally bet on my students. Chenfeng smiled softly and stretched out a finger. I published a volume of S-level ninjutsu, and bet my students are the first. The brisk voice showed high confidence, and Chenfeng glanced at the audience with a smile. You are really confident. Uchiha Kagami blinked his eyes. Be careful that the horse stumbles. So you are still really stupid, and my disciple can't win, then who else is qualified? Chenfeng shook his head disdainfully. Isn't there a girl in your discipline who has just started exercising? I heard that she is still a princess. Danzo's eyes picked up. Tsunade is the main force. Although she is good at strength, this exam is not that simple. Oh. Uchiha Kagami asked with interest, why is it not easy? It is said that in order to frighten the surrounding countries, Funan village has sent a team known as the successors of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Such an elite, I am afraid that Jiraiya and the others are not having a good time against each other. There are only 7 ninja swords, and they are all teachers. They are not as good as me and Sarutobi. Chenfeng confidently said, Sarutobi, how about it, do you want to bet? Sarutobi's face is a bit ugly, what are you betting on? You and my disciple record? Chenfeng said lightly. What about the stakes? Sarutobi was a little unsure. S-rank ninjutsu. This bet is too big. Sarutobi couldn't help but said that although he hadn't heard the words of a small bet and a big bet that hurt the body, he would inevitably hesitate in the face of such a large bet. It turns out that the Sarutobi teacher that those little guys said is nothing more than that. Chenfeng sighed and said with pity, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, you have chosen the wrong teacher. Tsunade, how lucky you are to be in my door. Ah! Sarutobi apprentices who have never met in the future, I feel sad for your lives. Enough. Sarutobi's face was terribly ugly, and he slapped the table. I bet with you. You are just a Tsunade and a rookie who dare to place such a heavy bet. I have 2 personal disciples, am I still afraid of you? That's okay. Chenfeng's eyes narrowed while laughing. Danzo and Uchiha Kagami looked at Sarutobi with a stubborn look, and Chenfeng, who had succeeded in the conspiracy, and sighed silently. Chapter 29. As Sarutobi thought, Jiraiya is in a very bad situation now. Fire-style Great Flame Bomb. Jiraiya expelled a huge fireball in one gulp. Huh, you are really confident in using water style in the face of our Vunan village. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish sneered with a big mouth, and then quickly settled. Water style Water Mackerel Technique. In the huge current, there was a huge column of water suddenly rising into the sky, condensing into the appearance of a shark, and a pair of shark fins condensed by the current suddenly stretched out. Boom! The fire bomb and the water mackerel collided unknowingly, emitting diffuse water vapor. However, although the fire bombs continued to erupt, Jiraiya was determined to overcome the fire. Soon, the volume of the fire bombs quickly became smaller. Jiraiya was sweating profusely, and she could only grit her teeth to support it. Earth-style Earth Flow Wall. Orochimaru stepped forward, and a solid earth wall rose from the ground. Boom! The water mackerel bomb that completely extinguished the flame hit the earth wall with a rumbling sound. The earth wall swayed twice, but it did not collapse in the end. Thanks, Orochimaru. Just as Jiraiya gasped, he saw Orochimaru's dignified face and pulled Jiraiya's body. Boom! 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 The 3 shurikens were inserted on the earth wall, exactly where Jiraiya was just now. Damn it! Don't you people in Wuran village dare to fight me upright? If you don't accept the single challenge, you are the one who counseled Lao Tzu. Jiraiya was so angry that he cursed. Originally, he and Orochimaru were weaker than the 3 on the other side. However, there were still a few people hiding in the surrounding forests and attacking only with shurikens. Make the already unfavorable situation even more unfavorable. This is war, don't talk about boring Bushido. Do you think people are as stupid as you? Orochimaru pondered for a while, and finally said helplessly, Jiraiya, get ready to flee, this battle can't be fought. Regarding Jiraiya and Orochimaru alone, if they are ingenious, they may be able to defeat the puffer fish ghosts, but if there are a group of guys who are ready to attack, even if the design is done, it will still be futile. Want to escape? There are no doors. Water-style Water Chaos. With a knife on his back, Li Shiquanwan spouted a wave of waves and whizzed away. Wow! The water rushed to the earth wall. Although it did not break through, it was splashed and wet the surrounding area. Lightning-style Emotion Wave. Ringo let out a soft drink, and the thunder blared, falling down with a rumble. What? Orochimaru and Jiraiya couldn't help but let out a scream. Even if the earth wall blocked them, the water still became a conductor. There is no overwhelming advantage in strength, but the enemy has a huge quantitative advantage. Even if they are one of the 3 forbearance, they can't hold on. Ended. Li Shiquanwan pulled out the silver knife, and the blade flashed with silver light. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. This is a trick I deliberately trained to master long knives and stitches in the future. Suddenly, Li Shiquanwan rushed towards Jiraiya and the others, a straight line, faster and faster, and the sound of the wind was chased behind him. Long sword forbearance piercing the heart. The silver knife in his hand stretched forward, and the sharp silver knife tip was bloody and cruel. What? This is not the screams of Jiraiya after being assassinated, but the screams of Li Shiquanwan being flew by a punch. Tsunade. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who were barely recovering, were taken aback, and suddenly exclaimed. It's really miserable depending on how you look. Tsunade flicked his hair, looked at the 2 men who were broken, and suddenly raised his brows. This is the first time I have seen you so miserable. It seems that the fare for saving you this time is pretty good. Jiraiya flushed, and raised her head and asked, Tsunade, why are you here? Oh, you said this, I happened to hear a scream of unlucky ghost crying nearby, so I almost ran over curiously. Jiraiya's face suddenly turned red. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and said in his heart, although Jiraiya is easy to get into trouble, fortunately that shit is lucky, but now. Tsunade, thank you very much for coming, but now we should leave soon. Jiraiya frowned, and said unwillingly, Orochimaru, since Tsunade is here, then I'll fight a good fight. It just so happened that I was just annoyed. Just as Tsunade is here, we will wipe them all out. Orochimaru calmly said, we are not strong enough, you and I have been injured, but the three people on the opposite side are basically intact. Whether we can fight or not, let alone the enemies who are still standing by. Now retreat is the best option. But they won't let us go casually. It's better to fight to the death. Jiraiya stiffened his neck. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Ringo snorted coldly, you can't escape. The watermelon puffer fish ghost snorted disdainfully, just like this, you still want to beat the three of us? Don't look too high on yourself. Whether you choose to flee or fight, the result remains the same. But at this moment, Tsunade got up straight away, walked out of the ragged dirt wall, and stood in front of Ringo, Lishaquan and Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost. Tsunade, what are you? The two were puzzled. My teacher once told me that. Tsunade did not answer, but said like a narrative. When you face a punch from me, will you hide to the left, to the right, or to hide? Or do you just hold on to the next punch and counter the enemy? My answer at the time was counterattack the enemy. Jiraiya was overjoyed, look, Tsunade, you really have the most appetite for me. You can't persuade me at the critical moment, just do it. But then Tsunade's words made him stiff suddenly. Then in the next experiment, I was blown away by the teacher, and my fist just wiped the teacher's clothes. Orochimaru was silent for a moment and said, hide back, and then wait for an opportunity to counterattack. Tsunade shook his head, I then tried to go left, right, and backward. Unfortunately, the speed is not the teacher's opponent at all. He can always hit me before I dodge, and the result is almost the same as before. Right now Orochimaru's face also stiffened. But isn't there no solution at all? Jiraiya jumped. Tsunade nodded, I said the same at the time and asked him if he was just bullying me. But, then he said. Tsunade's eyes were blurred, as if recalling the memories of the time, the dialogue with Chen Feng was still so vivid. Teacher, this is an unsolvable problem at all. Haha, my stupid disciple, why don't you kick it before the enemy hits you? But, teacher, you didn't say this option before. Remember, Tsunade. There is nothing more stupid in this world than to choose according to the options given to you by the enemy. The person who wins the battle will always be the one who has the initiative. So. Tsunade clapped his hands and looked at the three people in front of Kiri Shinobi, my choice now is to destroy the enemy's periphery first. What? As soon as the voice fell, a miserable cry came from the woods beside him. Chapter 30. There was a cry of sorrow, and the faces of Ringo, Pufferfish Ghost, and Li Xiaochuan suddenly tightened. Do you still have accomplices? But Tsunade didn't answer. Instead, he looked straight and said, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, I will hold one, you can solve the other two, are you okay? No problem. Jiraiya jumped out directly, Tsunade, I didn't expect your companion to be pretty good. Even though I didn't see it. But this time I remember her favor. Play like this, you can win. Orochimaru was also ready to take off. Tsunade's mouth twitched slightly, his delicate fists were directly clenched, and he shouted, go. Force them, let them be one-on-one with us. Leave this to me. Orochimaru stepped forward and kept making seals in his hands, but it took a few seconds. Earth-style earth-flowing river. With a loud shout, the earth was transformed into a brown quagmire, and then driven by an invisible force, it rushed away. Damn it, it's earth-style. The three of Vunin jumped off one after another. Within the attributes, earth style is the most restrained water style. One-on-one, I'm not afraid of you. Jiraiya yelled and greeted the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost. Damn it! The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost whispered secretly, and started fighting with Jiraiya. Orochimaru walked and flowed coldly, sneered at Li Shaquanwan and said, I think you were arrogant before, now try to be arrogant with me. But a useless dying struggle. Li Hakushimaru let out a disdainful cold snort and took over Orochimaru. Zizi. It looks like you are my opponent. Ringo Yuyuri sneered and took the initiative to meet Tsunade. A dignified look appeared on Tsunade's face, you take the initiative to separate. Ringo snorted disdainfully, you are not in a small team, so because you think you might make mistakes when you cooperate suddenly, you separate your opponents, but when do you think that the three of us can cooperate willingly? Tsunade's body tightened, what do you mean? Are you not from the team? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. But we don't have any plans to cooperate for others. Ringo sneered, but his hands were not slow, lightning-style pseudo-darkness. The mighty thunder crashed down, and Ringo's shark-like teeth flowed out of a large amount of silver electric light, and the thunder and lightning flickered like a doomsday storm. Tsunade kicked hard under his feet, and the instantly condensed chakra kicked the feet completely, and the body quickly jumped back. Huh. I'm going to see, when can you run? Ringo snorted disdainfully, pulling his hands from behind, two strangely shaped swords. Although it's just an imitation of Thunder Blade Tooth, it's what you get if you use it for you. As if giving an order, the blade was wrapped around the endless thunder, and Ringo rushed forward, surrounded by thunder and lightning, and rushed towards Tsunade. Is it the heir of the bearer of the Kaironin Seven Great Swords? Tsunade murmured, clenching his delicate fist sharply. Close combat, who is afraid of whom? With a violent squeeze, Tsunade did not retreat, but rushed to Ringo's side abruptly, waved a delicate fist, and slammed it over. The tyrannical chakra exploded, and a strong blue chakra appeared in her body, giving people a sense of indestructibility, with a punch. The air in front of him exploded directly, and the low explosion sound resounded across the sky. Weird power punch. Ringo changed his color with the hefty fist wind, and the two imitation thunder knives quickly crossed into a cross, blocking Tsunade's fist with the center of the cross. The huge force almost made Ringo unable to hold the two knives, her eyes flashed with a cruel look, and she kicked her kick among the crossed thunder knives, relying on the combined force of both hands and feet to barely block it. A lot of strength. Even if she was as cold as her, she couldn't exclaim. But Tsunade's face suddenly became gloomy, and Ringo's face was not discouraged, but a triumphant smile appeared. The two were in a stalemate, and Tsunade's strange power could not break Ringo's defenses at once, but as time went by, Tsunade's face became more and more ugly. Zizi. Ringo's thunder and lightning continued to rage and emitted endlessly, but the chakra coat that Tsunade wore was gradually dissipating. The thunder and lightning of the thunder knife can't be blocked so easily. Little girl, did you choose to be charred by my thunder and lightning a little bit, or did you choose to be cut in half by my thunder knife at the moment of retreating? Ringo laughed loudly. Leideo is known as the with the fastest blade of thunder and lightning. Although my imitation is not as good as the genuine Thunder Deo, I will never let his prey go. Tsunade's face showed the pain of being shocked, but still gritted his teeth and smiled. Did you forget what I just said? The choice given by the enemy, only stupid hopeless people will choose. And my choice is. Tsunade suddenly lost his strength, and with a kick, the whole person retreated quickly. What choice, Don't you still choose what I gave you? And you still die? Ringo sneered disdainfully, and the two knives twisted quickly, and in Tsunade's incredible eyes, he slashed Tsunade in half. How could you avoid the fastest blade with 2 effort? Stupid! Ringo said. But at this moment, Tsunade's voice suddenly sounded. Idiot! I said, how could I choose the option you gave me? Ringo suddenly raised her head, and Tsunade's figure suddenly appeared from above her, with full momentum, with incomparable sharpness, and a punch. You've always been a shadow clone? The one who killed the clutter around the outside, is it you? At this moment, Ringo felt blessed, and she understood everything instantly. Of course. This lady has been trained so hard by that animal teacher for so long, and she has lost all her morals. How can she not even break a fake thunder knife? Weird power punch. Boom. Chapter 31. What? Ringo was killed. That woman, it was just a clone who shot me flying before. Pufferfish Ghost and Kurishikushimiru's expressions tightened and said in disbelief. It turns out that the knife BD who hit the fly just now is just a clone of Tsunade. I said, why, there is a strange feeling. Orochimaru and Jiraiya were also frightened, and they couldn't help but slow down a little bit, so that the wandering Kurishikushimiru and Pufferfish Ghost were spared. Tsunade held his head high. If it wasn't for my clone, would that white hair still live? I'll kill him with one punch, okay. Kurishikushimiru and the Pufferfish Ghost suddenly exerted their strength, and they broke out of the battle and stood together. Do you really dare to say it? Li Shisuanwan snorted disdainfully, knock me out with one punch? Try it if you have the ability. The situation is unfavorable now, let's withdraw. The Pufferfish Ghost frowned and scanned the audience. It seems that all the awful has been eliminated. It's really useless. Even sneak attacks can't be done well. Instead, they were killed one by one. Li Shisuanwan gritted his teeth and said, it's fine to be killed by someone, and it's still holding us back. Humph. Even if you want to leave, do you think we will let you go? We are the one who has the advantage now. Jiraiya said loudly. 3 against 2, you can't win. Orochimaru also said faintly. Tsunade moved lightly, the 3 of them approached and opened Sakura's lips lightly, not 3-2, it's 4-2. My little junior sister is incompetent, but I want to come a little bit stronger than the waste you brought. 4-2? What nonsense are you talking about? 4-3. But at this moment, a voice of bitter hatred suddenly sounded, and Ringo's teeth were about to die, and his bloodline was stained, and he got up like an evil spirit rising from hell. You're not dead yet. Tsunade's face was full of suspicion, but his punch was done with all his strength. A strange force punch with all your heart and energy is not the kind of punch that you can do with your own hands, and then Li Shisuanwan can get up indifferently. And Tsunade clearly felt that Ringo had no vitality. Just because of you, little girl, you still want to kill me. Ringo vomited blood and said bitterly. Tsunade tickled with hatred. Hearing these words, he inexplicably remembered that a certain bird-beast teacher system hit her with a deadly bullet. When he was resting, he personally measured a certain key place. Then when she woke up, she listened to the bird-beast teacher system in a regretful tone. Hey, Tsunade, you'd better eat more meat. Really, this is a little girl at all, she doesn't feel at all, it's a dead bullet for me. Your sister. Tsunade shook his head, seeming to want to throw the tragic memory out of his head. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Lingo, how do you feel? Li Shisuanwan asked with a glance at his eyes. Don't call me Ringo. Ringo Yuyuri replied, and then said silently for a moment, that punch was quite heavy. The 3 of them looked at each other and made a decision in an instant. Suddenly, almost at the same moment, the 3 of them turned their heads and ran without any delay, even without a hint of warning. Don't want to run. Jiraiya hurriedly chased him. Wait, Jiraiya. Stop chasing. Orochimaru yelled quickly. The watermelon puffer fish ghost suddenly turned around, with a cruel smile on his fat face. Ninfaneedle Chiban. The red hair curled up as if consciously, and aimed at Jiraiya like a gun emplacement, and then, like a hurricane, the hair needle shot out frantically. Beep. 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 Jiraiya hurried to protect the vitals, but a large number of senbon shot him in the body. Taking this opportunity, the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, Li Shichuanwan, and Ringo Yuyuri fled in one fell swoop. Huh. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps quietly, lowered his head and mocked, "Idiot Jiraiya, it is basic to block the pursuit when you retreat, and it is basic for the chaser to beware of the blocking. Are you really a ninja? You control it?" Jiraiya grinned. At this time, Muine finally walked out of the hiding place, his head raised. "Chi, it's obviously a hindrance, so why don't you have any self-knowledge? Then hide as honestly as you do," Tsunade said angrily. From beginning to end, there was basically nothing to her, and she hid completely, without even stopping her at the end. Commonly known as soy sauce. Muine's face blushed, and he scrambled, "Isn't this that I just started the practice of ninja? If I started training at an early age like you, I will definitely be better than you. Does this count as a prodigal dog's growl?" Tsunade's eyes were picked up, and his popularity was dying. A hole. Muin gritted her teeth and looked at Tsunade bitterly. "Damn, this princess has done it? Even if you completely abandon your morals, you must surpass you under the teacher's training. No matter what you pay." Orochimaru took a breath and raised his head and said, "Anyway, thank you, if you don't come, hey. It's okay." Tsunade waved his hand and said, "Anyway, as long as you pay the price." Pay the price. The two suddenly felt bad. Suddenly, Muine flew a kick and kicked Jiraiya's elbow, causing Jiraiya to flick Bloodline's arm, and then she took out a piece of paper just right. With a chirp, a big bright red handprint on the paper is very conspicuous. This is. Jiraiya's bad premonition was even worse. Slave self-recommendation book. Tsunade explained with a light mouth, "That's what it says above. I, Jiraiya, a slave of my own accord, from today onwards, I will do my best to satisfy the adults' desires, serve the adults with all my strength, for the adults, abandon my name, and for the adults, give up my self-esteem. Don't want anything but adults, don't want anything but adults, can't sleep without the permission of adults, can't breathe without the permission of adults. Everything I have will be offered to the adults, and the tiredness of the adults will be supported with my whole body, and I will follow the adults' words. I be willing to be an adult's humble slave. Be an adult's humble RBQ." Tsunade shook the paper of the slave recommendation letter with a treacherous expression on his face. "Jiraiya, this has your handprint. If you want to get this back, just find me the scroll desperately, and then hand it over to this lady." Me. FK. Both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were shocked. Chapter 32. Looking at the recommendation letter written in black and white, Jiraiya's desire to die was all in an instant. "Tsunade, is this one?" he said with last hope. "I'm sorry, for the sake of the morality of the two of us, I can only trouble you not to be moral." Tsunade shook his head angrily, as if ashamed. Jiraiya swallowed, her eyes trembling, and said, "But, why is my name already written on this top?" "Oh, you said this is the complete preparation of Tsunade and I for the exam." Mina took out a dozen papers from the ninja bag, and it was full of self-recommendations like this. "Look, even Orochimaru's me is prepared." Orochimaru's body was tight, his face was blue and solemn, and his attitude was not even as serious as he was facing the enemy just now. So, you just accept your fate. Tsunade smiled and said, "You are loyal to Princess Konoha. I will write you down in a diary that I have never used. Oh, by the way, as you are the first person to sign this princess, I will try my best to find you a beauty in the master column. Don't you see that Akamike-ran from Akamike's family always wants to get more intimate with you?" Jiraiya instantly recalled the face of Akamike-ran in his mind. There are Jiraiya's thick thigh arms, and Jiraiya's thick thighs, there are two Jiraiya's thick water tank waists, and the pockmarked face like a doe. No. Then I might as well die. Jiraiya tried desperately to get up, but just now, there was a touch of cold on his neck that stopped him from moving. "Don't mess around, I know you, you can't help but know you." Muine held Kunao on Jiraiya's neck, and at the same time, Tsunade looked at Orochimaru solemnly, not giving them any chance. "Are you like this?" "Tsunade, we are also friends anyhow, former classmates." Orochimaru laughed bitterly, and couldn't hold back the calm face anymore. Tsunade and Mie looked at each other, tearful in both eyes. "I show mercy to your men, who is merciful to our men." They have an urge to complain, but the content of the complaint leaves them speechless. How can people know this kind of shame? Is your teacher so strict? What did he use to make you like this? Jiraiya couldn't help asking. Humiliation and ethics. The two women answered loudly in unison. "Hey, Tsunade, they should be able to win." Chenfeng yawned. "If you win and the grades are not good, do you want to force them to put on maid costumes and serve me for a day? Or, a naked apron? Or maybe a tortoise shell training and training? As Minister Umbu, I don't have any interrogation experience yet." Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. The bored Chenfeng lay on the sofa, thinking indifferently. As for what is bad grades? That's not what Chenfeng said. In a way, the two Tsunade already understood the shamelessness of their teacher. "Chenfeng." Danzo opened the door and strode in. "If it's work, please call me Lord Minister." Chenfeng didn't even turn his head, waved his hand directly. Danzo's face became stiff, but he is a person who is advancing towards the great ideal of kill Chenfeng and push to Sarutobi. How can he call his opponent an adult and act submissively? But Chenfeng's words are indeed reasonable, methodical, and completely appropriate. Just like everyone is like him, they don't ask respect and inferiority. Then what kind of combat effectiveness can the organization have? "Minister." "Your Excellency." He gritted his teeth and burst out word by word, as if he had swallowed a bite of shit, but had to endure the nausea, chewed it carefully, and swallowed it slowly. "Good. Chenfeng doesn't care what Danzo looks like, in other words, the more uncomfortable Danzo, the more disgusting, the more depressed. The happier Chenfeng is. What makes you unhappy? Say it to make me happy." Danzo's face suddenly felt like he had eaten a second poop, and he said bitterly, "No. I just came to report your results like you. Let's talk about it." Chenfeng still looked lazy. Cloud Shinobi Village sent ninjas, 5 jonin and 13 chinin, of which 5 jonin were beheaded by our Umbu, 4 were beheaded, 1 was captured, chinin was beheaded and 10 were captured, 3 were captured, and 1 chinin was killed on our side. Rock Shinobi Village sent ninjas, 3 jonin, 8 chinin, of which chinin was killed 5 people, 2 captured 2, jonin was killed 2, 1 captured, no one died in our side. Danzo responded, looking at Chenfeng who was doing nothing with a complicated look. It was him who used strange means to select Umbu, instead of using normal means to select the superior. Usually not only Danzo, but also countless strong men who have been kicked down are constantly insinuating in their hearts this is simply a child's play. What's the use of answering messy questions? Can the enemy be defeated at a critical moment? Can you complete Umbu's dangerous mission? Strength is everything. Not only Danzo thinks so, but many others in EPUB think so too. But at this time, EPUB finally did his first big task guarding Chunin's exam and repelling the invading enemy. The result was a complete shock to Danzo. This is a war, not a trifling matter, let alone a slapstick drama. Kill 1,000 enemies and self-defeating 800. According to Danzo's inference, although one's own side has the advantage, without the presence of strong men like second Hokage or himself, he can take all 8 Jonin and 21 who have committed the crime. If a Chunin is defeated, at least 2 Jonin and 5 Chunin will be killed. This can also be called a proper arrangement, smooth conditioning, and full of achievements. In this way, there is no guarantee that everyone will be captured and killed. Someone will definitely run away. The next step depends on the methods of the people who arranged the chase. As a result, in the future, all the enemies who committed the crime will be wiped out and captured, and Konoha will only lose one person. Still a Chunin who was forcibly pulled by the enemy Jonin to die. Because the people of EPUB were too slippery and didn't keep their hands, even the enemy wanted to die together. They were warned early. They even had a mental arithmetic and unintentional, forming a mythical battle loss ratio. Danzo, the Chunin exam will be over tomorrow, and on the last day, make arrangements for security. Chenfen didn't know what Danzo was thinking. He stretched his waist and said casually, "Well, then you can take care of the next thing. The captives can play whatever they want. Anyway, you can go to second generation and let them know." "What about you?" Danzo asked subconsciously, feeling complicated. "Me? Please, I'm very busy." "Well, you can do it." Danzo looked at this person who had rolled on the sofa twice, who might fall asleep at any time, with a weak emotion in his heart. Is this person a big flower or a geek monster? I can't see through, I can't see through. Chapter 33. Time is up. The Chunin exam is over. With an order, the gates of the Death Forest were all opened, and a total of 50 groups of 150 elite ninjas rushed to the Death Forest. Their task is to organize the next struggle, as well as the treatment of injured ninjas. How do I feel that this exam has a sense of sight of the college entrance examination? Chen Feng, as a teacher, stayed outside the door with Sarutobi and others. "How about it, Sarutobi, don't forget our bet," Chen Feng said with a grin. Sarutobi turned his head and said, "Humph, I can't forget, just a ninjutsu, I can't do without you." Think about him bleeding in his heart. S-level ninjutsu is already the ninjutsu that stands at the apex of all ninjutsu. If, according to later generations, it is a technology that is enough to be included in state secrets, how could he be impulsive? Was it used as a bet? No. What does this say is as if I lost. Chen Feng, my disciple has been tempered. If it is Princess Tsunade, I will say otherwise, but the other newcomers in your team will not lose. Yes, it's up to you. Chen Feng shrugged. S-level ninjutsu casually fooled him with a medical ninjutsu forbidden technique, and he couldn't learn it anyway. But Sarutobi's ninjutsu is a standard offensive evasion technique with various attributes, so this bet is not lost. No. In other words, I still want to lose a little bit, so I can still use because you and I lost an S-rank ninjutsu to crush Tsunade and the others. Maybe they will be upset for a while, and they will accept everything. Done. Knee pillows, made, feeding, and even further, it's not bad to have a beautiful good morning bite. Chen Feng laughed treacherously, as if thinking of a bright future. Compared with this bright future, it's just an S-level ninjutsu, and Chen Feng doesn't care. The ninja moves very fast, especially the search unit Jonin. Not long after, some students were brought out one by one and turned in the scrolls in their hands. After review, they were recorded as scores. Teacher. Tsunade and Muine hopped and ran over with open eyes. "Oh, you look in a good mood, do you have good grades?" Chen Feng chuckled lightly, but he said inwardly. "Good grades. No matter how good the grades are, I have to tell them. I'll let you see what is called an official word later, so it makes sense. Tsunade flicked his ponytail and said confidently, of course, this time the first one, this lady has decided. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. This is the teacher's grade that you can't find any reason. Mina was also full of smiles. Chen-Feng raised his brows, why can't I justify it? If you say that, I have to review it carefully. Up to you. The two women said in unison. Hee, my stupid disciple, don't you think that guaranteeing the first place will leave the teacher speechless? I look down on you, teacher, and me. As my disciple, I didn't double the score of the second place. Are you embarrassed to come out? It's still jumping, it's just looking for a dead end. Chen-Feng smiled sinisterly, Tsunade and Muine smiled heartily, because they could escape. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, how about you two? Sarutobi pulled her two disciples and asked worriedly. Will you lose to Tsunade? This is what Sarutobi really wants to say. This is about a big bet for an S-rank ninjutsu. Even Jonin in his village, even a master of the shadow rank, feels sad. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at each other, and suddenly looked up to the sky and sighed. Teacher, don't ask any more, this time the students are planted. What's the matter? Don't tell me that you didn't even collect the two most basic scrolls. Sarutobi suddenly became anxious, pulling Orochimaru and Jiraiya to ask. Teacher, don't ask, I really can't tell you. Jiraiya's eyes were tearful, grief inexplicably. Teacher, although we have collected the scrolls, but, this is the shame of my Orochimaru life, it is a memory that I don't want to think of when I die. Orochimaru lowered his head. Although he couldn't see his face clearly, the tragic voice came. What the hell is going on? What are you talking about? The teacher will help you solve it. Sarutobi jumped anxiously. Did you get defeated by Vunin Village and Sand Ninja Village? It's okay, let's fight back next time. Did someone calculate it? Can't you come back with revenge next time? Sarutobi deserves to be a good teacher, and he is still encouraging the students at this time. As long as you work hard and train desperately, I am responsible for entrusting you to ninjutsu to surpass those enemies, and you must defeat him. Orochimaru, Jiraiya, failure is not terrible, but the terrible thing is that we dare not face failure. Sarutobi said earnestly, nothing is too difficult. Teacher. It's okay, no problem. Teacher. This time, Jiraiya really cried, and Orochimaru was no longer the calm face, but rarely with grievances and suffering. What's wrong? The second monk Chen-Feng couldn't figure it out, even if you fail once, with the minds of two people, it won't be like this. Looking around, I don't know why, every pair of teachers and students in the neighborhood has a similar situation. They even cried loudly, ignoring the people around them and crying loudly. What's going on? Is there something that we don't know is happening in the Death Forest? Is the Umbu Guard not doing it well? Chen-Feng couldn't help muttering to himself. What's the matter, Muine, do you know? I don't know either, Tsunade. I don't know why, the two women's heads are a little low, and they are talking very programmed questions. Chapter 34. The world of the ninja is cruel. When the cruelty arrives, the results of Chunin's exam are ready to be announced when all the students have not returned. The cruelty is as long as the top name, the other wastes don't even have the value of nomination. Did you know that originally second generation planned to nominate only the first group of people, but I said, if there is no such comparison, the people of Sharon Village and Wuran Village may not agree with it, so I finally decided to announce the results of the first three groups. Chen-Feng talked freely, followed by Tsunade and Muine. On the left was the crying Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who barely maintained his peace. It looks like I lost to you this time. Sarutobi smiled bitterly, waved his hand and said, "The S-rank ninjutsu of the bet, I will give it to you. As long as I don't want to lose, how can you win me?" Chen was not so happy, but sighed, "But the problem is that I didn't want to win this time." Huh. The second monk Sarutobi couldn't figure it out and let out a dazed cry. Tsunade and Muine looked at each other, triumphantly. "Look, I know the teacher has no good intentions, so fortunately we prepared early this time." "Hey, don't look like you seem to be so smart. When did the teacher have good intentions?" "He has been ill-intentioned, okay." It looks like it really is." "Okay. Now I'll start to announce the results of Chinan's exam." A man from Daimo Kagami stood on a pole with a piece of paper. The third place, Kuranin Village, Ringo Yuyuri, Kuri Shikushi Maru, Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, a total of 14 scrolls, the instructor is Hosoda Kazusari. There was a cheer from Vunin's side, which seemed to be celebrating, but in fact, the person being celebrated was very dissatisfied. "Cut, if you weren't dragging your feet, we would definitely be number one," Li Shachuanwan said with disdain. "A hole, do you want to die once?" Ringo Yuyuri had already touched the handle of the imitation thunder knife. "Humph, being dragged down by the two of you, even I can't do anything." The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost grinned and smiled stupidly, saying that the two of them almost drew a knife and slashed him. Second place, Sanin Village, Take Haita, Yoshi Ihirito, and Okino Yoko, a total of 17 scrolls, and the instructor is Cho. Meanwhile grades. A red-haired, very proud person like Sasori's daddy said proudly. "Yes, I'll make some good food for you when I go back." Cho smiled, and looked at the only girl, Yoko, "Come here too." "Yes, Cho-sama." The girl nodded obediently. In the distance, Chen watched the scene from afar, and said inwardly, "Yoko Okino. Why does it sound like the dead actress in The Dead Pupil?" Read more at hotentalnovel.xyz. It seems no wonder that Sasori's father died early. With such a wife, you want to die later, okay. It's hard for both of them to have Sasori left. Then the first place. The host coughed lightly and sang aloud. Kainaha. Tsunade. Muin. A total of 45 scrolls. Instructor Kukaki Chenfeng. What? Suddenly, almost everyone couldn't believe this fact. 45 rolls? Oh my god, how did they do it? This is a crushing victory. There are only 2 of them. Haha. This is a big victory for Konoha. Konoha's 2 people completely crushed the elites of Wuren and Sharon villages. They are indeed the descendants of first generation. Do you know? The girl named Muine who teamed up with Lord Tsunade seemed to be the princess of Fire Country before. With Princess Tsunade, we are the princess team. I heard that the princess has only started training for only half a year, and she can be trained to be such a strong person. Master Chenfeng is indeed a ninja who can defeat Master Sarutobi. A family ninja shouted excitedly. Idiot. What half a year, only 3.5 months. Just teach a complete novice to the extent of taking the Chunin exam and overwhelmingly crushing the elites of other ninja villages. Ah! What kind of teaching ability is this? No, I want to send the descendants of the family to Master Chenfeng. I don't want to be as strong as Princess Tsunade, but I want to be absolutely not weak. No, if we can marry the family female ninja to Master Chenfeng, wouldn't he be able to train our family regularly? No. Go back, you must investigate Master Chenfeng's preferences for women. Suddenly, the ninjas around, especially those with close younger generations, looked at Chenfeng wrong, as if they were hungry. If there were no Mizunin and Sand ninjas here, maybe they would really ignore the eyes of others. Coming up. 45 volumes. I remember that there were only 80 groups of people participating in the competition. Tsunade and the others collected more than half of them. How did this happen? Sarutobi couldn't keep calm either, looking at Tsunade and Mina with shocked eyes. Ahem, a little hard work, plus a little luck, nothing more, nothing more. Tsunade gave a haha and lowered his head again. For some reason, Orochimaru next to him lowered his head and remained silent. Jireya's eyes were a little red, and he cried again in the distance. How to do it, isn't it simple? First use Jireya to force Orochimaru to sign the contract, then use the two as accomplices, and continue to find the unlucky ghost to sign the contract. In the end, they have signed more than 20 people, among them there are many strong like Orochimaru and Jireya as the main force, almost with the advantage of crushing the surroundings. But who would reveal these things about Tsunade? In terms of identity, Tsunade is Princess Konoha. In terms of strength, Tsunade can be called Konoha number 1, in terms of insidiousness, Tsunade is like this, can you say no? And once such things are exposed, their reputations will definitely be discredited. Maybe a group of people commit suicide the next day, but what about Tsunade? It must be lifted up high by second generation and let it go gently. Although it's a bit of a shame, but for the sake of this lady, you should sacrifice it? Tsunade wiped his nose. Teacher, we are absolutely qualified this time. Muine said on the side, yes, a group of power has robbed half of the scroll, how can it be a genius among geniuses, and the results are absolutely outstanding. Sarutobi also sighed on the side, such an achievement, even in the Chunin period, I may not be able to achieve it. Chenfeng, you are really good at teaching. Chenfeng suddenly raised his head. My stupid disciple, you really disappointed being a teacher. Chenfeng's eyes were filled with disappointment, and he said with a heartbreaking heart, as my disciple, you can't do it 10 times more than the second place. Just like that, are you still embarrassed to be my disciple? Give me all punishments. What? Tsunade and Muin were dumbfounded. Chapter 35. Sarutobi looked complicated and walked towards Chenfeng's house. Lost. Sarutobi shook his head. Although he didn't report much confidence in the beginning, the big difference in the loss made him helpless. The gap is too big. Tsunade made a full 45 rolls in a group, surpassing the second Sannin village by more than doubled. Even if Jireya and Orochimaru didn't perform well because he didn't know the situation, they would definitely not be able to get it out of this achievement. I don't know how Chenfeng trained Miss Tsunade, and Namuine, although the strength is not strong, but the progress is really amazing. Of course, as he knew the truth of this matter, it must be another attitude, maybe he would have the heart to choke Chenfeng to death. Although Chenfeng is almost a single person, he is also Jonin, and he is also a Jonin with film-level strength and a special identity. The house cannot be said to be noble and gorgeous, but it is also very big. Dang dang. Chenfeng, this is Sarutobi, open the door. Sarutobi knocked on the door. Creak. The door opened, but what caught his eyes was a strange scene. My home, master, please go in. Tsunade wore a black maid costume and opened the door. FK. What the hell is this? Even the experienced Sarutobi was at a loss and shocked. Originally, Tsunade was Konoha's #1 Beifume and the world's #1 wealthy family. The granddaughter of the Senju family, the granddaughter of the second generation, and the dazzling star of the previous Chunin exam. When it comes to her identity, it can be said to be extremely noble. When it comes to her talents, it can be said that there is no one in a million, when it comes to her. And such a person is now in Chenfeng's house doing it. Female. Servant. What's the situation? Is my way of opening the door wrong? Sarutobi shook there all of a sudden, and the sky thunder rolled, especially too late. Sarutobi? Why don't you come in? Chenfeng's voice came from inside, interrupting Sarutobi's thoughts. Excuse me. Sarutobi walked in with the maid Tsunade when he said such words in a certain mood. The same old home, the same Chenfeng, but Sarutobi seems to have come for the first time, timid, almost afraid to step down. Why are you busy? Chenfeng lay lazily as he watched Sarutobi sit down in front of him. I'll give you the previous betting agreement. Sarutobi said blankly, he was dizzy when he hit with a heavy punch before. Oh. Chenfeng said indifferently, well, Tsunade, come on, have tea. Read. More at hotentalnovel.xyz. Yes. Incomparably wronged, with a shy voice, a circle of blush appeared on her face, and she moved her steps in embarrassment. She was wearing a maid outfit that felt ashamed no matter what, her face was hot. Sarutobi hurriedly got up and waved his hands one after another. No, 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 how can I trouble Miss Tsunade to pour me tea? It's really not necessary. Then, Tsunade put the only cup of tea in front of Chenfeng. Sarutobi. You think too much, my student, I can send it at will, but how can I let her bring you tea and water? Chenfeng snorted, making Sarutobi extremely embarrassed. This is Tsunade as a maid. Maid is originally a very imaginative vocabulary, plus the word Tsunade starts and ends at 1 + 1 2. With a shy face, every time you call out the word master, you seem to be holding back the shame of the whole body, and the girl's coy voice is simply overwhelming. The main black maid outfit makes the shame more beautiful. The lace frame and the scattered skirt will undoubtedly bloom this charm. Eyelashes blinking shyly, shy and angry, embarrassed eyes. Princess Tsunade has the pride of Princess Tsunade, but the more proud she is, the more shame she is at this time. Tsunade, I want to eat grapes, ah. Chenfeng's mouth grew wide, and he took a bite with the delicate hand that was stretched toward Tsunade, and even his white fingertips were swiped by the tip of his tongue, making Tsunade even more embarrassed. Oh, Sarutobi, go and pour the tea yourself, we are so familiar, don't be polite with me. I'm polite to your sister. Sarutobi almost jumped out such a sentence. On the opposite side, the young flower girl is enjoying life. The single dog Sarutobi here can only watch with envy and hatred, not to mention Tsunade serving people. The status is extremely honorable. Very noble status. Beauty is second to none. Sarutobi almost wanted to raise the fire of FFF and burn the flaunting winner of life in front of him. The service of a maid is to enjoy the utmost happiness, and the service of Tsunade is even more enjoyable. What's more, there is a single dog Sarutobi full of envy, jealousy, and hatred as a seasoning. These days are simply beautiful. Chenfeng only felt that a sourness was born slowly, like an ice spring pouring, and he washed his whole body thoroughly once. It feels so much better. Oh, Tsunade, go and urge the kitchen to let her prepare something delicious. Chenfeng said casually. Tsunade was like an amnesty, hurriedly replied yes and ran in. Seeing Tsunade walking away, the single dog Sarutobi finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What's the matter?" "What's the matter?" I said, "Why did you make Miss Tsunade a maid?" Chenfeng drew his ears. "Oh, you said this. They didn't complete my standard in the Chunin exam, so I was punishing them." Punishment. Sarutobi's voice suddenly went up and down. If you want to punish the audience in this way, you should be punished. That's natural. Chenfeng nodded, but said inwardly, otherwise, how do I look at Tsunade's shy look? Wait. You said they, that is to say, there is one more. Chenfeng nodded, well, in the kitchen. Chenfeng turned his head slightly and seemed to be able to see the kitchen through the wall. He was dressed in two small inners and an apron. He was in a hurry, but because he couldn't adapt to this semi-finished nude apron. And the extremely shy Muine. Tsunade is a maid, so what's the deal with Muine's semi-finished nude apron? Sarutobi suddenly felt a bad premonition. Wait, if what you are cooking is also your disciple? Well, there should be some instant noodles in the refrigerator, you can do it yourself, we are so familiar, don't be polite with me. I'm polite to your sister. Chapter 36. Sarutobi calmed down easily. He poured a cup of tea by himself, took 2 sips, calmed down his mood, and said to Chen Feng. Can you do this? There was a deep look in his eyes, obviously returning to his usual appearance. What's going to work? However, Chen Feng didn't care, picking up the tea that Tsunade poured by himself, choked, mouthful of tea fragrance. Well, the tea that Loli poured is really better than usual. Well, do you want to have a Loli tea in the future? Yep. What is Loli tea? Also known as Loli juice, go to Du Niang if you don't understand it. I'm talking about your education for Tsunade. Sarutobi looked at Chen Feng indifferently, and his voice became a little heavier. Master second generation entrusted Konoha's little princess to you, but you are not asking you to teach her how to be a princess. Maids. This is the princess of Senju. Also the princess of Konoha. Do you understand? Sarutobi's words continued to increase, and in the end, he shouted with exhaustion. Chen Feng was indifferent, glanced at him, and chuckled, why, do you think I snatched such a student from your hand and feel that it is not worth it for her? Sarutobi's words stopped suddenly, his mouth opened slightly, and he stopped talking. If you don't want to teach her, why not let me? He didn't say the sentence, but he absolutely thought so. Chen Feng chuckled and shook his head. Is it okay to take care of your apprentice? Orochimaru and Jiraiya, have you really forced out their talents? They are no less than Tsunade geniuses. Sarutobi closed his mouth suddenly. Yes, Orochimaru and Jiraiya are not geniuses. As a result, I was defeated by Tsunade in the Chunin exam. This is under the premise that Tsunade is carrying an oil bottle. Of course, Sarutobi doesn't know the inside story, otherwise he wouldn't have this idea. But so what? Even in a normal battle, Tsunade one-on-one is better than Orochimaru and Jiraiya. You know, their talents are comparable, but Tsunade is the leader. Obviously, this only shows that your education level is not as good as mine. Chen Feng proudly raised his head and stared at Sarutobi. Perhaps you think they have worked very hard, but at this time, according to your standards, in my opinion, but so. Read more at hotuntalnovel.xyz. So even if Tsunade and the others won, you would punish them as well? Sarutobi raised his head and asked. Chen Feng nodded and said with certainty, yes, in my opinion, it can't exceed the second place 10 times, even if I haven't completed my target. Of course, I didn't think they could be so successful at first. I wanted to say twice, but I changed my mind later. Before he wanted to punish them if he couldn't exceed the second place twice. After getting the results, Chen Feng did not change his face and improved the statistics by 5 times. Then obviously they have accomplished your goal, but you still punished them, right? Sarutobi was surprised. Not bad. Chen Feng nodded. Do you know what it takes for people to do a thing with the utmost seriousness? Sarutobi was silent for a moment, and uttered 2 words, hate. Well, it is true. Chen Feng nodded affirmatively. Everyone has a kind of inertia. There is no mentality that can force him to give up some to make progress. You can't maintain the most serious state forever. There are too few people who can always use the most serious attitude simply by eager to become stronger. Sarutobi was silent, and Chen Feng continued. Of course, I don't want Tsunade to become an Avenger, so I chose one for the girl, although it is not enough to compare with hatred, but it can also make her extremely serious feelings shame. Chen Feng spread his hand and said with a light smile on his face, obviously, for a young girl in the season, there is nothing more compelling than this. So that's it? Sarutobi lowered his head, thought about it, and agreed, so it makes sense. Of course, my results are enough to explain all this. Chen-Fen nodded proudly. Sarutobi's thoughts suddenly expanded. The collision of an idea in the mind of the professor who was later evaluated as a professor. He thought for a long time, calculated for a long time, and suddenly raised his head and said, "Your teaching theory is very reasonable, no. You and I have to improve my teaching methods." As he said, he suddenly got up, his face was anxious, and he turned to leave. "What are you going to do?" Chen-Fen asked strangely. "Rearrange Jiraiya and Orochimaru's lesson plans. I want to design a teaching method that can force their potential," Sarutobi said without looking back. "Wait, didn't you come to give me S-rank ninjutsu?" Snapped. Sarutobi turned back and dropped a piece of paper and said, "This is the name of the S-level ninjutsu I own and its profile. You can tell me after you choose it yourself." After all, he banged, slammed the door hurriedly, and left quickly. "Really?" Chen-Fen shook his head. "I was crippled by me again." That's right, the Chen-Feng's theory of shame teaching is just to fool a simple young man like Sarutobi. It is good for Tsunade to become stronger, but this is definitely not what Chen-Fen did to make Tsunade stronger. Do you flirt to make you stronger? Are you fooling ghosts? It really doesn't matter whether you become stronger or something. Although the system rewards are very generous, I like to see Tsunade's shy and beautiful look better than that reward. Chen-Fen shook his head and threw out a sentence, "Tsunade, I'm hungry, call out Mune, let's eat." "Of course, you still come to feed me." As for how the shame teaching is recommended by Sarutobi, if it is arranged in the teaching plan of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, it has a dime relationship with me. You just ask Orochimaru and Jiraiya to cook human sushi for you. At most, I just spit out disgustingly at you. But Orochimaru, Jiraiya, you two take care. Don't help but commit suicide in humiliation. Chapter 37. Not to mention the tragic fate of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, the sisters Tsunade and Mune are also quite tragic. Being sent by Chen-Feng for 3 or 4 days at will, it made him proud like Tsunade almost developed the good habit of serving tea, drinking water, knocking his legs and massage. As for Mune, he has thoroughly exercised his temperament, and at the same time, his perception ability is unusually elevated, which seems to be a sequelae caused by oversensitivity. At the same time, I have an intuition to perceive the wind. Is it because the whole body is exposed to the outside and stimulated by the wind? In fact, she doesn't need to worry. Chen-Feng is there. If there is a danger of being peeped, the person he had slapped on would not even know his mother. Humiliation and punishment for 3 or 4 days, training still has to start as usual. Tsunade, Kui Laquan has almost learned, and then go to learn the basics of medical ninjutsu. Chen-Fen drew his ears and said nonchalantly, "Hey? That kind of ninjutsu to treat others is so boring, it's not destructive at all, teacher, I don't want to learn it." Tsunade's nose twitched, his face full of disgust. "Ah! You don't want to learn?" Chen-Feng's eyes widened, and he didn't say a word. "Isn't this what you are best at in the future?" "Yes. I don't want to learn." Tsunade pouted, with a cute look, "Medical ninjutsu or something, the posture is ugly, the attack is so weak, what is the use of only treating others? No matter how good your treatment is, I fist and fall. Teacher anyway, I definitely don't want to learn medical ninjutsu." Chen-Fen was suddenly embarrassed, which is completely illogical. Tsunade or something, shouldn't it mean you should honestly study medical ninjutsu? Kui Laquan is completely Tsunade's almost only attack method in the future. Her main occupation should be a nanny. Dear Tsunade, you are not a nanny, do you want to be a DPS? Could it be the legend that every support has an output heart, but this situation is not quite right? Chen-Fen blinked, suppressing the surprise in his heart. Tsunade pursed his mouth and said angrily, "Teacher, What do you teach me about medical ninjutsu? I don't want to go to the rear for medical treatment. That kind of weak and deadly stuff is not what I want. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. In fact, medical ninjutsu has been circulated a long time ago. Healing jutsu, healing skills, etc. are not original creations of Tsunade. Instead, during the Warring States period, medical ninjutsu was already owned by multiple families. It is said that first generation can treat others with its vigorous vitality. His wife, Uzumaki Mito, is also a medical ninja in Chenfeng's information, and even the detoxification technique in Sand Ninja Village is also a well-known medical ninjutsu. Of course, these scattered medical ninjutsus are completely out of the system. There are very effective healing jutsu, healing techniques, but also an anti-diarrheal technique that can only treat diarrhea and bowel movements, and a laxative technique that specializes in the treatment of constipation. And the one who built all these disorganized medical ninjutsu into a complete medical system is the arrogant little loli who is unwilling to learn medical ninjutsu. Don't you want to become a strong man with extremely rapid self-healing ability like Master First Generation? Unexpected oolong made Chenfeng's words dry. I even want to be like Grandpa Second, sweeping across the army with one blow, water style, one illusionist disordered sentient beings, one sword at a time, one sword at a time. Obviously, the kind of first generation is a species that can only be viewed from afar and cannot be played with. If you look at it from a distance, you will only make an exclamation, ah! This is the legendary first generation. What is this? A stalwart figure. With him, Konoha has no worries. However, when you get along with this guy for a long time, you will have completely different feelings. Let this tease so long as Hokage, Konoha hasn't collapsed yet. The various departments are still running normally. Master Second Hokage, you really have worked hard. Of course, there is no doubt that first generation is very strong, but just like a cold-blooded killer is more threatening than a simple and honest farmer, first generation has no deterrent power. So in the heart of Tsunade, who can often contact first generation, her idol has never been as strong, but there is no strong momentum at all than first generation, but the domineering, overbearing president of second generation. Nima. Loli Tsunade is crooked, how to solve it? Wait online. Urgent. Chenfeng said such a word dryly in his heart, but he also knew that no one would answer him at all. Ah, let's go, Tsunade, since you are not interested in medical ninjutsu, then I will teach you some dodge skills in battle. Now you have enough attack power to dodge, and seize the opportunity to kill with a punch. It's the right way. Chenfeng gave a light cough and quickly reversed his thoughts. Anyway, Tsunade can't solve the crooked situation for a while, so he should teach her to dodge first. Isn't there a compulsory course for medical ninjas that is the key to dodge? This is also included in the scope of teaching materials. As for the next violence, how does Loli teach? After teaching dodge, there will be no other teaching materials that are not medical ninjutsu. But as a teacher whose goal is GTC, great, teacher, Chenfeng, is it difficult to compile a set of textbooks? Teacher. What about me? Muine's little white hands were raised high. You will continue to train speed for me. Also, didn't you say that you can perceive the wind, then hide your whereabouts in the wind, learn speed and concealment, and then learn how to attack? Chenfeng shook his head, undoubtedly said. For Muine, who has only one speed potential, this kind of training is the best training. Really, if Tsunade is a Dima, besides not being able to play ADC, you can play both in the upper, middle, and lower fields, but you only have a talent for speed. You are a demon girl who has a high speed at the sword master. If you learn from an assassin, give it to I honestly learn from the assassin. Don't daydream about ADC. Chapter 38. The process of training the two girls is smooth, and there are many more interesting things, such as deliberately hitting her A with Tsunade's unavoidable attack, hitting her A with Tsunade's unavoidable attack, and hitting her with Tsunade unavoidable attack. What a shit. Qianfeng said that the Tsunade in the lowly period did not have the behemoth of the later generations at all. Instead, it was a dry airport, but the butt was very flexible and felt. As for MUINA, let's continue running. There is plenty of lifeblood preparations, and the burst mode is ready to ensure that you won't get a full eye. Well, I mean time for rest. The good time always passes so fast, the days of bullying lowly are always so fast, and soon the sky darkens. In Qianfeng's regretful mouth, this is the end, the teacher will send you home. At this time, Tsunade and MUINE flicked their fingers together, and they didn't have any energy. That's not okay. I have to practice normally tomorrow. Come on, teacher, I will give you a shot of lifeless bullets for free. I guarantee that after one shot, you will be full of energy, your waist will not hurt, your legs will not be sore, and you will take Hokage in one breath. Rock. Teacher. We are not tired at all. The two women went from lying on the ground to standing in front of Qianfeng almost instantly, full of energy and red light on their faces. Cut. A regretful voice. Great. Very thankful voice. The three of them walked out of the stage, and the third exercise room, which was originally used at random, was completely reserved by Qianfeng's master and apprentice. Qianfeng would not let others see the appearance of his students after they burst out. Dare to come to the third exercise, thrown out by Qianfeng for the first time, kicked and thrown out by Qianfeng for the second time, and thrown out for the third time. No one has dared to try the third time yet. However, it does not mean that no one is waiting for Qianfeng to come out. The three of them just walked out of the third exercise field, and a large group of people rushed up in an instant. Master Qianfeng. I belong to the Inyazuka family. I came here this time because the little girl admires the adults so much. I implore the adults to give the Inyazuka family a bit of face and give the little girl a chance. Master Qianfeng. Under the Yamanaka family, Yamanaka Koichi, the younger sister underneath worships adults like a torrent. Master Qianfeng. I am Marino Yumiko of the Marino clan. I would like to worship Master as a teacher. Master Qianfeng. My name is Sara Matsumoto, please accept me as a disciple. The turbulent crowd almost submerged the three of them in the ocean, and the shouts were deafening. If not all of them were ninjas with many battles, they would definitely be killed by trampling at this time. Qianfeng heard the words and sighed deeply. I said, don't you get in the way. Tsunade looked at the turbulent crowd, his mouth was completely pursed, and his two cheeks were puffed up, and his teeth tickled with hate. Mien's bright black eyes turned, suddenly lit up, as if thinking about something. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. I beg the adults to accept me, my sister, my daughter, as a disciple. These people are all here to ask for a teacher. How strong is Qianfeng? Defeating Sarutobi and Danzo successively, these two people are not unknown people. How many old guys Konoha can compare to them? What's more, they are all subordinates of second Hokage. However, they were all defeated by Qianfeng, and they didn't even have the confidence to challenge back for a while. How many rights does Qianfeng have? Minister Umbu. The gradually developed Umbu has become a behemoth commanding hundreds of elites, among which there are nearly 30 Jonin ranks. A number enough to disrupt the battle on the front line. Only belongs to Hokage, supervised by Konoha. This is almost a little prince. Although second Hokage is at its peak, people may be gone at some point, and Qianfeng, who also belongs to the Hokage family, is completely the best candidate to succeed Hokage. At the same time, Qianfeng also has extraordinary teaching talents. Needless to say, Miss Tsunade is a genius, but he can make a beginner who is obviously not as talented as Miss Tsunade pass the exam. In 3 months, It's been 3 years since I have been serving some family teachers. My requirements for accepting apprentices are very strict. Not everyone can become my apprentice. Qianfeng said impatiently, looking at the huge crowd. However, no one retreated. To put it bluntly, if a family can get Qianfeng, they can grow into a giant in a short time. Right? Have strength. For this, what does it matter if you give some daughters and sisters? What is it to lose some face? Master Qianfeng. My daughter has too much admiration for adults, can't eat enough, and sleep well. She just wants to worship the adults. Please let the adults agree to my father's request. A man who was the size of Qianfeng's old man directly knelt down and kowtowed. With a sound, his forehead was instantly red and swollen. Shameless. But when people around saw him like this, they cursed in unison in their hearts. From the Inyazuka family, isn't your daughter already 23? It's about the same age as Mr. Qianfeng. What kind of teacher is this age? Still can't eat enough and sleep well? Is it still the father's request? How old is it to play? Is this interesting? Isn't it normal that what happens to two people who are in their youth? Don't tell me you are just to apprentice. It's shameless. Yamanaka, the representative of the Yamanaka clan, gritted his teeth and shouted. Master Qianfeng. My sister is 18 this year and she is beautiful and beautiful. Although she is older, she doesn't dare to worship as an adult like Miss Tsunade, but if she is bold enough, she hopes that the adults will accept my sister as a registered discipline. But she has a lot of admiration for adults. Shameless. Almost Yamanaka had just finished speaking, and everyone including Representative Inyazuka cursed inwardly. It is a registered disciple, but for us, is there any difference between a registered and a personal pass? As long as Qianfeng accepts it, it is considered successful as a maid. I'm still 18 years old, beautiful as a flower, what are you doing with these blind dates? Yamanaka's heart is well known to passers-by. Qianfeng's mouth twitched, and a series of cold sweat broke out on his head. You guys, it's noisy, can you be quiet? Master Qianfeng, I'm guilty. As soon as Qianfeng's voice fell, the new patriarch Kobo, who was there on time every day, thumped his chest. Disrupting the adult's normal rest, is one sin. The scum of the family, Kobo, hitting the adult. It is 2 sins. The former patriarch Kobo Taka has no knowledge of Tarzan, and offends the adult, it is 3 sins. My lord, I specially brought the little girl. I am willing to give the little girl to the son as a slave as a maidservant, so that she can serve the son wholeheartedly and repay the sins of the Kobo clan. As soon as these words came out, the chiefs of Inyazuka and Yamanaka were in their hearts and cursed the shamelessness of the Kobo clan. Sending her daughter to Qianfeng as a slave girl. It's been a long time. What happened to the boys and girls? It's so beautiful to pay for your sins wholeheartedly. Unpredictable. Shameless. Why are there so many shameless people in Konoha? Chapter 39. This Nemo life can't be passed. Qianfeng sighed. Master second generation, please be sure to give me a mission to go out. I can't get through this day. While reviewing the literature, second generation glanced up at Qianfeng with a smile. Who makes you a high-ranking person, you still accept disciples at will. This sentence tells the truth that everyone in Konoha desperately seemed to beg Qianfeng to be a teacher. Second generation accepts apprentices, Qianfeng, Sarutobi, Danzo. Among them, Qianfeng was a registered disciple exchanged for him because of the death of his parents and family, and then became the apprentice of second generation by his own ability. Needless to say, Sarutobi was originally cultivated as the heir of the third generation, and is the common disciple of first generation and second generation. Danzo don't keep silent. In fact, the Shiken clan is also a rare big clan in the village, and it is completely Hokage, and other disciples are basically the same. Uchiha Kagami, Yodaten Koharu, Mito Kato Homura, Akamika take the wind. All of them are among the best in the village. They are still in the Hokage line. The only Uchiha who is not in the Hokage line is also a disciple specially collected by second generation to ease the relationship. In Naruto world, there is simply no more reliable and low-threshold relationship than the master-disciple relationship. Hey, it's okay to be chased by them for a few words, but I'm really afraid that one day I won't stop it, and then this group of people will be beaten to death by Tsunade. Chenfeng sighed up to the sky and said the solution that day. Everyone is getting shameless and Tsunade's face is getting more and more ugly. Then, after a shameless plump self-recommended girl's words, I can make the bed for adults, Tsunade, who is anxious, hits directly. The strange force punched the ground, and the shattered ground directly buried those who were not strong. This is still Chenfeng even if he is pulling, otherwise Tsunade will definitely rush over and punch again. If I don't hold it, I guess those who can't afford to fall to the ground will. Chenfeng shook his head. Even if he had the healing power of Tsunade in the future, he would definitely not be able to guarantee everyone's life. It's a pity that the girl has a really good figure, much better than the current Tsunade, but it is a pity that Chenfeng has no time to ask her name. Ahem, go to escort supplies to the front line, A-level mission, just wait for the storm to pass. Second generation shook his head with a chuckle, but his face was a little cold. Is there a problem on the front line? Chenfeng took the mandate and glanced at it. Second generation shook his head slightly. Where is there a front line that has no problems? How come the war has been fought so far? How can there be no problems at all, but there has been a slight fluctuation recently? Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Oh, it's normal anyway, there is nothing to worry about, right? Chenfeng said indifferently. Well, no, if you have a problem when you are on the front line, remember to help, and when you are ready to go, I will almost be there. A ruthless look flashed in second generation's eyes. I really don't know, who dares to squeak in front of me? I don't know this, because there is none at all. Chenfeng shook his head. Second generation is definitely a tyrant type Naruto. It has a killing heart and is better than Danzo. Only Chenfeng knows that he has wiped out more than 50 big and small families. There are countless people who cannot tremble in front of him. Where is the goal? The front line of Cloud Shinobi Village. Chenfeng nodded. Films of the past generations have the tradition of personally going into battle. During Second Hokage's reign, he even fought with clouds, sand, and rocks. Once Chenfeng paid more attention to Cloud Shinobi, now. Oh, be careful, don't be counter-killed. Who do you think I am? Second generation sneered. The training of students never said that they should spend a few years alone to sculpt them. Even later generations will know that there will be some exams, and the ninja is even more so, and even more dangerous. Because they usually teach students on the way to the task, learning and completing the task at the same time. Died on the mission? It couldn't be more normal. To sum up, for the A-level mission, the escort transport team is going to the front line, no problem. Chenfeng shook the mission power of attorney in his hand, and then greeted Tsunade's cheers. Hooray! To receive the A-level mission so quickly, this young lady is indeed a high-profile rising star. A genius like no other. Violence lowly waved her pink fist and screamed, "Let's go, teacher, today is the first day of the legend of the legendary ninja Senjutsunade. A-level mission, it seems that we have to prepare a little bit more." Muinia pointed a green onion against her delicate lips, squeezed slightly, with a girlish style. Don't worry, everything has a teacher. If you meet an enemy elite, Jonin, a legendary master, or a famous shadow-level powerhouse, you can drill down on the teacher's crotch, and the teacher will do nothing for you. Who knows how to drill? The two women said in unison. That's hard to say. Chenfeng shrugged and smiled, Don't look at your high spirits now. I've seen a lot of people who were scared to pee on the battlefield. Even if I adapt to the battlefield, the enemy's illusion, it is also a blow to the spirit. So Qianfeng stretched his voice, turned his head, and pulled out two small inner linings with moderate size, purple patterns and lace borders from his four-dimensional ninja bag. Dry and breathable, comfortable and safe. If you really do pee, it doesn't matter, the teacher has enough backup here at any time, enough for you to replace. Qianfeng solemnly said, because this is a new type of equipment, not only the price is expensive, but the wearing method is also unusual, but rest assured, who the teacher is, the 3 guarantees are absolutely in place. Not only will I personally point you to where, but also don't 999, don't 99. It completely exempts you from any expenses, for nothing. How about it? It's a good deal. Qianfeng has the expression of a genuine salesman, and he looks like you will definitely lose if you don't buy. Die. Chapter 40. The battlefield brooks no delay, and the transport team set off soon. The old god Qianfeng was sitting on the carriage with his eyes sinking and sinking, as if sleeping in a fake sleep. Tsunade embraced his hands, his face full of fighting spirit and energy, his eyes looked like shining light bulbs, and he looked left and right, trying not to miss the slightest shadow of the enemy. Qianfeng yawned. Tsunade, what are you doing? You have never been on guard. Such a blatant posture has long been guarded against. But there is no security guard to sleep like you. Tsunade shook his face, and said angrily, just what kind of enemy can you see when you can't wake up? Teacher, don't be careless, this is on the battlefield, you will die if you are not careful. Really, I really don't understand why you are so strong and so lazy, how did this strength come from? Are you cheating? Tsunade pouted, and said unfairly. Also, I watched the teacher look lazy and almost fell asleep in the car, but I was exhausted every day. I was subjected to all kinds of difficulties and adjustments by the teacher. From time to time, he used a very shy way to tidy up. Heartbroken. You think I have no training, but that's just what you think, don't put your subjectivity on others, or you will die miserably. Qianfeng said unmotivated, lazily forced. Then tell me you trained there? Really, don't you know that if you don't use your hands for a long time, the ninja's body will be born? Tsunade wrinkled his nose, and said indignantly. Why, are you caring about me? Qianfeng stood up lazily, his eyes full of smiles. Who cares about you? Be careful when you die on the battlefield, I'm afraid that after my magical work is completed, the person who most wants to be beaten has been dead for 10 years. Tsunade suddenly exploded his hair, his small face was bulging, his teeth creaked, his eyes fixed on Qianfeng's face, as if he was trying to spit it from. Don't worry, I train every minute and every second, but you can't see it, Tsunade, you still need to train more. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. What? Don't think you can fool me just casually. Tsunade gritted her teeth, thinking that Qianfeng was just like usual, molesting, teasing, and bullying her. Looking at Tsunade, whose fur was blown up like a kitten, Qianfeng smiled. His eyes were as deep as the starry sky, and his voice was no longer as frivolous as before. Instead, he was long and emotional, just like a traveler looking up and seeing the boundless behind the world, with a spirit of swaying minds. Don't you always think that only by calming down, and running chakra, can it be considered as a practice? Is it only by sweating and running with a heavy load? Wrong. You can practice anytime. Qianfeng suddenly got up, his tall and stalwart figure obscured the sun behind him, as if a big peng shrouded Tsunade, who was there in a daze, and said in a solemn spoken language. When eating, walking, fighting, talking, standing, sitting, walking and running, Which of these can't be trained? Looking at Tsunade's inexplicably big eyes, Chen-Feng continued, the practice of chakra is to work, not to meditate quietly. Meditating is just a means to concentrate yourself. Since chakra is practicing as long as it is running, what does it matter whether I walk, jump, run, or sleep? Chen-Feng raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. If you learn the Byakugan of Hyaga's family, you can clearly observe the chakra running in my body, like a mighty rushing, ceaselessly. This, isn't it a practice? Similarly, the same is true for physical training. Whether running or punching, to put it bluntly, it's just building muscles, and the process of building muscles is just the result of muscle tightening. In other words, as long as my muscles are tightened, I am training. Even if I am already asleep. Chen-Feng smiled. 24 hours a day, I don't even waste a minute or a second. Even if we are talking now, I'm still cultivating. Why is there no such thing as cultivating? Or you should say it the other way around, you should ask me, when will I not practice? Tsunade's pretty cheeks are also covered with incredulous, slightly opened rosy small mouth, declaring his inner shock. After a while, she recovered slowly. Her slender and white jade neck was covered with a little ruddy color, and she muttered in shock, how could this be? Chen-Feng smiled proudly. The Sarutobi guy has all 5 attributes, and the family has a variety of scrolls beyond imagination. His experience with ninjutsu is not trivial. If you, teacher, I have nothing to do, how can second generation? Allow me to run for your teacher. Tsunade's eyes lit up in an instant, and he shouted, teacher! Teacher! I also want to learn your technique. Automated training has strong side effects, because when you are resting, your body fatigue will not decrease, but will only deepen, which can be regarded as a negative effect. Chen-Feng shook his head and laughed. But inwardly, he laughed secretly, but I have acquired Tsunade's medical ninjutsu knowledge, so I can naturally manage my body, and automated training can greatly improve efficiency. Especially compared with the guys with a lot of tasks, the training speed is increased. More than doubled. Tsunade, don't think about it for the time being. It's not easy to keep training at all times. Otherwise, how could Sarutobi Danzo not know this method? It's still too early for you. You haven't learned how to walk. You still want to learn to run. Maybe I'm a genius. How can Sarutobi's poor look compare to me? Tsunade pouted, unconvinced. Chen-Feng laughed loudly and stroked Tsunade's small head with one hand. Little fool, even if you can learn, you can't use it now. Don't forget, we are going to the battlefield. Once you lose strength, the enemy will not give you a chance to rest. Chen-Feng's eyes were very deep. If you are not careful, you will die. Chapter 41. Unlike the heavily armed Tsunade, Muine was sent to the front for investigation by Chen-Feng a long time ago. In the words of Chen-Feng, you are an assassin. If you don't go to the front of the third party, who will go? Although Muine expressly opposed, the assassin was the one who assassinated, and he took a missed hit and traveled thousands of miles. How could he be a pathfinder? But the objection is still invalid. Chen-Feng used one sentence, who will let us not have rangers now? Anyway, they are all similar professions. Let's deal with chaos. Although no one knew what the ranger meant, Muine's resistance was completely suppressed, and he was forced to find his way. It didn't take long for Muine to bounce back, and walked up to Tsunade with a mission-complete appearance. It's really fast to come back. Chen-Feng chuckled, his eyes seemed to have changed a little. Huh. But I'm lazy for stealing, teacher, don't punish her in any strange way. Tsunade opened her arms a little worried and looked like she was protecting Muine. If she used Chen-Feng's means to punish Muine in the public, then she would have no face to meet people. However, Muine has a sullen expression. I don't know if I think Chen Feng will definitely not use the technique that makes every woman extremely embarrassed in this kind of place. Report. There are no enemies ahead. Oh. Chen Feng blinked, and asked nonchalantly, how far ahead did you investigate? Don't slacken through the grass, P, and come back. Muine's face blushed, she chopped her feet and said coquettishly, 800 meters ahead. There is absolutely no problem. Tsunade exhaled. Normal investigations are generally within a kilometer range, and 800 meters is not considered lazy. Although Chen Feng is demanding, he will not use any shameless means in this situation. That's it, you have worked hard. As expected, Tsunade soon heard Chen Feng say this. Look, when outsiders are there, the teacher won't use that shy way. Tsunade secretly said in his heart. But then, he listened to Chen Feng's voice. Since you are within 800 meters, you are useless. What? Muine's eyes widened instantly, and he stepped back subconsciously, but at Chen Feng's speed, what is the difference between 1 step and 2 steps? ZZ. With a flash of thunder, Chen Feng rushed to Muine's body in an instant. Muine's eyes shrank, but before he could react at all, Chen Feng was slammed and pierced her chest with the palm of his hand. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Tsunade was completely shocked there. When the blood splashed on her face, she suddenly reacted and shouted in horror, Teacher, you! Don't make a noise! The enemy has come! Chen Feng's eyes were very deep, and there was a dignified breath in his words, murderous aura permeated his chest, and murderous intent of stagnant air exuded invisibly. Tsunade's face changed abruptly, and when he looked towards the ground where mine had fallen, the figure of a man he didn't know fell into a pool of blood. Enemy. She tensed her body instantly, a strong chill enveloped her body, and a cold sweat broke out. Before, she faced him with her back unreservedly in order to protect this mine. If he had acted at that time, life and death are in an instant. And this is just the edge of the battlefield. Even the rear of the transport team has been lurked by the enemy to such an extent? What are the idiots on the front line doing? Chen Feng left a cold sentence, and then rushed out alone. Tsunade, take care of our transport team and wait for me to come back. Oh, by the way, don't trust anyone, including me who will be back next time. In a word, Tsunade's chill is even worse. Chen Feng's speed is very fast, approaching the extreme. He used to talk to the person disguised as Muine for intelligence. There is no problem within 800 meters, that means there must be a problem within 800 meters. But Muine is the one who has been doing his best to train speed. It is absolutely impossible to be captured and killed during a short patrol without even a single sound. In other words, Muine must have tried his best and walked a kilometer away. Place, and then was blocked there. Then, the enemy set out to ambush within 800 meters, and used the fake Muine to lead the transport team into the ambush circle. Thinking well, after all, even I wouldn't maintain high-intensity perception during this kind of non-war time. Things more than 300 meters away were not within my perception at the time, but... You are too naive. A cold color flashed in Chen Feng's eyes, his fingers slammed, and the current on his body burst out uncontrollably. The breath is magnificent, the silver electricity flickers, the sizzling electric glow penetrates into the pores, and the inside of the body crunches. It's close to 800 meters, still so prepared to lay ambush hastily. Such an enemy also wants to hide from me? Also wants to block me? Looking for a dead end. The cold words seemed to be the final judgment issued by the king. Chen Feng said, his hands stopped abruptly, but the electric light was also stronger, and the sound inside the body was louder. Creak. Chen Feng's body instantly turned into a silver light, like an electric scorpion going to the sea, a low thunder, quietly resounding in the sky, like a thunderbolt on a sunny day. N? What's wrong? Is it going to rain? The leader ambushing the enemy raised his head slightly, a flash of joy flashed in his heart. If it rains heavily, it will be fine, then our traces will be concealed more fully, and the odds of winning will be even greater. Just as he was full of joy, a cold voice suddenly echoed in his ears. Really? That's great. It's Chen Feng's death-like voice. What? The first scream has not disappeared, the second scream has sounded, one after another, as if a superb musician played a cold and unusual death song, shocking, terrifying, intoxicating. Is it raining heavily? Don't worry, it will be heavy rain. A rain of blood composed of your sorrows and blood, I want to satisfy you. Chapter 42. A flash of thunder is a life. Chen Feng entered the flock of sheep like a tiger, waving his white palms like a knife, breaking the enemy's neck and piercing the enemy's heart with incomparable accuracy with each stroke. The white palm of the hand is tinged with blood red under the nourishment of the enemy's blood. It is a charming color and a terrifying color. The last one. The cold words sounded. As soon as Chen Feng squeezed, an enemy's neck was cut off, and then Chen Feng was thrown on the ground like garbage. Screaming again and again, in this barren mountain, 3 Jonin and 8 Chunin were completely killed, exposing the corpses to the wilderness. It takes less than half a minute. It is the 11 lives of the weakest team leader of Chunin. Sure enough, the speed stream ninja is unparalleled in killing enemies, especially scattered enemies. Chen Feng tore the clothes of the enemy under his feet and wiped his palms with the clothes. In terms of speed, long distance is naturally second to none in space ninjutsu, but if it is not far away, normal speed can make up for the gap. After all, space ninjutsu doesn't just want to use it in an instant. Chen Feng used the body flicker technique to match the natural lightning physique he possessed after eating the thunder fruit, which is almost like moving a lightning. Fleeting, electric flint. Ninjutsu and devil fruit are not the same system, but if they are used flexibly, they can have extraordinary powers. Chen Feng looked at his palm with a trace of blood and muttered to himself. Although pure ninjutsu or pure ability can easily kill these enemies, the time will inevitably be delayed for a while, then. The corner of Chen Feng's mouth raised slightly. Go and see my poor apprentice, I hope I won't be abused miserably. However, exactly as Chen Feng thought, Muine was miserably abused. With blood on the corners of his mouth, one hand was holding the other weakly hanging arm, panting heavily. Teacher a hole. If you don't come again, I'll be dead. A trace of pain flashed in Muine's eyes. Although the usual training was strict, it was peculiarly different from the killing and abuse of real swords and guns at this time. It seems that the teacher's omnipotent domineering is like this. I don't know how many people have been killed and how many life and death crises have been experienced before I have such a strong and extremely powerful. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. A trace of stubbornness flashed through her eyes and a trace of emotion. Strength does not fall from the sky. I want to suppress all dissatisfaction like a teacher's omnipotence. I don't know how much effort is needed, but I may not wait for this time. In front of her, a small group of 4 ninjas had surrounded her, 3 Chunin were eager to try, and 1 Jonin stood indifferently and arrogantly, all with murderous aura. Haha, Konoha's chick is quite handsome, we didn't come in vain this time. A Chunin licked Konoha and said with a lustful smile. Really, I don't know how to train so fast, I don't know how to train so quickly, obviously the skin is quite white and tender. Chunin grinned beside him, showing a mouthful of yellow teeth. The last Chunin snorted disdainfully, who knows how to train, maybe it was specially trained for big people to play with, so it's so white and tender. Then we enjoy the blessing. The first Chunin laughed louder. Okay, boss. Grim Jonin said blankly, as long as you don't care about the corpse, wait until the Senju clan people are killed, whatever you want. Chunin hurriedly said with a smile, don't mind or care. The task is important, let's talk about it. He turned his head, as if he had seen a hungry dog with bones, and licked his mouth. Such a beautiful girl, even if I die, I can take it easy. Ha ha ha, Dao, you really don't care. Who cares about such a beautiful person in person? When Muine heard what they said, her heart suddenly became anxious, and she turned Kunao's hand to her in order not to be humiliated, and turned it over again. These bastards! Her eyes were splitting. Although she may be the queen of conspiracy studies in the future, she is only a poor little girl. If she is still insulted like this after her death, she can definitely give it from her dead state. Angrily alive. No. At least kill that BD, even if you die together. You must not be insulted by this. She secretly swears in her heart, her hands are clenched tightly, and her strength is so strong that her fingertips turn white. Stop talking nonsense, Matsumoto and the others have gone to ambush the Senju clan member, we have to solve it quickly and she has to help them. Jonin gave a cold sigh and ordered. Yes. The three of them responded, step by step, slowly approaching Muine. Muine's speed is very fast. When time is urgent, after sending 3 teams to deal with Tsunade and Chenfeng, 1 team is left to deal with herself. Although she is fast, but under the urgency of the enemy's eagerness, the inexperienced girl gradually fell into their encirclement. The only means of attack were shuriken and Kunao's Muine couldn't issue alarms and ask for help, and experienced enemies would not give her this opportunity. Struggling till now, it has come to the end. I knew I wouldn't go this far. I shouldn't have left this far because I was angry with the teacher. A trace of regret flashed in Mi's eyes, and then a trace of determination flashed again. With the detonation talisman, they shouldn't be able to stop me at close range. The shattered corpse shouldn't be ruined by people. With that said, she picked up the detonation talisman and was about to stick it on her body. Do it. Kill her first, and then kill the people of the Senju clan. Jonin stopped drinking, and Chinin was about to make a move, but he heard a faint, but suppressed extremely angry voice. Kill her first, then kill the Senju clan members, which means that our information has been leaked, right? Chenfeng's eyes are like a bottomless abyss, flashing with cold black light, like a demon god killed in hell. He just stood there quietly, but the sudden aura and murderous aura that radiated from his body made Jonin shudder in the distance. Teacher. Chapter 43. Teacher. Muine's charming and pretty face was taken aback for a moment, and immediately surging with joy, he was shocked by the sudden surprise. N. Chenfeng nodded, his eyes cast to the 4 people again, his eyes were like swords, and his tone was like ice. My child is really taken care of by you. The consequences, do you really know? Kamui's words like prison suddenly seemed like an arctic wind, sweeping away the joy of the 3 Chunin, like falling into the abyss. For an instant, the 3 Chunin seemed to see the scenery of the Sea of Blood on the Dead Mountain, the blood permeated with infinite killing intent, and it was chilling to the bones. Subconsciously, they trembled all over, their teeth were loosely clenched, their upper and lower teeth kept bumping, making a creaking sound. Come to me. Hurry up. Jonin suddenly burst into a loud shout, stepped forward, and burst out his aura. But this momentum is not worth mentioning in front of Chenfeng's murderous aura. Destroyed, like dead branches and leaves, swept away in an instant. This breath, must be a shadow-level master. Jonin felt like falling into the abyss, and his heart sank continuously. Why would you meet a shadow-level master here? Shouldn't such a big person, could it be said? He suddenly thought of some possibility, and suddenly his whole body was chilled. Although the Chunin were knocked down by Chenfeng's killing pressure, they were awakened by Jonin's momentum, and they ran behind Jonin faster than flying one by one, only to ask the famous Jonin to save their lives. But they did not realize that Jonin, who was famous in their eyes, was already numb at this time. Teacher. Muine's eyes were red, Lianbu moved lightly, and in a grieved voice, she seemed to be telling her suffering. Chen-Feng's broad palm suddenly stretched towards Muine, and Muine subconsciously closed her eyes. This time it was definitely her own mistake, and even she almost fell into the hands of her opponent. It is hard to imagine how Chen-Feng, who has such high demands on students, would punish her for the shameful fruit apron? Or directly punish A. Or, like other teachers, if you don't say anything, it's a scolding first. Hey, it's okay. Be careful next time. Don't do anything outside of your plan because of your dissatisfaction. The expected punishment did not come. Instead, Chen-Feng's big warm hand touched Muine's smooth black hair lightly. Yes, teacher. Muine's grievances and feelings seemed to burst out all at once. Faced with the enemy's oppression, the enemy's nasty words, the pressure on his own intentions, etc., the pressure was instantly swept away, and in turn, one kind of warmth sprouts. Tears fell gently, pearls fell on the jade plate, pear blossoms brought rain, and it was a mess. Compared with my own intrigue on the famous mansion, the various people conspired to make things difficult, but it is much more comfortable and smooth to be around Chen-Feng. The charm of power does not lie in its power and influence, but in freedom. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. From a certain perspective, Mei Ne, who came to Chen-Feng for pursuing power, is it not because he yearns for freedom and he approves of Chen-Feng? Be here obediently waiting for the teacher to kill them. Don't worry, it won't take a long time. Chen-Feng's voice was very soft, not at all as murderous Ling Ran as just now, but it was also difficult to completely sweep away the rich coldness. But in Muine's ears, there was a touch of warmth. Yep. Muine stepped back, hesitated, and added another sentence. The Chunin over there, he, has an unruly plot against me. The specific words are really hard for the girl to express, but these specious words made the expression on Chen-Feng's face suddenly stiff. Then it turned into a volcano that erupted in a flash, the blue veins on his forehead burst, and the temples on both sides jumped suddenly. What a guts! His eyes shrank suddenly, exuding a murderous aura, boiling like the raging waves of the sea, rolling surging forward. The murderous aura was like thousands of white war horses marching forward in a mighty manner, causing the three Chunin to collapse on the ground in fright and wet their pants. This murderous aura, even Jonin can't resist. Who are you? Why don't I have your information? Jonin said stiffly in an extremely bitter voice. But where does Chen-Feng care about him? On the contrary, thunder light broke out on his body, dangling like the sun, shining the world. Zizi. Lightning and thunder, but faster than that sound, is the figure of Chen-Feng. Puff. Two indiscriminate spurts of blood, and a whimper whose sound was completely cut off. It's you, do you want to try to encroach on my students? The calm words hide boundless anger. Chunin, who was picked up by one hand by Chen-Feng, had bruises on his face, struggling constantly, making a whining sound, as if he kept shaking his head. What are you? It is your glory to die under my hands. Of course, this glory is not so easy to take. The voice suddenly turned cold, with icy coldness. Looking at you daring and wanting to act on my students, I will give you a glory that you absolutely can't imagine. Chen-Feng's eyes were extremely cold, looking at the Chunin, colder than looking at the dead. There are a total of 206 bones in the whole body. You said you can hold on until I break your bones, and you can still stay awake. No, in other words, can I still survive until I smash your bones? Anyone who dares to do something to their own students will die. And there must be no whole body. Why people like you, our cloud shinobi's intelligence is so bad that we haven't even spread a title. Seeing Chen-Feng killing a few people instantly, Jonin's expression was already stiff now, and it was connected. Chen Feng didn't care about his subordinates who killed him extremely fiercely. Chen Feng glanced at that Jonin indifferently, and his voice was extremely cold. Titles are meaningless if they are taken by their own people. If the enemy takes them, the enemy must survive before they can spread the title. There is no title spread, but to some extent it is a kind of glory. Chapter 44. Actually, Chen Feng didn't wait for Chenin's bones to be broken one by one, he was already dead, and died of severe pain. However, Chen Feng still did not get discouraged after smashing all his bones, and then threw him aside like a dead dog. During this period, Jonin was there in a daze, motionless, and the whole person was sluggish. Weak enemies can be frightened by murderous intent and deterrence, but for a person with a certain strength, it will make him more panic if he does not hesitate to show his strength. During the Manchu and Qing dynasty, the great change of Yuxia people from the celestial master to the worship of foreigners was due to this concept. Because they fully understand the gap between the two, the whole person is going crazy. The same is true for Jonin, because he knew that no matter what he was, he would only be suppressed by Chen Feng's backhand, so he directly confessed his fate, or in other words, gave up hope. In the face of Chen Feng's speed, he could not escape. Instead, he would be killed instantly instead of confessing his life quietly and resisting. Especially when Chen Feng said, "Title things are meaningless if they are taken by their own people. If the enemy takes them, the enemy must survive before they can spread the title." The result of completely smashing his inner defenses and killing a few people instantly is not as shocking as the later shock. Then next, Chen Feng walked slowly, looking at Jonin who was completely resigned, and said indifferently, "Can you tell me some information? It's better not to let me do it myself, I'm very annoying to do it myself." Jonin's face finally changed a little, and then Chen Feng pushed him into the abyss again with a word. "Don't try to hide anything, I am also Minister Umbu anyway." The desperate look on Jonin's face calmed down instead, with a face that didn't know how to describe it, and shook his head, "So you are the amazing Minister Umbu?" "It's me." Chen Feng nodded indifferently. When Umbu was founded, it goes without saying that even the creator of Chen Feng was given a strange halo. Don't describe its appearance, call its name, don't carve its shape. Hidden may not last too long, but where Umbu was founded, there is no flaw. Jonin relaxed completely. He knew that for Minister Umbu, the strongest person in Umbu walking in the dark, his persistence was meaningless. "I accepted a mission to kill a Senju family member. There is nothing else. It is estimated that the intelligence department of our village does not know much." In other words, his eyes were a little complicated, read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. "It was leaked to us by someone from your Konoha." His words were very calm, and Chen Feng was also very calm. As early as Chen Feng heard that the ambushers wanted to attack and kill the Senju family, they had almost expected. However, there is a shock that cannot be hidden in Muin's eyes: kill the Senju clan? Isn't that Tsunade? Such ambush, such a deep design, all for her life. But then Jonin continued. Their specific thinking is probably to use our death to force a large-scale assassination of the Senju clan in the village, and also to limit the possibility of the Senju clan members from gaining military exploits and experience. We at Cloud Shinobi never suffer. Modern Uniing is extremely tough. Their success rate is very high. Unless you let me go, otherwise. But it's impossible for me to let you go, you only have one death. Chen Feng replied calmly. Jonin was silent for a moment, and said, "Yes, I can't live." In other words, their calculations succeeded. He suddenly raised his head, fixed his eyes on Chen Feng, and said in extremely determined words, "I know that my hope of living is completely gone. Even the hope of you letting me go is gone, but I will not reveal the village. Secretly, absolutely not. Even if I die, I won't reveal the secrets of the village." Chen Feng nodded in agreement. I know, so you can die with peace of mind. Chen Feng swiped his palm and slashed hard on Jonan's neck. Jonan relaxed and fell to the ground. Although Jonan was the enemy who attacked Chen Feng, although in the end he said something just because he escaped and framed some people, Chen Feng didn't care. What's more, before they came out to ambush, they must have been subject to special seal restrictions. Such captives are not as good as enemies captured on the battlefield. To die for the village, let them rest assured. Teacher, what are you going to do? Muine raised his head and looked at Chen Feng anxiously. No one knows the horror of these conspiracies better than she who is in the famous Tianshao Tower, where the conspiracy is concentrated. Many people who can't be defeated on the battlefield are better off living than death under the conspiracy, and want to live in pain. Let them pay the price, nothing more. Chen Feng said softly, as if it was easy to eat for breakfast. Teacher, this is a very serious political issue. Would you please be more serious? Muine said with a hint of resentment. Chen Feng chuckled. He scratched Mina's hair fiercely and messed up little Loli's hairstyle before saying, Don't worry, the teacher will take care of everything. First show your wound to the teacher, and the teacher will treat you. As he said, regardless of whether Muine agreed or not, he opened his clothes, revealing his white arms. Chen Feng's hand gently stroked, emitting a gentle green light. Teacher. Don't change the subject, I'm asking about business. What I am doing now is business. Come on, the next thing I need to treat is the chest. Hey. Wait, I mean. Stop my clothes. This is sexual harassment. You beast teacher system. Ha ha ha. Chen Feng's hearty laughter, only a flick of shocking cold light flashed in his eyes. I said, let them pay the price, nothing more. Chapter 45. Bringing Muine back to the transport team, Tsunade seemed to be frightened by the hidden enemy. Seeing Chen Feng and Muine, they kept on guarding and questioning them, making them very helpless. You have a mental head, why didn't you want to be on guard before? The face-saving project was done well before, but now it's a desperate investigation. Well, this is also the fault of Chen Feng's phrase don't trust anyone, including me who will come back next time. Life and death have to let Chen Feng prove their identities, what Konoha forward protector, the documents on the body cannot pass. In the end, it was Chen Feng's words. Tsunade, I know very well the size of your barren chest. Is this extremely accurate size a proof? The words were defeated. A hole. Dead teacher. Bad teacher. Shameless teacher. Tsunade muttered from the side, quite like a curse. Then he involuntarily touched his own barrenness, and the corner of his mouth curled. Is this smaller, is it really that important? Hee hee. Looking at Tsunade, Muine smiled helplessly, and even his depressed heart was activated a lot. By the way, teacher. Muine suddenly remembered, turned his head and asked Chen Feng, how did you tell that I was not mine before? Well, it's like this. Chen Feng solemnly said, in fact, the teacher has always regarded you as the teacher's belongings. As for the belongings, naturally they will carefully study and check carefully. How could they have deceived the teacher and me? What? Muine's yelling, fascination was born, as if revealing an indescribable sweetness from his bones, which made people turbulent, and said with a smile, serious. It's true, you have to trust the teacher. Chen Feng spread his hands and said frankly, can I still be unclear about the habits of my possessions? His steps are completely different from yours. He clearly treats people as a private property, but I don't know why. Hearing Chen Feng's words, Muine's heart suddenly accelerated a lot. She shook her head and said in her heart, no matter what, this kind of political matter may not be clear to the teacher. Although he is strong, there are many things that are strong and can be completely smoothed out. It may be half the result with twice the result. Tsunade don't have to count on it. At this time, you still have to rely on me. Her eyes seemed to flicker, and she seemed to be calculating something. If Chen Feng knew about her heart activities, she would definitely say so. The nature is hard to change, even if you feel the charm of the strong, those who are good at conspiracy are always will run off the track. When the transport team arrived at the front line, Chen Feng ordered Tsunade and Muine to accompany the transport team to place the goods, and walked into the command camp by himself. Those who dare to think about his students must pay the price. Chen Feng's footsteps were furious and murderous. His face was as cold as ice and as cold as iron. He opened the door curtain of Daying with one hand. Chen Feng. One of the two consultants in the future, Mito Yanman, asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Master second generation has already said that he is here to deliver supplies. One of the same consultants, Yudatan Koharu, said softly, "Will you remember it next time?" The two of them are the commanders of this Cloud Shinobi front. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Mito Yanman looked like a depressed graduate student, pushed his eyes, and said helplessly, "Well, I'll pay attention next time." Yudatan Koharu is a new age woman with drooping hair, quite a neat look, dissatisfied, always "Next time, we have so many problems on the front line, I will do it alone." Yes. It's perfunctory again. Well. Enough. Chen Feng stared at both eyebrows, and the murderous intent burst out like a whistling north wind that instantly chilled the hearts of the two of them. "I'm not here to listen to you flirting." Mito Yanman was taken aback, settled down, and solemnly asked, "What's wrong? Did something happen?" "On the way I was transporting the goods, someone tried to ambush, in order to kill the Senja tribe, and they didn't know that this tribe was my disciple, Konoha Hokage's granddaughter. At first I heard that the two of them were still a little unconcerned. Attacking the transport team was a normal means of fighting, but then they were extremely solemn, and their faces suddenly became gloomy. Someone designed to frame it." The two looked at each other and said with great certainty, "Chen Feng, do you have any information?" "No. That's difficult." Mito Yanman touched his chin. "It's not easy to lock people without evidence." "Set this aside." Chen Feng said gloomily, "Don't forget, Cloud Shinobi is a participant no matter what, and there will be people who will continue to attack Tsunade in the future. I want you to attack the Cloud Shinobi front line immediately." The two said embarrassedly, "Chen Feng, I know you are worried about Tsunade, but this is not in compliance with the rules." Yudatan Koharu also said, "Second generation is coming soon. After he comes, we will discuss the topic of attacking Cloud Shinobi. Don't worry, I will protect Princess Tsunade personally before that, and promise not to let her drop one hair. I said, I want you to launch an offensive soon." Chen Feng's eyes are very dangerous. First gather all the top leaders to discuss. The two looked at each other and replied, "Yes." The ninja's actions were very efficient. Soon, the command camp called all the high levels on the front line. When the two talked about Chen Feng's request to go to war, as soon as the voice fell, there was immediate opposition. "How can this work? How common is it for the army to go to war, and all aspects of coordination are not done well, in order to show up to a little girl? What are you kidding about? This is impossible." A scared man suddenly objected, with one behind him. "The family pattern with the lupin pattern is a member of the Uchiha clan." Chen Feng's eyes widened suddenly, and the next moment, thunder broke out. Everyone saw a figure flashing, and Chen Feng suddenly appeared in front of the Uchiha man. Fist, death. Boom. The Uchiha man's upper body was completely turned into blood with a violent blow. Splashing in this commanding account. Within 3 minutes of the meeting, blood was already splattered. What? In an instant, Everyone stood up and looked at Chen Feng in shock. Without expression, he easily killed a high-level Chen Feng like them. Chapter 46. Seeing that Chen Feng killed one of his own elite jonin without hesitation, no one could sit still, and one even yelled directly. A hole! Do you know what you are doing? Ignorance Junior, think you have some strength. Zizi. It's almost exactly the same as the previous scene. Thunder exploded. A figure flickered, and Chen Feng suddenly appeared in front of the man who spoke out loud. Fist again and die again. Boom. The same violent blow completely turned the upper body of the man who utterly talked about into blood. Splashing in this commanding account. Blood splattered, and many of them flew directly, went in from the mouths of the people who had grown up, and then was vomited out disgustingly by the people who had recovered. The two corpses fell to the ground with a crash, blood ran across, soaking the ground, leaving a chilling crimson. Almost everyone on the scene suddenly felt a cold air crazily rising from under their feet, dragging the whole person into the ice cave. She shuddered, her skin tightened suddenly, but the voice of resistance stopped quietly. After a while, Mito Yanman used a look that saw Chen Feng for the first time, and said stiffly, Chen Feng, do you know what you are doing? In Konoha Daing, kill the two high-level Konoha without a second word. In history, no. Even if there is no history book, it is definitely the first time. Chen Feng's expression was unusually calm, as if nothing happened. Of course I know what I did, but don't forget who I am. You. Mito Yanman said subconsciously. I'm Minister Umbu. An extremely firm soft drink, like a drum in the morning and evening, hit everyone's hearts. But Chen Feng's voice did not stay even for a moment because of everyone, he said slowly. I suspect that these two have a great connection with the hostile Cloud Shinobi village. They are likely to betray me Konoha. They are the spies of Cloud Shinobi, so they were killed on the spot as Minister Umbu. After this sentence, the audience was silent, so quiet that even a needle drop could be heard clearly. You guys, who have different opinions. It was obviously a laughing voice, but everyone present felt the invisible killing intent. Read more at hotantillnovel.xyz. Just as a ninja was about to say something, Chen Feng's extremely cold eyes, like the eyes of two frost knives, swept it directly. Sweeping at the same time, it is the killing intent that makes people's heart trembling. The corners of the smiling mouth are shrouded in murderous intent of horror, the slightly raised sword eyebrows carry a chilling murderous intent. I have nothing. The ninja said every word. When he finished saying this, the whole person almost collapsed, the thin beads of sweat on his forehead condensed and fell, and his scalp was constantly sending signals of danger from a state of numbness. Well. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes, chuckled lightly, and said something. Suddenly, the ninja's heart seemed to be unfettered suddenly, throbbing loudly, panting hard, his eyes no longer dared to look directly at Chen Feng's face, and he could only hang down depressively. Threat. These two words appeared in everyone's heart, and the air in the entire camp seemed to be stagnant. Only the gasping sound of the ninja just now echoed in people's hearts. Everyone knew that Chen Feng was threatening and forcing them, but no one dared to refute even one sentence, even one word. Cloud Shinobi's spy? Don't make trouble. It is possible that they are in contact with Cloud Shinobi, but it is AR? They are the direct descendants of Miao Zhenjianghong's big family. The first one to be killed is the only heir of Uchiha Grand Elder. How could they rebel? Everyone knows, but everyone dare not say. If the first person can be explained by Chen Feng's rash raid, what about the second one? That is an elite jonin. Strength is like a mountain, no one dares to gamble on the possibility of Chen Feng still dare to kill a third person. Then we continue to discuss this topic. Chen Feng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. We are going to attack Cloud Shinobi tomorrow, what do you mean? He narrowed his eyes and scanned the faces of the people with a dangerous look, but no one dared to collide with his gaze directly. Are there opponents? The audience was silent, and everyone seemed to have slowed their breathing a lot, for fear that Chen Feng would be killed on the spot because of this. Very good. After a while, Chen Feng picked up the corner of his mouth and nodded. It seems that you are all my loyal children of Konoha, so tomorrow we will launch a large-scale attack on the Cloud Shinobi defense line. Please go back and be prepared. Suddenly, his voice suddenly turned cold. Please don't do anything that makes me Minister Umbu think you might be a spy for Cloud Shinobi. After all, it's war now. There is no time for me to investigate carefully one by one. I can only choose helplessly. Quick, knife, chop, chaos, hemp. Each word after a meal, it was like a sledgehammer hitting their hearts. Don't dare. The extremely bitter voices echoed one by one. Then go and prepare. It was like an amnesty. They ran away from the camp at a speed far higher than before, for fear that they would be left behind completely. Inside the camp, only Mito Yanman and Yudatan Koharu were left. There was no sound. After a long time, Mito Yanman said in a hoarse voice. Chen Feng, why are you? Chen Feng indifferently took a bottle of wine, drank it casually, and said casually. Do you know the fastest way to master an army? He stretched out a finger with great interest and said, kill the first person who opposes, and then kill the second person who fights injustice, and the thinking in the army will be pure. Mito Yanman said in a bitter voice, what if there is a third objector? Then kill the self-righteous third. The calm voice made Mito Yanman and Yudatan Koharu win the cold. They looked at Chen Feng with horror, leaving only two words echoing in their hearts. Tyrant. Chapter 47. The war was never prepared for only one day. The transportation of materials, the allocation of personnel, the support of logistics. Even in the extremely sophisticated modern world, no one dares to say that they can be pulled into the battlefield in just one day. Although the ninja is very efficient, it is too difficult for the army to directly attack the enemy's defense line in one day. But facing Chen Feng, who was standing there with a cold face and murderous aura, no one dared to find some excuses to delay. No one is sure if he procrastinated for even a second, would anyone be afraid that he would be killed by Chen Feng because he affected him, so he would file a complaint with Chen Feng. Needless to say, if this happens, the chance of being killed is absolutely 100%. Chen Feng, let's see if we postpone the attack one day later. Mito Yanman said hesitantly, although we acted much faster under your awe, but we are still too inadequate to prepare, the time is too short. He lowered his head slightly, Yudatan Koharu followed him, hesitated and stopped, and finally said. Such a loss would be great. Chen Feng smiled disdainfully and shook his head, that's why you have problems, and second generation has to rush to the front line. If it were Danzo, he would never tell me this kind of thing. Sarutobi is also compassionate. 1 point, and then decide without hesitation. The two lowered their heads speechlessly, but there was still a trace of dissatisfaction in their eyes. Yu Chen Feng is very strong, we can't beat you, but when it comes to arranging troops and arranging coordination, can Yu Chen Feng have the experience of someone who has been in front of us for a long time? Chen Feng didn't even need to look at it to know what these two intrigues were thinking. Suddenly he chuckled and pointed to their noses and said, you little people, it's no wonder you can't make a big deal. You only saw that Konoha was not fully prepared, but we also prepared for a day. What about Cloud Shinobi? Are they more prepared than we are? In a war, I never wait until I'm ready to go to war, but when I'm more prepared than the enemy, I go to war. I'm giving you your merits for nothing. You don't even want to eat the merits you give to your lips. Then you will be at this level for the rest of your life. Chen Feng scolded with a smile, if you want to talk to me, it is better to urge you. Let's look at the others, anyway, Tomorrow's battle is settled. The two looked at each other and went back silently. Muine was looking at the distance behind her, feeling a lot of emotions in her heart. Unexpectedly, even without me in-depth investigation, looking for clues, the teacher would still directly convince people, and immediately attacked Cloud Shinobi crazy. Obviously, such things as the start of war cannot be concealed. Although the external circulation of personnel is restricted, there are not too many restrictions on the inside. Muine simply understood the truth of the start of the war, and then she could only be speechless. Do you have any calculations? Want to use outsiders to kill my disciple? Okay, let me see if they will have time for this kind of assassination when I attack Cloud Shinobi. Read more at hotantalnovel.xyz. Even to the internal conspirators, Chen Feng relentlessly attacked. On the same day, after learning that Chen Feng had killed two senior executives without hesitation, Muine asked Chen Feng, "Teacher, why are you so decisive to kill people directly?" Chen Feng simply smiled, "You know that if Konoha launches an attack, then that person's calculations will fall to no avail, so he will definitely try to delay and resign. Although it is very unlikely that the person who directly resisted me is the conspirator, there is also a slight chance. The probability of 10% is enough for me to kill him." There is a harsh language in the language, with a determination. In order to be less than 10% possible, Chen Feng dared to massacre high-level students for the sake of students. At that time, Muine's face was very complicated and very strange. The political education she received in the past is just one thing. In order to protect herself, anyone around her can abandon it. All in order to achieve one's own goals. However, when I saw a person who was totally inconsistent with the education I had received, I suddenly had a weird thought in my heart. It's weird, clumsy, but close. Moreover, even if that person is not the conspirator, he is his pawn. If he kills it, he kills it. Mina pursed his lips. What if that person is just an unrelated person? Then it's unlucky for him. Words without hesitation, very cruel words, but in my heart, I feel very at ease. Teacher. Yep. You are such a tyrant. Dare to say that the teacher is a tyrant, little girl, you are so courageous. It seems that I am going to conduct a special extracurricular teaching tonight, so that you can fully understand the gentleness of the teacher. Hee, I don't want it. In the course of a day, the sky seems to have changed in Tsunade's eyes. Konoha's commander on the Cloud Shinobi front, Yudatan Koharu, stayed next to Tsunade almost day and night, and occasionally went out a few times, so he had to arrange the elite guards before leaving. No matter where Tsunade walks, almost everyone treats it as a fragile object for fear that she will knock or fall. Now, don't be like this, I'm not used to it either. Tsunade said to Yudatan Koharu for the nth time, but the answer that had to be brought was nothing but silence, and then followed silently. Oh my god. I know for the first time that my Senju clan's reputation is so great, but this is too unbearable. She complained and complained constantly. Yudatan Koharu secretly curled his mouth and said disdainfully, the reputation of the Senju clan is quite big, but it is definitely not big enough to protect me from step by step. I'm not afraid that the madman will do anything because of you. Otherwise, I'm a dignified elite jonin, the commander of the Konoha front, who will personally protect your little girl. Hey. She sighed, I hope tonight will be passed safely, and then play 2 games tomorrow. Don't let Tsunade have any problems. Otherwise this result, we probably can't afford it. On this day, Muine suffered from insomnia because of inner entanglements. Tsunade has insomnia because of the discomfort of overprotection. Yudatan Koharu and Mito Yanman suffered from insomnia because of concerns about the battle situation tomorrow and the safety of Tsunade, or in other words, fears that Chen Feng might go crazy. However, the next day came as promised. Konoha pulled out all the horses and rushed to the Cloud Shinobi defense line almost immediately. Chen-Feng waved his arm and ordered sharply. "Kill me!" In an instant, murderous aura permeated the battlefield. Chapter 48. Kill! Kill them! Chong chong chong! In the gloomy sky, the yelling of the sky is constantly, and the inspiring agitation is constantly emanating from one place to another, deafening and magnificent. Chen-Feng gathered all the UMBU members on the front line, wearing masks, standing in the back with cold eyes, and from time to time glanced with extremely indifferent eyes, so that everyone's nerves collapsed tightly. This is the supervising team. It's a knife hanging on their heads. Fire-style great fireball technique. The specially selected fire-style ninjas formed a ninja army. Under a unified command, they simultaneously sealed their seals and spewed red flames at the same time. The fiery fireball roared out and burned everywhere. Hula hula! Where the flames swept, dozens of cloud shinobi were all turned to ashes, and the flames swept across the wasteland, and there was flames everywhere, like a sea of fire. This is one of the basic methods used by ninjas in warfare. Low-end ninjutsu is equally powerful when used by multiple players. Lightning-style emotion wave. Cloud Shinobi ejected the white-silver scorpion in his mouth and exploded. God thunder rolled in all directions, and there was a burst of lightning and thunder. Konoha has a ninja unit that is used intensively, and Cloud Shinobi also has it. Teacher, is this situation a bit critical? Tsunade asked with his head stretched out. Naturally, the two students of Chen-Feng could not be rushed in front as cannon fodder, and no one dared to let them rush in front. It's not critical. We have the first opportunity. Although Cloud Shinobi has a line of defense, their response is slow. We definitely take advantage of the logistics and other aspects. Chen-Feng touched Tsunade's little head and said, "Don't look at Cloud Shinobi's use of defenses to hurt fewer ninjas than us, but there are well-prepared medical ninjas behind us. In terms of the number of deaths, we have a big advantage." Medical ninja. Tsunade blinked. "Oh, that's the group of soft guys." Chen-Feng shrugged helplessly. "They are not softies, forget it. Anyway, you are already crooked. Anyway, we have the advantage now, and I didn't expect it to be bad." A faint light flashed in Chen-Feng's eyes. As soon as Chen-Feng's voice fell, there was a wild roar from Cloud Shinobi on the opposite side. "Grandson Mito, your grandfather and the enemy of Yayu are here, don't hesitate to come and die." Accompanied by it was a dazzling thunder light that attracted everyone's attention. It's Yayu enemy, the commander of Cloud Shinobi opposite. He wants to use his own strength to support the defense. Yudatan Koharu explained in a low voice. "Is he strong?" Chen-Feng said casually with great interest. "Yanman, he called you by name, do you have any plans?" "Strength, not weak." Mito Yanman stood up, a glint flashed in his sullen eyes. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. "I'm going." The low and weak voice rose instantly, and Mito Yanman shouted. "Fire-style fire dragon flame bomb." A fire dragon exploded and rose slowly, and then a lot of flames boiled and swept around. "Enemy Yayu, I'm here." The two strong men are anxious for a battle, and the ninja armies are intertwined. Flames, lightning, water jets, rocks, and wind blades continue to wreak havoc. The entire battlefield appears messy and violent. The excited people are boiling with enthusiasm and the fighting spirit is skyrocketing. "Okay. This is war. Teacher. When will I go to war?" Tsunade's eyes seemed to be shining, his white fists clenched tightly, and his face was full of eagerness. The corner of Chen-Feng's mouth twitched, and he sighed, "Hey, how wrong is this talent point? Why I brought her to the battlefield and moved more and more toward the wrong place." After that, he looked at Tsunade with a helpless look. "Tsunade, it's hard to find someone if you continue to be so violent, especially if your body is so bad." You control it? Violence suddenly exploded. My figure, don't care about it? She talked for a long time and couldn't say anything, and finally used Loli's exclusive tsundere style with head and stomping. The little head flicked angrily, his braids moved with the wind, and his delicate feet chopped fiercely on the ground, and hummed softly. Teacher, although we have some advantages, as time goes by, the enemy's logistics and medical departments will quickly adapt. You see, will we take advantage of it and withdraw later? Muine looked at it for a while and hesitated. No hurry, no hurry. Chenfeng said nonchalantly. Yudatan Koharu's willow eyebrows were erect, and the tone was very hard to say. Chenfeng, what do you want to do? Even if you vent your anger to Miss Tsunade, you will probably get it. Those killed in the battle are all our Konoha elites. Vent me. Vent. Tsunade's excited expression stopped. What does it mean to vent me? This war is because of me. No hurry, almost. Chenfeng's eyes were deep, and he waved his hand. I started a war, but it wasn't just that Cloud Shinobi didn't have time to do some face-to-face assassination. Yudatan Koharu paused, and immediately asked, then what do you want to do? Chenfeng smiled and did not speak. The offensive continued, but as Mito Yanman was pushed into the wind, Cloud Shinobi's rear medical slowly adapted. Konoha's casualties were a little bit larger. Suddenly, Chenfeng stood up. It's almost there now. Now. Almost. Yudatan Koharu's chest was about to explode, but when he heard these words, he turned his head and looked over. At this time Konoha's front line also suffered heavy losses, and most of the pioneers died on the battlefield, with bones everywhere. Suddenly, Yudatan Koharu's mind brightened and he looked at Chenfeng with shocked eyes. When you assigned the offensive mission, you sent the 2 subordinates you killed yesterday, and now you are waiting for them to die. Not bad. Chenfeng nodded unabashedly. I don't have a good temper as Sarutobi. Whether they are involved in the scheme of Tsunade or not, I am ready to eliminate it. What's more, their leader even prevented me from attacking. I have no guilt. Yudatan Koharu said in disbelief, this is the lives of hundreds of people. And it's still yours in the same village. Chenfeng pursed the corner of his mouth mockingly, and said in disdain. Do you know that heroes never die in the hands of enemies, but many die in the hands of so-called people in the same village? Suicide White Fang, defected Itake, unsupported 4th generation, lonely 3rd generation. Anyway, if they survive, they will also sue me to 2nd Hokage. Maybe they will use me to promote the name of Tsunade's warfare, and they will kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Chenfeng said indifferently and strode forward. No one can threaten me, let alone implicate my students. But next, it's time to reduce casualties. A cold word fell, and then a flash of lightning lit up from the sky, tearing open the drowsy sky and tearing through the chaotic battlefield. Everyone in Konoha retreats to Laozi, and the next battlefield leave it to me. Chapter 49. Chenfeng stepped on the thunder light and turned into an electric light into the battlefield. The silver landscape, like a thunder and lightning cracking through the air, made a loud clicking sound. In the eyes of everyone, it was like a flashing thunder and lightning that suddenly struck across the dark sky, trying to tear the world apart. Chenfeng. Yudatan Koharu's eyes widened, shocked. Chenfeng. Mito Yanman's eyes Kagami had been completely broken, and he turned his head in a hurry, couldn't help but marvel. What are you going to do? Chenfeng's robes floated crazily, and his whole body suddenly burst into a breath of shock. His eyes were bloodshot and turned red in an instant, and the violent murderous aura spread away. His robe and hair were windless, and his momentum couldn't help rising, like a demon descending into the world. Chenfeng didn't answer Mito Yanman's question. Instead, he smiled evilly, and a creepy murderous aura filled the battlefield. If you don't go away, you will be involved in my attack and die, don't blame me. The words were very plain, as if there were no waves, no ups and downs, but whether it was the old acquaintance Mito Yanman or the ordinary Konoha shinobi, they all heard the deep jealousy and disdain in the words. He is serious. For an instant, people on the battlefield only felt their scalp numb, and their tense nerves constantly reminded them of the crisis of their lives. Are you crazy? What do you want to do? Mito Yanman asked frantically, his embarrassed hair like an angry lion. But Chen Feng just said faintly, I'll say it one last time, wait for being involved in my attack, don't blame me. Mito Yanman's face suddenly turned sullen, what do you want to do? You don't come when I fight the enemy so badly, what do you want to do at this time? The answer to him was Chen Feng's faint, disdainful hum. Teacher is serious. Tsunade was there blankly, looking at Chen Feng's indifferent face, and muttered to himself. Yudatan Koharu hurriedly asked, what do you mean, serious? What do you want to say? What does this have to do with the current situation? Tsunade was a little bewildered by Yudatan Koharu's continuous questions. She thought about it and said hesitantly, it's the teacher's face, look. With that said, Tsunade scallion pointed. The kind of indifference that doesn't seem to be in his eyes, everything can't interfere with him, read. More at hotentalnovel.xyz. I once saw him on the battlefield where he fought Sarutobi. It's the face of the teacher who is really ready to fight. Yudatan Koharu listened like a drum in the morning and evening, deafening, and said dully, you mean, he wasn't serious when he could kill high-level people at will. I only know that Sarutobi was defeated soon after the teacher showed such a face. Tsunade said softly. Yudatan Koharu only felt his hands numb after hearing this. Sarutobi is definitely the leader of their generation, but the serious Chen Feng unreservedly defeated him. He still doesn't know that Chen Feng at this time and Chen Feng at that time are absolutely different in strength. Devil Fruit, Weird Force Fist, Ninja Art, Mitotic Regeneration, 100 Healings Mark, Bai Hao Technique. Each one is a skill enough for any strong man to survive. Retreat. The people of Konoha will retreat to me. Although she didn't know, he knew that he could never stay there at this time. Mito Yanman, you also withdraw me. Yudatan Koharu still didn't forget to yell at Mito Yanman. Mito Yanman's face turned blue and white, and finally chose to back off. Because he was shocked to discover that he had just gone through the war, he could no longer bear the pressure of Chen Feng's rising aura. In an instant, Konoha's people retreated like a tide, especially the high-level people. No one dared to take Chen Feng's words as deaf to the high-level people who had seen Chen Feng's shot. They called on their subordinates to retreat together, and in a hurry, they moved extremely quickly. Chen Feng's momentum seems endless, gradually rising and getting stronger, as if the world is supporting him. Thunder sounds constantly in the sky, silver scorpions occasionally appear, occasionally showing hideous minions, and dark clouds are all over the sky. Konoha people just like to exaggerate. Yayueti snorted coldly, and the brown-black skin was knotted with muscles, and suddenly punched, faintly revealing the color of blue and black, like black iron. Let me Yayu enemy come to teach you, a person who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. He burst out like a pig, and the whole person rushed like a violent chariot. Wherever he went, he didn't even throw a punch, and he smashed the surrounding enemies and his own people into mud. An unknown person who doesn't even have a decent title, but it's just a bluff, what's to be afraid of? For him, such a rough-skinned man, the battle with Mito Yanman is just a warm-up. He is a shadow class. Mito Yanman and Yudatan Koharu barely blocked his shadow class before they worked together. Lariat. He was full of lamenten. The contrast between the silver thunder and the brown-black skin was very sharp, a powerful lightning style covered his body, and the violent current continued to vent his arrogance. He swung his arms violently, his arms as thick as a pillar were like a guillotine, with an invincible sharpness. At this moment, Chen Feng suddenly opened his eyes. His face was expressionless, his eyes did not see the normal pupils and whites of his eyes, but instead seemed to be covered with thousands of kinds of glazed light, constantly flickering. I said, titles are meaningless if they are taken by their own people. If they are taken by the enemy must survive before they can spread the title. It's a pity that I still don't plan to get my title from you today, because I didn't plan to let any of you survive. I saw Chen-Feng slowly stretched out his right arm, white clothed with sword eyebrows, right index finger pointing to the sky, and said loudly, 10,000, thunder. Boom. The thunder was roaring. The thunder in the groggy sky suddenly appeared. The violent lightning flashes with ferocious faces. Then thunder like rain. Chapter 50. Wanlei. With a cry, the silver Jiao in the thundercloud suddenly fell from the thundercloud as if he had heard the command. Pad. With a harsh sound, hundreds of electric snakes rushed down from the clouds. The dense electric flood seemed to be pouring rain, mixed with howling gusts of wind. Rumble. The thunder and lightning flickered like a doomsday storm. The ninjas who were still left on the battlefield turned pale when they saw this terrifying scene. Chen-Feng raised his head, purple electric light flashed in his flying black hair, and his pupils were filled with purple electric light, turning into a dark purple. Dead. Chen-Feng gave a soft drink, and the thunder rumblingly landed. What? The screams screamed, and countless cloud shinobi were scorched by the violently falling electric lightning, and the excessive current even burned some people's bodies completely. There was a vomiting smell of burnt meat in the air. With a blow beyond the scale, most of the people of Cloud Shinobi were killed or injured, electrocuted, and burned countless. How is it possible? Are you not a Konoha Shinobi? How can you surpass us Cloud Shinobi in lightning style so much? Yayu enemy yelled in panic, his face full of incredible color. We are Cloud Shinobi. We are the ones who are best at lightning style. We are the land of thunder. He shouted until the end, it had become a roar. Lightning style has been Cloud Shinobi's best escape technique from the very beginning. Every Cloud Shinobi has a lightning style that can be easily obtained. Even their village is on a high mountain, and they grew up listening to the sound of thunder. Lightning style is their pride. And now, a lightning style ninja from another country has swept their thousands of ninja troops with lightning style in one fell swoop. This is undoubtedly throwing their pride under their feet, then stomping dozens of feet fiercely, and then spitting in disdain. I said, I don't have a title because I am weak, so weak that no one has given me a title, but because I think I should have an enemy with a title, and none of them survived. Chen-Feng's black hair moved with the sound of thunder, and his mind moved. The thunder clouds in the sky seemed to be drawn better, setting off a huge thunder, rumbling, spreading around, shaking the earth and the earth. Yayueti's eyes shrank instantly, goosebumps all over his body, and a silent sense of crisis hovered all over his body. I'm thunder. A mere cloud shinobi wants to compete with me. It's just a trick and a laugh. Read more at hotentillnovel.xyz. Chen-Feng stepped out, and a thunder and lightning came out of nowhere, causing him to step on the thunder. His voice seemed to correspond to the thunder, even though it was soft, it was still passed on the battlefield where thunder continued. However, everyone heard his voice and heard his voice clearly. Because even Lei Yin would be quiet the moment he spoke. The enemy Yayu was furious and wanted to move forward, and was about to roar, but he saw a faint look in Chen-Feng's glance. This glance fell in the eyes of the enemy of Yayu, and the rumbling seemed to be shaken by countless violent thunders, as if he practiced lightning style and was raged by lightning that exceeded his own limit, the kind of crazy explosion. None of you can run away. The thunder in the sky was still roaring, and the yin jiao continued to fall crazily, not only did not decrease, but intensified. Almost the entire battlefield is under Chen-Feng's attack. Will die. Yayu's heart thumped and thumped, as if roaring along with that boundless thunder. His nerves are using the most tense means to remind him, if you don't run away, you will die. What kind of power is this? Even first Hokage, there is absolutely no such lightning style. He made a hissing sound, but he didn't expect to sound a bit like a screaming female voice under the extremely anxious situation at this time. Its ability, it's the bottomless abyss between you and me, the gap is unimaginable. Chen Feng's eyes were very indifferent, and his words were calm and indifferent. Then, he lifted his head, and his shocking gaze fell on Yayuedi, speaking indifferently like a scholar with red lips and white teeth. Next it's you. Yayuedi was covered in cold sweat like rain, trembling like a frog stared at by the most poisonous Kagami snake. No. To escape. He couldn't care about what he was thinking, he turned around and ran away, ran away. Looking at the Yayu enemy who was scrambling and fleeing, Mito Yanman and others at the back looked at them speechlessly, trying to say something, but somehow they couldn't speak. In the end, Yuditen Koharu said in an unbelievable tone, "Yayu enemy, escaped. Fleeing without a fight." This sentence seemed to have opened the gulf that prevented everyone from speaking, and suddenly there was a wave of discussions. Yayu enemy flees? Then the crazy Yayu enemy will run away. The commander of Cloud Shinobi, who has always been known for his toughness, fled before the battle. That's the Yayu enemy. It's the Yayu enemy that can be suppressed by one person, Master Mito Yanman and Master Yuditen Koharu. The legendary Shadow Master. Suddenly, everyone's eyes fell on Mito Yanman, whose eyes were crooked and embarrassed just now in the fight against Yayuedi. Mito Yanman shook his head bitterly, and squeezed such a word from his mouth. That's a real Yayu enemy, definitely not a clone or phantom. Don't I understand that I just fought against it? But even if he killed me, I never imagined that he would run away. Yuditen Koharu whispered, Yayu enemy is definitely a shadow rank, so Chen Feng who can completely destroy his fighting spirit. For a moment, everyone seemed to be choked, and there was no more word. However, Chen Feng is still so calm, as if walking on this thunderous battlefield. Run? You forgot to ask me. Yayuedi only felt a cold current rising from the solace of his feet, and turned his head and looked at it involuntarily. A flash of silver that could not be covered by countless thunders around him, like the sun illuminating the entire battlefield. What was illuminated was the remains of the corpse mountain of countless cloud shinobi, the boundless panic of countless cloud shinobi before his death, or the trembling that the enemy of the night moon couldn't hide in the eyes of Chen Feng, who was more than a kilometer away. God's sanction. A touch of silver disappeared in a flash. Only the silver trace pierced Yayu's chest.